Aajonus Vonderplanitz, and I got into health by being a very sickly individual. I was born somewhat sick and raised in a violent household. And I had a brother who was 18 months older than I, and still in diapers. So when I got home from the hospital with Mom, he was pretty jealous because I took all the attention away at the snap of a finger. So he would push me on rakes and rusty nails and pinch and pull my hair and do all kinds of things. And my mom's a nurse, so of course if I got anything that was rusty because I was an infant, my mother just panicked. And that's the way the medical profession is trained, in emergency wards, so everything is panic. And so she would take me to the doctor, the hospital, and get a tetanus shot after tetanus shot. Now, in those days, tetanus shots were supposed to be good for a year. Now they say 5 years. 15 years ago it was 3 years that they last, and depends upon the pharmaceuticals pocketbook, the validity of those vaccines. So by the time I got the third one at 18 months old, the mercury, aluminum, and formaldehyde went to my brain and caused autism. So I was no longer able to understand the communication with language. I could not formulate a word. Even at 21 years old, I could not tell you what the word "the" meant, nor could I articulate in any way. Of course, I learned, by the time I was 8, I learned how to be a parrot. Repeat sound bites, and sometimes I didn't remember them correctly, and because I had no logical memory to determine, to help me remember an association, I had no faculty of association with language. So I would say inane things. They weren't words at all, but were similar. So it was like Mr. Malaprop. They weren't even true words a lot of the time. And so I went through life that way. I was very weak from having received those poisons, the mercury, formaldehyde, aluminum, and detergents. And those are just 5 of the ingredients of every vaccine. Even if they say there's no mercury in it, they're lying. They've got another name. They've got 15 names for liquid mercury. And one of them is thimerosal. And they'll tell you, we don't have that anymore. We don't use that as a preservative anymore. However, they use it as an antibacterial. So they're lying to you. And you have up to 63 toxic ingredients in every vaccine. 63. Minimum is 52. And none of them are proved to be safe, and most of them are proved to be highly toxic. And all of them are poisonous if you feed them to animals in any quantity. So you get that repeatedly, it collects in your body. What is it doing? It's breaking down and weakening it as you get older. So obviously the medical profession is invested in you being sick, so they make more money. You have more medication, they make more money. And you see it time after time. They start you off on one medication, and then you have side effect from that, so you have to give you another medication side effects. It just goes on and on and on. My father, when he died in January, was 93 years old, and he at that time was taking 86 medications a day. Fortune. My mother's taking 62 a day. She's 90. So it's an absurdity. Always side effects. I was working with a diabetic the other day. Now, I've never had any real problem getting diabetics off of their insulin, helping them off of insulin. This fellow, this young boy, about 12 years old, started vomiting profusely all day long. It went on for 24 hours. And the mother decided, well, I'm going to give him the insulin. Insulin didn't work. Of course, he wasn't diabetic. He had a high sugar level. That doesn't mean you're diabetic. If your pancreas doesn't work, you're diabetic. not just because you have a high sugar level, it's an absurdity. So here he was dehydrating. So of course the insulin wasn't working. He needed to be treated for dehydration. So I put him in the hospital, gave him the IV, water drip, and that brought him back. Now, what is in the insulin nowadays that is creating an addiction and a dehydration that causes a traumatic effect? So I ordered some of the 2 insulins he was taking, and I'm going to have them all analyzed to see what they have put in them to make that kind of a withdrawal, like it's some kind of, heroin or something like that. And that's the way the child was reacting, as if he were withdrawing from heroin. And it's just supposed to be insulin. Nobody goes into any kind of a convulsion like that just from taking insulin. So, medical profession run by the pharmaceutical industry, to me, is the worst racket in the world. Should be the least revered profession, and they all should be, prosecuted in jail. Anyway, by the time I hit 15 years old, 15 and a half, I had my 3rd polio vaccine. Within 10 days of receiving it, I had developed angina pectoris and diabetes. So and really it caused my pancreas to fail because the mercury, formaldehyde, and aluminum went into the pancreas and also into my heart. So I was autistic, so I wasn't a person who could rationalize or anything. So my mother could see that I would grab my heart, pass out, and I probably had 300 heart attacks from the age of 15 and a half to the age of 22. About 50 of them made me unconscious. I didn't die from any of the heart attacks, but they were severely painful and agonizing, and then the result of having that cramp in the heart builds up a lot of uric acid, so the soreness in my whole chest would last for several days. So I was on a bad diet. I love powdered donuts and cereals. The worst foods in the world is the highest in acrylamines that are cancer producing. Now those, and I love Sprite. And I'd eat Sprite and a donut. My diet. So I did eat one good thing, though. I always loved in the morning sunny side up egg, completely wet. You don't turn it over at all, so the yolk is really not cooked, and that's the only thing I had that wasn't cooked. And probably that helped me a great deal to not die. And so the diabetes and the angina pectoris was persistent during that whole time till I was 22. My mother took me to the cardiologist, and when she saw me having heartburn, she was very concerned. They only look for congenital malformation and congestive heart failure to cause heart attacks. They don't look as if it's poisoned. And what would have poisoned it? Polio vaccine. So, of course, they're not going to identify anything that's their fault, and they don't look in those areas. So the doctors told my parents that it was all in my head. I was an idiot, and it's in my head. That's how stupid doctors are. So, when I reached 19 years old, when I reached 16, I got married. I happened to find a girl who was in a class ahead of me, so she didn't get to see me every day. By that time, I learned all the James Dean and Elvis Presley sayings to women because I'd watched movies over and over and over again. So I knew what to say to a woman, although I didn't know what I was talking about. I knew that I was complimenting the woman, and it would make a woman smile and be very tender and gentle. So I used those phrases. And, of course, my parents didn't let me look autistic. Every time I'd go into my stair, my father would slap me on the back of the head, and my mother would slap me on the back and say, "Don't look like that. You look like you're crazy." And, my father invented the first Bering computer, and graduated top honors from Purdue. And my mother was very educated and a nurse and a prolific reader, and she could do like 5 crossword puzzles a day. And they didn't want to admit that they had a autistic, or called retarded at the time. Autism didn't really have a name; they were called retarded. So they didn't want to admit they had a retarded child. So they prevented me from going into off into my stairs, which was a normal thing to do and a very easy thing to do. So I learned to take poses and stance and prevent myself from going into those stairs. So, I did the Paul Newman stuff nose and, just struck poses. And so everybody thought I was cool and nobody knew I was autistic. And I had all these phrases I would throw out. But the phrases that I mainly learned were those from my home. And I lived in a chauvinist, macho man reality there. So everything was jokingly, shut up, sit down, you're an idiot. So I took those to other people. Of course, I didn't say that to women, but I said it to other guys because I have 3 brothers and a father, and my mother was the only woman in the house. So I learned all the phrases to say to men, and they were all kinds of derogatory phrases. So I got beat up a lot at school because I was saying, even though I would say them with a laugh like my brothers and father would say, you don't say those things to people, So I got beat up a lot. By the time I reached 6th grade, I realized that I had to do something about it because I was getting beat up quite a bit during the year, maybe 10, 12 times a year. So it was about every 3 weeks at average I got beat up. So what I decided to do, because I used to have to fight off my brothers, and sometimes I would get crazy violent with adrenaline, and I would attack. And when I attacked, I knew where to go. Throat, temples, between the eyes, here. So it's elbow in those places. So I picked the biggest kid in the school, didn't care how old he was. One time I picked a 263-pound, 6'3" fullback. He's the guy I took on that year. So I said all the derogatory phrases. We ended up going out to the outside the schoolyard. I didn't give him a chance. My elbow went, I jumped and the elbow went right in his throat. And when you do that, a person is incapacitated for at least 45 seconds to recover. So in that 45 seconds, I must have hit him 45 times. I was fast. But everybody left me alone for the year, no matter what I said to them. So it was a survival thing. I'm not proud of it, but it was a survival thing, an instinctive thing, and I did it. So that took care of me in that fashion. So I met this girl when I was 15 and a half years old. She was a year advanced, so she didn't get to see me every day and all the time. So I had my phrases for her, and we had a communication that went beyond, the language. There was something very so-called spiritual about it, instinctive, intuitive, whatever you want to call it. And we got along great. We always laughed together. Everything was fine. And we got married. I was right before my I was 16, right before my 17th birthday. And my son was born that year, first week of my senior year in high school. She graduated, just pregnant, 6 months pregnant, 5 months pregnant. And she didn't know who I was until we started living together that summer before the baby was born. And she realized, I've got an idiot, as a husband. And so I always got through school by cheating. I would always pick the most sensitive, smartest girl I could and sit next to her and cheat off of her papers and their papers. And, of course, it was all hieroglyphs to me. So sometimes I would write, and my brain could not figure the same pattern
if you said tea, that wouldn't, I could not associate a tea, what a tea looks like. My brain just didn't work. And so I was copying hieroglyphs as far as I was concerned at the time. And sometimes there were real letters, sometimes they weren't, and it was a mess. I started getting accused all the time of cheating or taking somebody else's paper because I learned to do the exact handwriting of the person I was cheating on. So that became a problem too. And I had a talent like a lot of autistic children do. I could do a math problem without doing the formula. I just had the answer like that. I could look at the problems, put down the answer. Like the Rain Man. Like Raymond in the Rain Man. So I got accused of cheating all the time in math because I never wrote out the formula. And they stuck me in rooms, and of course if they stuck me in a room with a language problem, I didn't write a thing. And they always thought I was just being an arrogant, kid. So I constantly was in detention, especially when I was in a Catholic school. I was beat by the nuns and the priests all the time because they just wouldn't take the time to understand that I had a condition. I had a brain challenge, literally. Challenge brain. So, being married, and then I had to go to school, I had to take care of the baby, and then I had to work. And the baby was crying all the time. It had colic. Of course, we were feeding it all kinds of medical formulas rather than just milk. And the baby didn't react well to anything. So I wasn't getting any sleep. I was getting irritable. My wife discovered me, and I was an idiot, so basically she wouldn't touch me. And I started staying out with the guys afterward, drinking, so I became an alcoholic. And all you have to do is say shit and a few other words like that to the guys when you're drinking. That's your life, so it's cool. So that's what I did, and I was very chronically fatigued from the time that I can remember. So I always tried to find ways to give me energy so that I could function. I lived mainly in Cincinnati from the age of 7 to 19, and it was very cold there. Snow would get 3 and 4 feet. And I couldn't get out of bed. I had fibromyalgia, and I would just ache in every joint. Get me out of bed, they had to come with a belt. And my father came from a farm, with no central heating. It was a fireplace, and of course never got to the bedrooms, which were very far away. He was raised in a quite big mansion in Illinois on the farm. And he had all the good raw milk and all the good foods that were grown right there in the farm, so of course he was healthy. So he would shut the heat off at night completely. So the house was almost as cold as it was outdoors. So it took a belt to get me out of bed. So by the time I was about 8 years old, I learned that coffee and cigarettes would give me energy. So I started smoking at 8 years old. I started going into the kitchen at night and take whatever coffee my parents left. And there was usually 3/4 of a cup of coffee. So I didn't sleep much at night. I would mostly pass out and fall asleep during class. And of course that would give me more trouble, but that's the way it was. I was terrified that there were always monsters, or my brother would come over and attack me during the middle of the night, one of my brothers. So I didn't sleep much during the night, so I'd take the coffee first thing in the morning and hang out the window, even though it was cold. After I had the coffee, hang out the window with lots of clothes on and smoke to power myself. Just maybe 4 or 5 puffs, and that would get me going in bed. So by the time I reached 19, I'd become an alcoholic, smoking 2 packs of non-filtered Lucky Strikes a day, 11 cups of coffee a day. It ate a hole in my stomach, so I had an ulcer, and I was vomiting blood, projectile vomiting blood. One time I lost 3 cups of blood in a vomit. So They put me on Maalox. The doctors put me on Maalox, and I got divorced at 19. Of course, I was separated within a year of living with my wife because I was basically an idiot, and I couldn't handle her rejection. That was why I got married in the first place, because there was no rejection with her. There was just joy. And then after we were living together, she said, "Oh my God, I've got an idiot." So, and she was number 2 in the school of intelligence. So it was quite a blow to her. So after the ulcer was treated with the Maalox, within about 5 or 6 months, a tumor formed right next to the ulcer. Rather than the ulcer sealing, the tumor formed. And when you're taking chalk, liquid chalk, which Maalox is, it absorbs all of your hydrochloric acid. And the object is absorb all the hydrochloric acid. So even though you don't digest any meats or dairy or any animal products anymore, you at least stop the acids from eating into the sore. But hey, what about the alcohol? What about all the soda pop? All that stuff that eats away, even though you're taking bottles of Maalox a day. Doctors just don't think. They only do what the pharmaceutical industry tells them to do. And all the manuals written for doctors are written by the pharmaceutical houses. Where do you think the bias is in treatment? Medication, and more medication. So I didn't get better, I got worse, so they decided to give me a vagotomy pyloroplasty, which means they severed all the vagus nerves to my stomach, so I'd never again secrete hydrochloric acid. Put me in the category of octogenarians who do not form hydrochloric acid, and they say that they are in danger of death from bacterial, parasitical, fungal invasions and viral invasions. So I had to, if I wanted an apple or a banana, it had to be steamed or boiled. Everything had to be cooked to destroy the microbes. So I really didn't understand what was told to me, but my uncle, who was matriculating for his doctorate in psychology at UCLA, brought me to California right before all that started, right after the divorce. In fact, just 3 weeks after the divorce, I was on the way to California. So, I could drive, I could function in life, but the communication skills wasn't there, and no comprehension. It was reading and communication. So, got out there, and he was very helpful because he was a psychologist. He had gotten also a master's in journalism, and he was all cum laude graduate. So he was a very smart fellow and a very kind fellow. He was only 11 years older than I. He was the youngest of my brothers, my mother's 12 brothers and sisters, family of 13. So you know how many cousins I have? Amazing. They decided that because the incision became tumorous after the surgery, it got about 1.5 inches wide at sections and up to 3/4 of an inch high, the tumor mass here. So they said, well, we have to irradiate that to stop it. So I got 10 weeks of intensive radiation therapy. Now, nowadays, you go in for radiation therapy, it's a microsecond on, a microsecond on, microsecond on, and that's it. And that in 1967, when I had it done, it was 10 minutes constant on. So what they did was they cauterized my spine. That's like taking clay, malleable clay, and firing at about cone 6. So you've got pottery, you've got a hardened substance. So my ability to move was about like this. And it was so painful. I couldn't sit without excruciating pain. If I tried to sit, it would take me up to about 5 minutes. Because I would go to sit like this, and if I pinched or cramped at all, I'd have to come back up. And then it was, very slow movements to get in there. So you can imagine all of this taking 5 minutes that I just did in about 30 seconds. So it was that excruciating. Sometimes I'd get right down to the sitting position, and I'd have to come right back up because the pain was so excruciating. So, and it also deteriorated all the bone around my teeth. So my teeth dangled in my gums. So if I bit on my own teeth, I would bleed profusely. I was getting 2 transfusions a week just from that. So up to 2. I had 1 or 2, minimum of 1 a week. So I was in miserable shape. They wanted to pull all my teeth. They said I had 3 months to live. They wanted to pull all my teeth. You know how painful it is to go over 1 pulled tooth? It takes 6 weeks or more. In an ill person, it could take a year. And they wanted to pull all the teeth. So that I understood when they talked about yanking out the teeth, with my uncle there most of the time. And I knew what this meant. No way. No way. So, and I understood die and death. For some reason, I understood what die and death meant. I understood some words, and I always gave language when I tried to understand language or sound bites. Whatever rhythm and feeling I got from the sound, I gave it a definition. So when I finally, my autism shut off, I was Mr. Malaprop. I mean, half the words I thought I understood, feeling-wise, were completely wrong. The sound and the rhythm and the tone had nothing to do with the meaning. And that's what I thought all language should be. All language should be understood in all parts of your body, like music, and it wasn't at all that way. Any language that I've ever known, except for maybe the Hawaiian language. That's the only one that I know has rhythms that match the meaning, the sounds and feeling that match the meaning. So I was in pretty bad shape. I got to be where I couldn't function standing or sitting, so I became a worm on the floor. And then the radiation therapy also gave me multiple myeloma, which is cancer of blood and bone. So they said, okay, we have to give you chemotherapy. I mean, think about this. I didn't understand it at the time, but they wanted to give me chemotherapy, and there was a 1% chance of living. Then why would you give me chemotherapy? I mean, it's the most stupid and insane thing in the world. So they gave me chemotherapy. So I went for 3 months. And can you imagine all the vomiting? And I had to keep my back straight. I had to lie on the floor, lying in my own vomit, my urine and feces. And I refused to go to a hospice to die because I was autistic and I didn't want to be ridiculed and go through all that stuff. So I had a talent. When I graduated from high school, my mother took me to a new tech school called the Cincinnati Institute of Technology. It was the first computer programming public school. And my mother, just on a whim, took me, and there was no comprehension test of language. It was mathematics and geometry and logic in the form of shapes and forms and structure. Everything right. Perfectly right. They didn't have anybody that did that well on the test. And most of the people, the professors there, and even the dean and the principal, all were under 40 years old. And they were all very bright in their fields. They were unusually apt intelligently. And they said, this guy has a learning disorder and a communication disorder. So they took me into school and they took me through everything and showed me how to do things and chart them in the charts I could do. But again, language, they had somebody who sat with me all the time. Helped because they knew they were going to make a fortune with me. So they farmed me out because I could write a program in like an hour to 2 hours and take them 6 months a year to write. So they farmed me out to IBM, to the third largest trucking company in the world as a systems analyst, Pine, BC at the time, and Carte Blanche Corporation. So I was making 80 grand a year as an idiot, 19 years old, 20 years old. So, and then all this ulcer and cancer came on in my 20th year. By the 21st year, I wasn't working very much at all. I did do some flow charts at home and stuff like that, and still made money. And I was an idiot and had a 2-bedroom house in Beverly Hills. So I was not going to leave that house. I was going to die in the house. So 2 volunteers offered to come and shop, bring it, cook it, prepare it for me. It was everything I could cook. And then clean the house. And for them to clean the house was a major job because I had all the furniture taken out of the living room and plastic drapes put up, like in bathrooms for shower curtains, because of the stench of vomit, urine, and feces. I would crawl to a different spot. And the room was probably about twice this long and about from that wall to this wall wide. So I would crawl to different spots in the room, as I soiled them, and then make the loop around, do a center loop. It took 3 days for them to come back to help me, the volunteers. And one of the volunteers was a young African-American boy, 18 years old, who was working for the Ford company and the group The Going thing, which was sponsored by the Fifth Dimension, and probably none of you remember all that unless you're my age, 63 and older. He encouraged me. How did this boy from Watts, that's where he came from, Watts, and all of a sudden he hit it big, was making 80 to 110 grand a year at 18 years old, and he was 3 years older than I. He understood nutrition, and he encouraged me to drink carrot juice and raw milk, and I was very reluctant because the word carrot, I knew, was a bad thing. Peas were a bad thing, all this stuff, because as a child, if I would eat cooked vegetables, I would projectile vomit, uncontrolled, I couldn't stop it. If you gave me Brussels sprouts, I could hit that wall over there. If you gave me peas, I could hit here. If I could hit carrots, I could hit here. So, and that's the way it was. So when he said carrot juice, carrot, I didn't know any part of that. So the milk, I did love milk. I used to drink milk galore because it was always pasteurized and homogenized, all the garbage and treated. So I wasn't healthy from that, but I loved the taste of milk. And if you've had chemo and radiation, you know that everything tastes like postage stamp glue or cardboard. Everything, absolutely everything cooked. So he finally got me to taste the carrot juice, because that's what he tried getting me to drink first. And when I took it, it had flavor. It had a robustness like Coca-Cola used to do with its effervescence and artificial flavorings. But the artificial flavorings didn't work anymore. But this carrot juice did. So I started drinking the carrot juice just because it tasted good. And then the raw milk was phenomenal, rich and delicious. So that's all I ate after that. And before that, they used to make for me, the volunteers would, and also what I did before when I could still move, I would take RC Cola or Sprite and put it with some powdered donuts or glazed donuts and blend it. And suck it through a big straw because I couldn't chew. I would bleed to death by trying to chew. So that was what I did. I would take Rice Krispies and some milk and some soda together and blend that all with 4 tablespoons of sugar. That's the way I ate. I mean, I used, Rice Krispies that were already sugar-coated, and I would use 2 to 4 heaping tablespoons of sugar on top of that. So that's another reason I was so sickly all of those years. My mother never stopped me. The only thing I didn't like was salt, and then my father made me eat that. Shake it on everything. So, after I was drinking the carrot juice and raw milk. And when I was young and vomited that way with the vegetables, my parents would force me to stay at the dinner table for up to an hour and a half after everybody else left. So it's 2 hours at the dinner table, probably 90% of my youth. If I vomited, they would put that much food right back on of the thing that I was vomiting, vegetables, cooked vegetables. So I had to train myself to mash, would cut off my sense of taste and smell, and mash the food into a mush, take a tablespoon of milk and wash it down. I got pretty good at that pretty quickly. However, keeping it down, my body just wanted to bring it back up and vomit. So it would take me 3 minutes, 4 minutes, sometimes 5 minutes per bite before I could go for the next one. Keep it down. So it was a torture every day. So when I got to on my own, it was soda pop and donuts and chips and French fries, all the worst things in the world. That's what I ate, and a lot of it. And really nothing much good, except I did love steak, and I almost had a steak every night, but it was burned crisp. So, no nutrient value in that. So that's the way I like it. I loved it crisp. Even the fat was burned to a crisp. Like I like bacon burned to a crisp. So after drinking the carrot juice and the milk, after about a year, I didn't die. I kept getting a little bit better. I was able to get off the floor and start sitting and moving about probably about 2-3 hours a day, maybe 10-15 minutes at a time before I'd be in agony again and I have to go on the floor. And I was taught yoga positions to help free up my back and to help the spine expand a little bit so it wasn't kept pinching, going out of place, pinching the vertebrae pinching the nerves that pass through the vertebrae. So it was quite taxing. By the time I had 27 years old, I had, by the way, I got evicted from that house because the medical profession took all of my money for all that treatment. It did nothing. It gave me all those diseases and all the problems. And they profit from it. It's disgusting. They all should be in prison or in straitjackets for their life. So, by the time I hit 27, I was in okay shape. I could go an hour and a half without having to go into yoga positions before the pain would build up to the point where I had to go into yoga position. So I realized, after about a few weeks on that diet, that nutrition was the thing. Also, after about 10 days, of drinking the raw milk and the raw carrot juice, the autism snapped off. I woke one morning and all of a sudden I understood prepositions, adverbs, all those words that I'd heard and connected with diagrams on a chalkboard, all of a sudden started making sense. I said, that's a noun, that's a preposition. Here's how they work. That's why they do that. And because it was diagrammed, and I had an incredible memory with diagrams. So because it was in a diagram form, I understood and I remembered what the teachers had said about parts of speech. So it all came together, so I called my uncle and I had a conversation with him. He thought it was an actor friend of his that had learned my voice and was pulling a joke on him and using all kinds of malaprops and stuff like that. So, it went on for almost 40 minutes, and he was just going along with playing with it. And once in a while, he'd say his actor friend's name, you stop beginning, it's you. But if you're enjoying this, we'll play it out. So I kept doing it. So I told him something that had happened between he and I that only he would have known. And then he was quite amazed. And he said, because I told him I wanted to go to a bookstore and buy books on nutrition. He said, it's probably not the nutrition, it's just that your chemistry finally turned over in your brain. Nutrition is the same indoctrination that everybody gets in universities. It's only the chemicals that the pharmaceutical and scientific communities make that are influential on your life, and your diet has nothing to do with your life. And that's the mentality that schools teach you. So he had that perspective. But he said, if you're going to go buy books, buy Siddhartha. It's a small book, and it's about this man who goes through all kinds of journeys in his life. And he says, you're a diehard Republican asshole. That's the way you behave. What that meant, I really didn't understand. But my father was, he was a diehard. I'm not saying that Republicans or Democrats are good, but people are people. How they have their perspective depends upon the person. I know Ron Paul is an excellent Republican. He's a wonderful person. And he's an MD. He's the one that wrote the bill and met with me and wrote the bill for raw milk that Sally Fallon squashed, or her attorney squashed. Held it up for a year and a half. And where did it go? Down the tubes. And all of Sally Fallon's attorneys, what did they do? We lost 15 farmers last year because their attorneys say, well, make this deal, let's stop this, out of business. Tried to do it to one of my farmers that are in my group. It's Kennedy, guy. And he almost got my farmer to sign an agreement with the FDA. I've got them out of the commerce clause, so they have no jurisdiction over my farmers. Like when they tried to take Amos to court, I wrote a 16-page brief, and his father, 19-page brief. They took it into court and they walked out. Why? They have no jurisdiction. I asked for a motion to quash or dismiss on a lack of jurisdiction. And I also said that if they continue to harass on that basis, then I could file suit on them, and they were forewarned. So the health department walked right out. FDA doesn't touch my farmers. So here Sally Fallon's attorneys are trying to infiltrate my farmers. So, and this was an Amish farmer in Illinois or in Michigan. So I called David and I said, David, you have a contract with two of my co-ops, that are under right to choose healthy food. You have another year of that contract. And the Kennedy told him to stop selling his raw milk, completely shut down his farm, and make a contract with the FDA. Once you get in bed with the government, they have complete power to make any regulations they want to run you out of business. And they want you out of business. They want all dairy farmers out of business. So I said, David, you're under contract. If you want us to take over your farm, we will. If you're not going to run it, we will run it. Because we've got another year on that lease. So he woke up and I said, they have no jurisdiction over you. So he called Kennedy the next day and said, I no longer want you to represent me. I'm dropping out of the fund for the farmers, whatever, legal fund for the farmers that Sally Fallon set up. And Kennedy sent me an email, copied email, and also to the FDA saying that I'm no longer representing David Stoltzetter or something like that. And if you have any contact with anybody regarding this, don't contact David. You contact Aajonus Vonderplanitz. Here's his address, his numbers, and everything. Do you think I got anything after that? They know not to mess with me because they won't win in court. And that was it. So, just two of my co-ops went without dairy just 1 week for that because I didn't find out soon enough or I would have stopped it immediately. So now they're all back to making money and having the foods and everything's great. And the FDA isn't touching us. So, I don't know what Sally Fallon and her attorneys are up to, but it's no good. No good whatsoever. And that just happened last week. But you have to understand, I realized that there was something very wrong when Sally Fallon held up my bill with Ron Paul for a year and 3 months, and they changed 3 words in the bill. And then, by the time the elections were on, the raw milk bill wasn't even introduced. And Sally Fallon did that. I kept calling her attorneys, and said, "What are you doing with this bill?" And then Ron Paul kept saying, "There's nothing we can do because she keeps saying that it needs to be altered." You've got 2 sentences in the whole bill. 2 sentences in the whole bill. And they altered 3 words. It was held up all the time. Good. So, I do not believe that Sally Fallon and her group, her attorneys, are on our side. They proved it to me over the last 2 years, 2.5 years. She goes out there and screams raw milk and everything, but I've seen government pull stuff like this before. Government people act as good people, they set up this whole thing, and then they crash everything at once because they've got the control. So, with this event that happened in this last 10 days, I am convinced of what they're doing. If it's not Sally Fallon, it's her attorneys. If Sally Fallon isn't part of it, definitely is her attorneys. Stay away from that legal fund for farmers. Stay away from it like do not give money to it. And I've been telling them all along, use a lease program, not a herd share. Why? Herd shares has no history in the courts. There's none whatsoever. Has no precedence. Leases have precedence. That's what I use, only leases. If they let one lease fall, all other leases can be challenged. So whenever my stuff goes into court, it's immediately dropped. They don't even want the judge to rule on it. Just dump. Please turn off your phone.
I apologize.
There are other ways. The lease agreements, if you know anybody who's working with, the herd share agreements, get rid of them. I've given them to Sally Fallon several times over the last 6 years. And she says, they're a good idea. My attorneys will look at it. Do you think the attorneys are going to use them? They make no money. They don't get into court except in the front door. So the attorneys have constantly rejected the lease agreement, and yet they proved it in court constantly. And yet her attorneys have lost many cases. Won a few and lost many. It's not smart. So as far as I'm concerned, I know her attorneys are working against us, but how about Sally? I don't know. I don't know if she lets her attorneys have that big of control over her decisions. And these are her decisions, not the attorneys. So I have questions about Sally for that reason. So anyway, back to my story. So I got on a bicycle at 27 years old. I was going to go out and discover with studying animals and tribes to see what could bring me back from the damage that the medical profession did. Because I went in with an ulcer, and they came out with 4 cancers. And those 4 cancers, in our medical history, no one has survived over 3 months. I am the only one who's survived over 3 months with those 4 types of cancer at the same time, having them all at once. And here it's been 42 years for me. I'm here 42 years later, and I'm doing pretty well. I turn 63 next week, a week from today. So, start my 64th year, and I'm doing pretty well. I mean, just a month ago, I was hiking up mountains in the heat of the Philippines, and the humidity. And I'm watching anybody that was hiking with me, anybody under 35 was going halfway up. I had to stop one time, so the 20-year-olds were the only ones that had to stop and wait for me. But we had to stop and wait for the other ones quite a bit. And, I seem to get healthier every year as long as I don't get in accidents and I don't get poisoning.
Right.
And even with those, I still, rise above all that stuff and get through it and get healthier. So I sat on a bicycle and traveled all over North America for almost 3 years and lived with alligators, coyotes, chipmunks, all kinds of creatures, and lived with 4 Indian tribes. The Mayans in the Yucatan and Oaxaca area, and the Yaqui Indians in northern Baja California, which is Mexico, northern Mexico. And then the Sioux, which I'm related to the Sioux. My great-grandmother on my mother's side was the Sioux Indian. And the Eskimos. And my last trip, and I bicycled all the way down, took my bicycle all the way down to the Yucatan, across the United States 5 times, up to Alaska once. And it was about 2.5 years after a little over 2.5 years by that time, bicycling. And it was September, it was mid-August when I got there in Alaska. It was already starting to get cold. Their spring and summer is all in 2.5 months, basically. So, at that time, I had been a vegetarian for 6.5 years. I've been a raw food vegetarian. I had stopped eating all the dairy, raw dairy, which was the major part of my diet before I left on the bicycle. And I just stopped eating everything with fruits and vegetables and nuts. And not many vegetables, it's mainly nuts and fruits. Lots of avocados. I go through 6-9 avocados a day just for fat. And it goes through 7 pounds of nuts a day and still be, a fraction of a pound lighter the next day, or an ounce lighter the next day. So none of that was digesting, and none of that was helping me gain weight. And you have to understand, when you live outdoors in the elements, you're dealing with temperature changes, out of the summer season that are 50 to 60 degrees change. It can be 80 degrees in the day in the desert, and then 28 degrees at night, freezing. So dealing with all those bodily changes and adapting, it takes a lot of nutrients out of the body. That's stress. That's true stress, dealing with the wind and the sun and the cold, everything, every day, every moment you're alive. And people talk about psychological stress. They have to sit down and worry about something. These doctors, they come up with these idiotic, stupid concepts. That, you're stressed out, that's causing your disease, that's causing heart problems and all that. Not in your life. It's the pollution that you're ingesting, inhaling, absorbing, eating, no matter what it is. That is what's causing your stress and anxiety and everything else. So I was with the Eskimos, and I was getting weaker and weaker as a fruitarian, raw food fruitarian. Every time I went to the tribes, they told me to eat, each of the tribes, all 4 of them told me to eat raw meat to take care of my problems. Now, the only place that I had made a leap with the raw diet was with raw flesh food. So I went back to the dialogue of the doctors who said, if you eat any meat, you will definitely get parasites. And that's pretty much brainwashed into everybody. You're going to get disease if you eat raw meat. So I thought the Indians were just trying to kill this white boy and get revenge on the lately. So I refused to do it. By the time I got to the Eskimos at 2 years and 7 months into my journeys, they said the same thing, and I was getting down to like 50 degrees at night, and the multiple myeloma had resurfaced from being on that kind of a diet. So I had fibromyalgia again. Every joint in my body ached. I was getting very weak again. I could only stand for maybe an hour at a time, bicycle for maybe 40 minutes, and then I had to get off, do some yoga for the back pain, and then take a nap from anywhere from a half an hour to an hour, and then carry on from there. So I decided, this was like the first week in September, I decided I was going to go back to California and probably kill myself, fast myself to death. And as I was getting prepared to go, they were having this celebration, and they dug this hide that was all rolled up out of the ground. It was buried about 6 inches under the surface, and they opened it, and it was patina stuff that stunk like a old slaughterhouse that had been left for 30 days and never cleaned when it was left, and smelled horrible. And there was a signal downwind, a bird call, and the call meant that it didn't smell down a half mile downwind, so they had to rebury it. It wasn't ripe enough, so they rolled it up and reburied it. I was very interested in what was going on here, because the children smelled it, and they're all jumping up and down, and everybody's anxious to eat this stuff. At least that's what I thought they were going to do, eat it. And because that's what they were saying. And I thought, God, this stuff reeks. It's horrible. What do they use it for? So they piqued my interest incredibly. So I stuck around for 5 more days, and they pulled it up, and it was ripe enough. And at that point, it was so bad that if I got within 5 feet of it, I actually started dry heaving. So I backed off further and let them have it. And they went on for 24 hours, almost 24 hours, about 22 and a half hours, eating this stuff. And they had many of them in this area, all wrapped and rolled. And it was black, patinaed, had no insects in it, no worms. But it was all molds. And I didn't know meat molded. It's sure gangrene, but I didn't put that together as an underground fungus. And they said, oh, it's caribou mixed with, seal blubber or whale blubber. I don't remember what it was. And that's what it was. And all the children, they a good handful, no matter what age they were, the adults were eating up to 2 pounds a day. And they would eat this every year at this time of the year, because in the winter they would lose bacteria. So they would fill themselves with it. And it took me many years to understand that. It's just only in the last 6 or 7 years that I talked with microbiologists that said that the body is 99% bacterial. 99% of all functions of the body are bacterially induced. And if you're in freezing climate, your bacteria gets reduced pretty quickly, because freezing destroys bacteria. So they fill up on all of this bacteria for the rest of the year, through the winter, to take them to the spring. The spring's very late. So they finally coaxed, because I saw the children getting happier. Everybody started, it's like everybody was on magic mushrooms, but without the lapses in consciousness, and without the la-la land stuff that went with it, because they were very alert and very active, and they could do amazing acrobats that were spectacular. And on magic mushrooms and other chemicals like that, you're not going to be doing flips and half gainers, half twists out of a tree. And I thought, I'm going to try some of this. So they coaxed me into having about a ping pong ball sized amount. And of course I had to clip my nose to get it down. It was very tender. It was melted like, braised in brandy lamb. and as long as I didn't smell it, I was okay. Well, I got high within minutes. Felt better, felt lighter, went back to my sleeping bag because they were partying and I was weak and I didn't feel good, although that did make me feel better. Went back to my sleeping bag. It was getting cold. I was starting to get aches in every joint, so I got in my sleeping bag. And usually in the morning, when I'd waken an hour or two before sunrise, before dawn. And that was a long, agonizing time for me because of the cold. And I was in agony every minute of that time. Then the sun would beat on the sleeping bag. I'd have to stand there 45 minutes to 2 hours before I could move with enough ease that I wouldn't stumble and fall. And then I'd get out of the sleeping bag and I'd lie in the sun naked for about a half an hour to 45 minutes. And then I was okay. I had some energy and I could maneuver. So after I had this rotten stuff, whatever it was, woke in my sleeping bag the next day, only an hour before sunrise. I felt pretty good. I was still cold and in pain, but it only took me 45 minutes to get out of the sleeping bag, and then 10 minutes naked in the sun, and I was functional. So I went back to the chief and I said, what was that herbal mixture? I know it was an herbal mixture because it looks like rotting leaves and stuff in a compost pile. You know, he said, no, it's caribou and blubber. And I thought, again, I'm not going to give the white boy the magic ingredients, you know, kill the white boy. I want the white boy to die. So we've tried a few days, kept coaxing them, and they kept telling me what it was, and I didn't believe them. So I took my bicycle. I was really too weak to bicycle back to Los Angeles from California, where it was warmer. And so I threw my bike on a freight car, bungee corded it to the side, and took freight cars all the way back to Los Angeles, most of the way. I probably bicycled about 300 miles. It was almost 2,000 miles. And I got back to an old Indian burial ground, and I decided to fast myself to death because I didn't want to live that way. I hadn't found the answer to recover. So I was fasting and just drinking water that whole time to keep the headaches down. And a den of coyotes lived up in the canyon. I was at the foothills of this old Indian burial ground. And the coyotes would come down. I'd happen to pick their foothill in their wash for some reason. And they would wake me every night about midnight, sound like a bunch of crazy people in a loony bin. And one of them you'd hear them coming down like that, and then all of a sudden only one of them would stay near my campsite and make movements and do yelling and yikes. And the others would make their way past me in the wash, trying to hide behind the brush and stuff like that. So after about 10 days of this, it got to be where I was pretty psychic at this time, much like when I was autistic. I had used a lot of psychic abilities for survival. And I was able to spot every one of the coyotes, so I picked out 10 of them that were passing and the one that was there. Then, coincidentally, the next night, the coyotes hunted and caught a jackrabbit and offered it to me. They had ripped it open at the throat, all the way down to the tummy, and then put it on my bare feet, because I mainly went in a loincloth, except at night I wore robes. And I had beard and long hair, so I looked like I was back in the BCs. This rabbit was on my feet, and it was warm. One of the reasons I stopped eating meat was because I loved animals, except for the human animal. And I loved animals, so I didn't want to hurt them. I didn't want to kill them, eat them. And then here are the Easter bunnies on my feet. I had been 6.5 years. And the coyotes were coaxing me to eat this. And all of a sudden, a dialogue spewed by my uncle when my brothers and my cousins were going rabbit hunting went through my head, I think verbatim. And he said to my brothers and his sons, when you shoot a wild rabbit and you cook it, you have to cook it till it's completely dark on the inside. Can't be any pink because wild rabbits contain a microbe that will take over your intestines and very painfully and kill you within 48 hours. And you won't be able to get back to civilization from the woods, unless somebody else goes for you. And if you all eat it, you're all going to die together. So this was the dialogue. So I thought, the coyotes want to help me die fast because I can go 40, 60 days fasting before I die. So I thought, 2 days of pain, easy. What I've been through in my life, I can handle 2 days of severe intestinal pain. So I picked up the rabbit and started eating it. And of course, it was raw, raw meat, especially warm, never refrigerated and all of that. So I was upchucking it every bite. So I went back to my days at home eating the vegetables that I had to keep down and not vomit. So I did that. I psyched myself for 5 minutes and then got into eating the rabbit and ate it, bite at a time. And after about 10, 12 bites, my body craved it. It was delicious. So I started devouring it. Not as quickly as a dog, but I was devouring it pretty quickly. And I ate 3.5 pounds. The jackrabbit's about 7 pounds. So the coyotes shared the rest. I went back to my campsite to die, wait for it to come on. And I figured that I was dying because on my walk back to my campsite, I felt good. And the only times I ever felt good in my life was on my near-death experiences. I died twice on the operating table, was revived, and once on a recreational drug experience where I was over a heater. Had that heater been on to 110 degrees, I would have died. And during those near-death experiences, I left the body, and there was no pain. And that's what I was feeling, though. Every step that I took after eating that rabbit, I felt lighter and better. So I got back to my sleeping bag, and I expected to go through the tunnel of light and, into heaven and all of that. I've been a pretty okay person. I never killed anybody or did anything bad, so I figured I'd go to heaven. And I woke the next morning. I didn't go through any tunnel of light. I didn't go to heaven. I didn't go anywhere. I was right there in the sleeping bag with very little joint pain, even though it was cold, because this was already, October or late September. And in the desert, it gets very cold. I was able to get out of the sleeping bag in less than 30, 45 minutes. I was in the sun 10 minutes, naked. I was functional and felt better than I had in my entire life. So this went on for 3 days. I didn't have one cramp. I didn't have diarrhea. I didn't have vomit or anything during that whole 3 days with that 3.5 pounds of rabbit in me, that jackrabbit. So after 3 days, I realized the medical profession and everybody's been lying to everybody. I have no hydrochloric acid from the vagotomy, and here I got no parasites. I got no ill effects from eating this raw meat. And here they told me I'd never even be able to eat anything raw again, much less even think about getting near raw meat. So I realized it was all a scam. I was very angry. Angry. I used to envision taking doctors and torturing them. During this phase, I lined them up at the hospitals and shot them down at the legs first, the feet and then the knees. And my anger was so violent and vicious that that's all I could imagine for weeks and weeks. So I stayed away from civilization and was eating snakes and birds and trapping birds, eating chipmunks, whatever I get a hold of. Scorpions, I'd break the poison gland off of it, tarantulas. There's not much food in the desert. So I decided once I calmed down a bit, I would start bicycle to the farms around and made deals to milk cows, goats, shovel manure in exchange for eggs, dairy, butter, all kinds of dairy, and meats. So in about 2.5 months, I put on 50 pounds. And I looked better than I'd ever had in my life. I thought, the Indians were lying to me. They were really trying to help me all this time. And I was so brainwashed by, even though I thought I wasn't, brainwashed still by societal garbage and their myths, medical myths, that, that here I was getting to be a healthy individual. So I went back to Los Angeles on my bicycle and spread the word. Raw meat is the way to go. Everybody says, oh my God, you're kidding, you get a brain fluke and you'll be an idiot. I said, I've been there and done that. This is the only thing that's ever made me feel really healthy in my entire life. So I'm going to continue to do it. You believe what you want to believe. I know better. So I continue to eat meat 3 days a week, just one meal a day, 3 days a week. That's all. I had probably 2 pounds of meat a week. That was it. And it was mainly chicken and fish. I didn't get into beef at that time. I still had been indoctrinated that was really bad too by vegetarianism. So after I'd been on the diet eating that way and kept getting healthier and healthier, really healthy, I happened to go visit my parents on Jekyll Island, Georgia, while I was waiting to hear if my first book would be published, because I had spent a month in New York City visiting publishers, getting my manuscript out on a healthy diet. And I ate a poison mushroom. I didn't know it was the death cap mushroom. It was in a lawn. I know how to identify the amanitas. There's a little cup at the base right at the dirt line, so you can know I was identified by that. Obviously, somebody had used some inorganic fertilizer, some chemicals, some pesticides, something, and the mushroom had deformed, and the cup was 2 inches underneath the dirt line. And I didn't know that at the time, so I picked this mushroom this big, this thick, and it's a death cap. The only mushroom that will kill you in the world that we know of. Other amanitas will make you very sick but not kill you. So I was walking on the beach, eating this thing slowly and deliciously. It was incredibly delicious. And within 4 hours, I was in convulsive vomit. I lost about 20 pounds in 24 hours. Diarrhea and vomit. Diarrhea and vomit, constant. I was in cramps so badly for 20 minutes at a time, excruciating pain, I would pass out. Wake 20 minutes later, make sure I barely moved anything, and I could only crawl like I did earlier on my elbows and get around. And I had 20 minutes to eat before I go back into the cramps again. So this went on for 10 weeks. So I ate a tremendous amount. My girlfriend helped me through all this. She ate the mushroom, but she vomited immediately. I didn't. I didn't vomit any of it. I just had dry heaves. And then when I started eating, everything would come up. And then after I found that after I vomited, if I ate immediately, that would stay down. But if I waited, then I'd have to vomit again. So I learned I had to eat immediately after I finished vomiting to hold it. So I was eating anywhere from 1 pound to 2 pounds of butter a day with about 3 bananas and some milk. And that got me through it and destroyed about 90% of my liver and gave me blood and bone cancer again. So the leukemia in my blood was destroyed twice as much as it had been before. So it took me 11 and a half years to get through that, but after 1.5 years after having the mushroom and going through that in a very slow process of getting well, I began eating meat twice daily. Then I started getting well faster. It still took me 11 and a half years, but I completely recovered from it. And then I learned that I could eat raw meat every day, twice a day, and feel better and do better. So again, I got rid of the myth that you have to eat only small amounts. You're going to eat, raw meats. So I still was told every time I ate meat, you're going to get a brain fluke, you're going to be an idiot. So after 13 years of hearing it, after about 10 years of hearing it, it worked into me, and I thought, am I really going to get a parasite from eating this? And I would still eat it. And I'd still feel better. Everything would be fine. And after 13 years, I said, wait a minute. I have no hydrochloric acid. I've never gotten a parasite. And one time I went on a 42-day fast, and I came off the fast, and it happened to be on a Sunday night, and there were no stores open, and I was starving to death. So I went in garbage cans at supermarkets to get any food that was in there. I went to a fish store and pulled out a huge chunk of salmon. It was probably about 3 pounds. I thought, why did they throw this away? It doesn't smell bad, So right there in the garbage can, I ate probably about a pound of it, and then wrapped it up and took it home. And then a few hours later, I was famished again. That pound just went through me like that. And I opened the thing, and there are pinworms about this long, little ones, all different sizes of pinworms. So they threw it away because this thing was full of pinworms. And I had just eaten probably 10,000 eggs or more, and probably 50 pinworms. I thought, it's the only thing I have to eat. I'm going to eat it anyway. So I ate it. And then within 48 hours, I was petrified. I'm going to be an idiot again. It's going to work on my brain. It's going to work on my intestines. It's going to work on everything. So I took my feces, urine, blood every 10 days for 10 weeks. Had my blood checked, and no parasites, no signs of nothing, any of it. So I realized the medical profession, at this 13-year mark, I went back to that and I thought, this is all a myth. This is all a fantasy. Let me go see where they've done these experiments and tests and prove that parasites create, that raw meat creates parasites. So I went to about 6 universities, major universities that probably have done that kind of work. They do certain laboratories use certain kinds of animals quite a bit. So I went to those universities. Not one experiment had ever been done to prove that feeding raw meat to any animal would create parasites. It was a myth, an absolute myth. Again, I spent 3 weeks in the fantasy of ripping heads off of doctors and putting parasites in them, sewing their heads back on, letting them recoup from the surgery, and then deal with the parasites. So, just all this crap that we're taught that's just not real, and this keeps us in agony and disease. So, there's the story. Here I am, 42 years beyond my death sentence. I had no cancers. I don't have diabetes. I don't have psoriasis or angina pectoris anymore. I don't have all those incurable diseases. And I'm here pretty vital for my age. So that's what I learned. I hope I've imparted some very good stuff to you, and then you can act accordingly for the rest of your life. Now, this is the end of I weaved a lot of things into that story for whatever reason, just to do something different, I guess. So this introductory has been much longer than it was supposed to be. And when I get into the workshop following this, it'll be about 5 hours of information, maybe more. And then I'll do mini consults after that. I think we have 5 to do, where I take a look at the mounds in the hands, similar to the Chinese method. And I will tell people how their glands are active or inactive and how their blood's doing. And I'll give them suggested foods. I won't give you a dietary program like I do when I see an individual, when I photograph the irises and look at the hands. Then I give a complete analysis of what I see, the toxins, where they've stored in the body, what parts of your body or systems are poisoned and not working properly, and what you can do to change that in the foods that you can eat. So I'll tell you how much to eat, when to eat, and what to eat every day for every week. And then that takes about 70 minutes to do all that, almost an hour and 15 minutes. The minis are 6 to 10 minutes. The minis are $40. The full consult initial is $385. Follow-ups are $315, and they take about 55 minutes to an hour, the follow-ups. So that's what's going to happen after this workshop. But the workshop is $95 to stay. And if you want to stay, what you will learn is I'm going to take you through the human body, how it responds, how it works, so you'll see how simple it is and how it is supposed to work, so you'll never be afraid of your body again. And then I'm going to take you through how food works in the body, why it works the way it is, food combinations, and a dietary pattern of eating so that you can stay more focused in every day and be as productive and with the least discomfort with any disease you have until eventually you've corrected and you've reversed and corrected and healed. So that's what we'll do in the workshop. If you haven't signed up, then see Vicki, and she will sign you up and take your money. And I've only brought a few books this time, only 2 of We Want to Live, 6 of the recipe book, and then the DVD, which is basically this workshop that was done at UCLA 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago. And a lot of people like that because there's so much information that I give at the workshop. No way you can retain it. I had one fellow who was skin and bones and dying, and the doctors couldn't find out what was wrong with him. Literally 5'10" and a half, and he was down to 76 pounds. So literally, he was in a wheelchair. Couldn't go anywhere without a wheelchair. So within 6 months on the diet, he had gained 70, 80 pounds, vibrant health, in perfect condition after the doctors had treated him for 3 years. Nothing happened, just kept deteriorating. He is so interested in learning what I do. He shows up at many workshops. He'll attend 5 a year. And he says, every time I go there, because of the experience of being on the diet, I learned just as much as I did the first time. So that's why I made the DVD for the people who really want to know a lot. They will have the workshop with them. It's 5.5 hours, and you will have everything you need that you can keep listening back to. Now, the newest things that I get when I'm experimenting, only the people who are doing the current workshops get that information, and that isn't in there. However, I do have a newsletter. I write 6 a year. Nothing is timely because I travel so much. It isn't one every 2 months. Sometimes it's 3 or 4 within a month after 4 weeks. So 4 months have gone by. But you get 6 a year, and they have all of that stuff that I'm learning, the new experiments that I'm doing with people to reverse certain kinds of illnesses and diseases and to get healthier, no matter what it is, whether it's an athlete I'm working with or someone who's ill. And you can subscribe to the newsletters at wewantolive.com, and it's all spelled out except when you get to the to live. The TO is the numeral 2. So we want and live are spelled out, but 2 is the numeral 2.com. And you can subscribe there. And there you can read if you subscribe, you get all of the past newsletters way back to 2006. All of those are going to compile in my next book on detoxification, so all that information will be in that book. So you have a way before the book. It will be published probably in 2 years. So if you're interested, that is available to you. So we're going to take a break now, and this will be about a 15-minute break. It's only going to be the only long one. Otherwise, we have 2 10-minute breaks along the way, and we have to keep them down to those minutes because the day gets very long. Sometimes I've gone out of these things at 1 o'clock in the morning, The last one I did in Florida, we didn't finish till 10:30 by the time I finished doing 12 minis. So we'll keep the breaks to a minimum time, but do and there's great food from. Okay, terrific. If anybody wants to move up, fine. If you're there, fine. He's back there that he can hear me fine, so it's no problem. Sit where you want. Okay, first we're going to talk about the human body. And we have three circulatory systems: the blood, the lymphatic, and the neurological fluids. The thinnest is the neurological fluids. Very thin solutions, but full of heavy metallic minerals. The bloodstream is much thicker, and the red and white blood cells are supposed to carry oxygen and remove carbon dioxide. That is their sole job. Red blood cells are to carry oxygen for fat utilization for oxidization, the citric acid cycle, to utilize fat as fuel. The white blood cells are supposed to take the carbon dioxide and remove it from the cells and pass it out through the air canals or through the skin, and it's limited to that. That is their sole function. Imagine if that's all your blood had to do, how strong and healthy you would be. The lymphatic system is a very thick, slow-moving system. It is predominantly fat. And the lymphatic system in healthy animals does two jobs. It feeds every cell in the body, and it removes all the waste in the body. In animals that are sick and fed toxic substances, including human animals, the lymphatic system has been reduced to not feeding the system anymore, but only removing toxicity. So, what has changed in the human body to feed every cell in the body? Mainly the bloodstream. So now the bloodstream has a job that is a full-time job of its own. Now a full-time job that it's not supposed to be doing and it was not equipped to do. The reduction of your energy level is extreme. 100 years ago, before there was hydrogenated fats and processed oils, everybody ate animal fats. That's all they got was animal fats. I mean, in Italy, you had the olive, trees, and then your olive oil. But that was about the only oil that was a pressed oil that you could get all throughout Europe. In the United States, it didn't exist unless it was imported here, and only the wealthy could afford it. So everybody who ate fat in this country ate animal fat. Strength was phenomenal. I remember when my grandparents farmed, the workers were taking 60-pound bales, 60 to 90-pound bales of hay and throwing them up 12 feet in the loft. Now you're lucky if you see a guy lift one from here to there. They've got a forklift to do it. And the guys can't throw anything anymore like that. Think about the energy loss we have had in the last 100 years. And what has happened? All these hydrogenated fats, margarine, processed vegetable oils, they harden in the system. They don't burn well. They don't give you good solid energy. So these are the basic energy losses in the system. Then there's another major energy losses because a lot of metals will store in fat, and a lot of toxicity will store in the fat. There are only two main regions in the body that are naturally high in fat: the brain and the bone marrow.
The brain is 60 to 80% fat. Call me a fathead, I'll take it as a compliment. The bone marrow is 60 to 80% fat, depending upon what the person eats. So, where do the toxins go if you don't have a lot of excess on the outside? Brain and the bone marrow. If it gets into the bone marrow, like it does in most children, because so many children are thin, or used to be, it went into the bone marrow. Well, what does the bone marrow do? The bone marrow is a breeding ground for the red and white blood cells. They breed there, and they mature there most of the time, and then when they're mature, they enter the bloodstream for their activities. So think, if you've got metallic poisons and other chemicals in the bone marrow, are those red and white blood cells developing properly? Are they going to be deformed? Are they going to function on a lower level? Absolutely. So you see what has happened in the last 200 years in changing the dietary system. And the King and Queen of England, the Windsor family, are the biggest assaulters of that. Because they own 70% today, 70% of all food manufacturing in the world. They used to own 90%. So, they're the ones that started all the salt mines all over the world. In fact, they were so tyrannical that if any Indian, their major salt mines were in India, any Indian was caught making their own salt in the ocean, it was a death penalty. Death penalty. And that went on until 1947, until Gandhi started having a campaign and doing marches at the shoreline and making their own salt. In those demonstrations, hundreds of people were clubbed to death. Hundreds. Just so they could get the right to make their own salt. They didn't have to buy it from the stores in the King and Queen. They would help their coffers. How can you be so filthy rich, the richest family in the world, and do that? You know, conceptually, it's beyond me. Especially if you're supposed to be a Christian. You know, how can you do something like that and sleep at night? I think we must be in hell on earth. Hell is on earth. Obviously, if that's what kind of a system we have here. So, the body has done a tremendous amount of changes, gone through a tremendous amount of changes, and not toward the better, just towards survival and getting through disease. In the neurological system, in that fluid, because the neurological system and brain, the neurons in the brain, transfer light and conduct electricity, they use the predominant amount of trace mineral metals that are in food. And you have trace minerals, you have arsenic, you have lead, aluminum, mercury, cadmium. All of the metallic minerals are utilized in the nervous system for the brain and nervous system to work, for us to be able to function like this and to be cognizant. When you cook a food, you fractionate the ionic bonds with all the other ions that make it all proper and function so that those metals are not a poison but an asset. What happens when you cook your foods? Create a lot of free radicals. Goes to the brain and nervous system. So now the brain and nervous system are overloaded with these toxic metals. And it's not in a good unison and in a good variety, and it doesn't function properly. So if you're expecting somebody to behave, especially children, who are still almost all animal, functioning on instinct, and immediate reactions to chemistry that adults have learned to control, you expect them to behave, and you're feeding them garbage. It's like expecting a drunk to be sober, or an elephant to be a mouse.
It's irrational to think that way. Beating the kid isn't going to really change anything, except over a long period of time. Gets enough abuse, he will learn to harness that and change. But let's do it naturally. And how do we do it naturally? You feed the children properly. You observe their changes after what they eat. And you'll learn very quickly from children what you need to eat and not eat. But most children are raised on the worst foods in the world, and they lose their instincts and everything else. I found children that won't eat anything but the worst garbage food. A lot of children will eat the right things if they're given them, but a lot of children won't. Down syndrome children, I can get them eating well for maybe 3-6 weeks. After that, on the 8 that I have worked with, they refuse to eat anything but the worst foods after that first 3 to 6 weeks. Their chemistry is entirely changed. And there's no recovery for them. And you see that 3 to 6 weeks, you can see they're getting cognizant, they're changing, they're removing themselves from that state, and then all of a sudden something clicks. Only junk food, and they go right back into their Down syndrome. So the body can respond and work very well if you feed it properly. So, how do we feed it properly? Alimentary canal, we need to study that. What is in the mouth that promotes digestion? We've got salivary glands that secrete fluid that prepares food for digestion. And what is in that? There are various enzymes. The predominant one is ptyalin. Only the horse has it. It is to break down certain sugars. But the sugars that our ptyalin are designed, and many vegetarians, when I was a vegetarian, I say, see, humans are supposed to eat sugars. But then when you see how much ptyalin is in the saliva, it's a minuscule amount. And it's designed to break down the sugars in milk, not starches, like the horse. So it's a different variety, a different medium of ptyalin. What we have is mainly acidic bacteria in the mouth. We have more bacteria than dogs and cats have. In fact, the only creature I know that has more bacteria in the mouth, starts to say palate and mouth at the same time. You like my new word? Mallet? in the mouth is the fly. And that animal regurgitates all this fluid onto its host, its meal before, so it's pre-digested outside before it even takes it into the system. And then when our food goes down the esophagus, goes into the stomach. And what happens when it hits the stomach? Hydrochloric acid is the main fluid that secretes, that the stomach lining manufactures and secretes into it. Now, what is hydrochloric for? Proteins and meats. Our hydrochloric acid is not like the hydrochloric acid of a cow or a sheep that are designed to break down the proteins and cellulose. Ours is strictly for animal products. You can put that hydrochloric acid from our stomachs on vegetables and it'll break it down maybe 2-6%. That's it. You put it on meat and it's there just working away. Put it with dairy and it's there working away. So our the enzymes, the digestive juices that we have, and it's mainly hydrochloric acid, that is for meats and animal products, is to break down larger molecules of food or larger particles of food so that bacteria can invade it and digest it. Now 80 to 90% of digestion is bacterial. Remember that 99% of the body is bacterial. In the intestines, it's 80 to 90%. Could have been even more hundreds of years ago, but there's no way for me to study that. But right now, it's 80-90% of digestion is bacterial. So, what happens next? We move down the duodenum, which is the end of the stomach, before we dump into the intestines. And what's secreted there? Bile. And what does bile do? Bile breaks down fats. And if you take human bile and put it with vegetable oils, guess what? Very little happens. You put it with animal fats of any kind, dairy fats, any of them, and wow, it starts working very, very well. What happens if you don't eat fat and you're eating a lot of rice or grains, or you're not eating fat? The body takes those carbohydrates and converts them into acetone, fats. Guess when the bile is dumped into the food? Way down in the lower part of the small intestine. When that digestion happens at that late stage with grain fats that are formed from carbohydrates, what happens? The bile stays completely, or let's say 80% unprocessed properly. And that causes yellow skin. So the yellow race is yellow because of bile. I have many Chinese on this diet in Singapore, and guess what? They're no longer yellow after 6-7 years on the diet. No longer yellow. And these were yellow people. The bile is strictly for, in the human, is strictly for animal products. The bile and hydrochloric acid continue to secrete throughout the small intestine as 10 to 20% of digestion. The rest, as I keep reiterating, is bacteria. So, what does that mean? Bacteria is alive. It's a creature. It goes in and eats something. Oh my God, we eat shit and piss. That's our diet. We eat the waste products of bacteria. And when you think about the medical profession thinking that their bacterial theory, which is that bacteria creates disease, then you realize that they are so off the mark that they should never be listened to, ever. Anything they say, do the opposite. Absolutely anything they say, do the opposite. And 99% of the time you will be right. And anyway, why would you ever go to a doctor to learn about health? They know nothing about health. They know drugs, surgeries, and disease. That's all they know. Now, who would you rather go to learn about being a millionaire? Would you go to the guy flipping hamburgers, or would you go to Donald Trump? Going to the doctor is like going to the guy flipping hamburgers. You're not going to achieve what you want to achieve, ever. And even the alternative ones are not really alternative. They still believe the body's being attacked by microbes. That's because they haven't studied anything. They just listen to what they're taught in school, and whoever dictates what books get into the schools dictates the mentality of learning. And we know who they are. They are the politicians who are run by the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry. So, you will learn nothing in school about health, and you will learn nothing about health from a doctor. Ever. Anything at all. So, the food goes down and is digested, and then it gets into the bowel. Now, wait a minute. We already have a small intestine. Why do we have to jump to a large intestine? What is the difference in environment? Different kinds of bacteria. The interesting thing is, though, that we are most like the pig in digestive tract. Every tribe that I visited, and all pigs have trichinosis, the whipworm in the small intestine. And the whipworm can digest about double what a bacteria can digest in 24 hours. That means that, and they still give you the same kind of concentration and quality of nutrients. The waste from the trichinosis worm, whipworm, and the bacteria, the intestinal bacteria. Now, the whipworm does not live in the colon. What lives in the colon? E. coli. Now, they used to come out and say, oh, E. coli's bad. And then a lot of scientists and a lot of people with common sense that were experimenting said, wait a minute, E. coli's not bad. So what happened? They came up with a 157H7, the bad E. coli. Wait a minute, all E. coli was bad. Now you're saying they're good, but this one is bad? And where does that 157H7 come from? I haven't found one in nature anywhere. It's created by General Electric, part of their germ warfare chemistry. And General Electric has been undercover a bacterial warfare developer that nobody knows about. I knew about it because my father was involved in it. And he used to be part of those experiments, working, he helped design the torture chambers, for experimentation and stuff like that. And up until he died, he was secretive about it. And the only time that I could get enough information out of him when he was in the last year. And it's when he wasn't as controlled by his fears and his commitment. But he thought he was a guy. He's a Nazi. My father was a Nazi. And he developed that way. You've got to control people. He tried to control us all with violence. I mean, he used 2x4s to beat us with. Wiffle ball bats and stuff like that. And he tortured us quite a bit. That was the attitude, but General Electric, you never know it. You just think they're appliances. They are the biggest war manufacturer and contractor in the world. It is the most secretive company in the world and one of the biggest. They now moved into banking in the East, Far East. They own a predominant amount of banks, throughout Thailand and all over the place. This is a nasty company. So they developed the 157H7 E. coli, which isn't found in nature. And when they had that spinach E. coli escapade 2 years ago, I went out there with 5 other doctors. We couldn't find not one 157H7. And it's interesting what happened. You had the county, you had the state health department, all in that area, and the FDA came in and said, everybody out. And the FDA said, oh, we found the 157H7 in there. Oh, yeah? Well, we couldn't find it there. So I went to Davis, and I've got a friend, or had a friend that was in the biology department. He just left last year. And he said, they didn't get theirs in nature. Their sample came from the FDA. So you have to understand that there's a whole plot to destroy organic farming and blame it on bacteria. That food's not good. Your fertilizer has to be chemical fertilizer approved by and made by Dow and Monsanto. And you see where this is going. There was a law passed just this last year that says that the FDA has the ability to control what you grow, how you grow it, even in your own garden, for national security, because you could cause an epidemic. You're not going to be able to grow good food, and organically. Not going to happen in this country within the next 10 years. It's going to be obsolete. So I suggested everybody get some money together and go to some primitive place. I just bought 2 farms in these last few months, 2 farms. And let me tell you, they're all jungles. There's no electricity in either of the places. They only live in grass huts. where I've got the property. It'll be, and it takes over an hour and a half to get to these two places, and one place has no paved roads anywhere around for 60 miles. So it's going to be a long time, both Thailand and the Philippines. So it's going to be a long time before industry or anybody gets to where I am. And I've picked locations where there are national forests that also will be slower to allow people to do anything because of their national forests. They're supposed to be preserved. So they have to go through that battle to change the area where I am. So if you want good foods, you better start thinking right away that this country may not be a place for it. The reason I didn't go to South America is because Bush and Cheney and that group, that very wealthy family from the Rockefellers, is buying up tremendous amounts of property in South America. Extraordinary amounts of land. And all the water systems throughout there. Because they know that water is going to be the main source of profit in the future. So I stayed away from it because I didn't want to be involved in those type of people, be around them. And who knows what they could do overnight. So that's why I didn't go to South America. Central America has already been bastardized terribly. Century 21 owns it and is jacking up the price of everything, and it's ridiculous. So growing foods and having healthy foods is going to be very, very important. Have your own garden right away. Support your local farmers and fight these these changes. 5-6 years ago, Bush and Cheney and his bud cronies went to Bolivia. I think it was Bolivia, and they set up a puppet government there, and the government declared that no one could collect rainwater that was owned by a company that was endorsed by the government. That means nobody could collect rainwater, just like nobody could get their salt in India and make their own salt from the ocean. They had to buy their water. They had to pay a company to have water piped in, and they had to use only water that way. Well, 80% of that country collects rainwater, and that's their water source for the whole year, and they have to pay for it. That country, after a year of that, came and took over the government and nearly killed every one of those government officials. So it stopped it. That's maybe what it takes here. It took that kind of violence and that many people to oust the government officials that allowed that ruling. And that ruling was changed over, and Bush and Cheney's trust company that was the water manufacturers down there, the water distributors, that company was run out of that country. But they're still going to try to do it. These are greedy, sick, bad people. So we are going to have to do something about it in this country if we want to be able to grow our organic foods. Always right now the key is commerce. Government only has jurisdiction over commerce. So if you have a private club of citizens who owns a herd, like we own Amos's herd. Amos doesn't own his herd. We own the herd. Our club owns the herd. Right to Choose Healthy Food and the individual clubs, Rawson clubs. We own the herd. He doesn't. He services us. He takes care of the cows. He milks the cows. He bottles the milk for them. We pay him per bottle for his services, but he doesn't own the herds. He doesn't own the animals. That takes it out of the realm of commerce. That's the whole point. They have no jurisdiction over this. Of course, all they have to do is make a law and change that, but until then, that's what we can use. If they decide to change it, that puts their own businesses in jeopardy and makes them sitting ducks too. But, It's like this new, health insurance, this social health. Everybody is under the law of it, but who? Congress. Congress doesn't have to do any of it. They're the ones that shipped it in. So take a look at this. These are people that don't care about you, and they're supposed to be representing the people and the Constitution. So you've got to fight them if you want anything done. And if it takes violence like it did in 1776, it takes violence. They've given us no other choice. So, the large bowel has mainly E. coli. Now, the E. coli is a specified bacteria that breaks down fat and protein molecules into the finite form and chemistry that feeds the brain and the nervous system. The brain and nervous system gets nutrients for the whole body, everywhere, but when it comes to the actual activity and strength of the brain, most of the nutrients in the best form come from those E. coli. So that whole department, bowel, is separated from the small intestines for the brain and nervous system. It is left at the end of the tract. Why? Because most of the food's already broken down to the point where now the E. coli can break it down farther, anything that remains. And of course we pass food that's never even digested at all. You look at vegetarian animals and they're passing huge amounts of undigested hay or straw, dried grasses. And they have a tendency to like dried grasses, sometimes more than the fresh grasses. But they will eat predominantly fresh grass if they have the opportunity. In winter, they have a tendency to like the hay and the straw better, even if you give them the fresher grasses. Why? Because they can build fat better from the dry hay, the straw. That is their system. Ours is different. Ours is always toward animal products. So, in the sigmoid colon at the bottom of that tract, the body holds on and absorbs all of the nutrients that have been digested. All of the waste product of the E. coli and the other bacteria that are there. Our bodies absorb all of that digested food, which is basically the urine and feces and secretions of the bacteria. So a lot of people say, you don't eat shellfish because they eat the waste, they eat feces, at the bottom of the ocean. Well, we eat feces all throughout our intestines, all throughout our bodies. That is the nature of bacterial responses. We live off of other creatures. We aren't like plants that are rooted in the ground that eat rock. When it rains, it dissolves rock. They eat the rock, and they can make it into a food. But do you see them running around? Do you see a tree addressing you and giving a lecture? No, because they have to be rooted in the ground to be able to eat rock. That is their whole job. They cannot be mobile and eat rock. It is too specific of a job. So they have to be rooted and isolated and stationary. 50% of their job is digesting rock and making it into a life form. We don't have that ability to make life forms from non-life forms. We have to take life forms and just transform them into something else, into us. Very different. And vegetarians act like we're trees or plants and stuff like that. And it's not logical. Just not logical. So, let's take a look at the glands and organs. And we see that all the digestion is all made for animal matter. Not even fruits. We can't eat fruits. And we will digest them, and we will process them, but will we do it healthfully? Now, when I talk about food, I will address fruits are helpful for us now as medicine. And certain fruits do certain things to help us get somewhere. But if we were ideally evolved on a proper diet for a human, we would be like the Eskimos, like the Maasai, like the Samburu, like the Fulani before they were changed over into an agricultural society, that live without any fruit, without any vegetation, and live purely on milk and meats. No diseases, not even dental caries. Live long lives to 150 years old as a matter of course. You have couples that have been together for 128 years. Can you imagine being married to the same person for 128 years and still liking them? You better be healthy and your system better work well.
Or you better be demented.
Well, I don't think you're going to like anybody if you're demented. So take a look at that. I mean, these are people who are so healthy and they're so happy and they're so self-satisfied in their own containment of their bodies that it doesn't take another person to make them happy, and another person cannot make them unhappy if they're a nice person. Of course, you can have somebody who's torturous and mean and nasty, but you don't find them in those tribes. So think about that. Your health determines your attitude, your temperament. We were talking during the break, we were talking about we've got all these guys out there, who spend $20 on the best grade of oil for their car and then eat the worst garbage in the world in their own systems. It doesn't really compute. Why? Because really, their brains are fried. Literally fried. French fries, chips, and beer. Think about it. What's that going to do to a brain? And then all the vaccines that we get. Do you know that there is no autism in the Amish or Mennonite communities that don't have vaccines? No autism. Think about that. And the Quakers too. No autism. Only in the groups that get vaccines do we have autism. So, you can poison the body, make it not work, make you radical, make you uncontrollable, make you antisocial, but it all comes down to what goes in the body. Specific. How many people are codependent? How many people are unsatisfied? Two people come together, they've got a great chemistry together, everything's wonderful, and all of a sudden, what goes wrong? Dissatisfaction in the body, always. The body doesn't feel stable. The body doesn't feel happy. It's wanting. So what happens? That gets transferred into psychology. People are trying to take from outside the wrong things to make them happy and settled. When it all comes down to food. Let me give you an example of that. Had an antisocial person, about 6 foot tall, a bear of a man. Nasty temper. He became a landscape artist so he wouldn't have to deal with people. And of course, trees and plants don't talk back even if he cuts the hell out of them. So, that's the profession he chose. A lot of people he knew that he worked for were on this diet. So he started thinking, well, maybe I'll try the diet. These people are getting healthier. I'm watching them. So he was on and off the diet. And he's a manic depressive, schizophrenic, all the labels. He fit into all of them. So he's on and off the diet. And I said, he goes by the name Tarzan. Really not his name. And I said, Tarzan, just eat the high meat and see what it does for you. Your anxiety, he's got like 12 activity rings. So athletes have 7 to 14 activity rings, which means you have to be active tremendously. So he's in the right profession, but he would take days off. And a person like that can't take days off because their glands don't take days off. So it's just like you see these athletes, they go on sabbatical, they take a month off from training, and they start throwing each other across the bar and getting all these fights and beat up their wives and children. They can't help it. They're producing all these activity hormones, and you've got to spend it in physical activity. If you don't, you're going to take it out in anxiety. And where's that anxiety going to take you if you're not a healthy person? Not into a good avenue of behavior. So, everything that goes into the body determines everything that you do and think. Remember that. How you function. It's like you put good fuel, you put everything into a good working machine and it will be great. You pop French fries and chips and beer and stuff like that, and what's going to happen to the body? The nervous system malfunctions, the pancreas malfunctions, the intestines don't do well because now we have food that they're not meant to digest, and they're trying to change over and do something and digest things that they don't want to digest because they weren't made to digest it. But they will for survival. But that doesn't mean you're going to function well nor be happy. So, okay, we're going to talk about the glands. We have the pituitary gland, and it's supposed to regulate growth and healing potential. Growth hormones are a major factor that come from the pituitary. Now, are growth hormones limited to the pituitary? No. We have beaucoup stem cells in the bone marrow. That is the main place where we get growth hormones and stem cells, not from the pituitary. Then we have the pineal gland, or some people say pineal gland, tomato, however you say it. The pineal gland is supposed to regulate consciousness. Now, like I've always said, I don't know anybody conscious enough to be able to validate it. Even the masters, so-called masters. So, who knows? They say it's the seat of consciousness, and that it mainly works while you're asleep in the dream state, so you can transfer to other states in the dream state. And boy, you can dream some bizarre stuff. So it does transcend these boundaries. And the pineal gland seems to be more active during sleep than any other time. That's the only evidence I have it, but I can't prove it. So, then we have the tonsils. What do the tonsils do? Anybody know what the tonsils do? They protect the brain from toxicity. So when did tonsillitis become a big thing in the major population of all European and United States countries, or North American countries? Pardon? 50s. And why? Well, late 40s and 50s. Why? Canned foods. In fact, there are theories that World War II was created in America for the canned food industry to be spurred. Think about that. And that was the King and Queen of England. Think about that. They talked about rationing, getting rations to the troops. Support your soldiers by eating rationing foods, canned food. What happened in 1951? A huge epidemic of tonsillitis. Canned foods. Instead of getting rid of the canned foods, let's rip out the tonsils. Let's let the brain get toxic. And there we had another big changeover. if the canned foods and all the metal poisoning and then the pesticides that were added all throughout the 50s and 60s and 70s got to the brain, how many brains are going to be good? Just take a generation back. My mother's generation from 12 kids, 13 children. My grandparents had 13 children, my mother's side. 13 children. All of them, they were poor. My grandfather was a pharmacist in Huntsville, Alabama, where they all grew up, in this little bitty town. So there wasn't a lot of money for 13 children. That took a lot of money. So if they hadn't had so many children, they wouldn't be poor, but because they had so many children, they were poor. But every one of them was raised on raw milk. Every one of them had a good start. It wasn't until 1947 that raw milk was basically outlawed. Pasteurized milk was made available more readily from 1928 on, but it took all the way to 47 to get it into other smaller city areas like Huntsville was at that time. Every one of my aunts and uncles have a college degree on that side, and they had to earn it by their own efforts. They had to work and they had to go to school at the same time. That was the mentality now. Now you find these kids in school, they can barely read. Why is that? Their tonsils, breakdown of tonsils because of all the chemicals and pollution and everything, canned foods, no nutrients in foods. Most of our children can't read beyond 5th grade level when they graduate from primary school. They're supposed to be in the 8th grade and they can't even read at a 5th grade level. Why? Because their brains just aren't working. A little boy on this diet, Forrest. Mother went on the diet 3 months before he was born. After he was born, I talked the mother into not breastfeeding him so much. And by the time he was 6-7 months old, I got her to just feed him other foods. And what he mainly was fed was buffalo meat and milk with a little honey, all blended together. Half buffalo liver and half milk, blended together to a fluid. And that cut a big nipple at the end of the, had a big hole in the big nipple, so he'd get out all this thick stuff. And he drank that. He is 7 years old now, and that's still his main food that he loves the most. At 2.5 years old, he was reading 4-year-old material to his preschoolers, and nobody taught him how to read. He was not even 2 years old, and I went to, I stayed with them when I would do workshops in that city with the family, and he wasn't even 2 years old. He was like 19 months old, 20 months at the most. And I was sitting on the floor with him that Saturday evening after the workshop, and his mother brought in a new toy, and this toy was a board with pegs in it that were the alphabet. So they had their A would fit into the A cutout slot and on down all the way to the Z. And his 7-year-old cousin was there, and she took the board right over first. She was going to utilize it. She didn't get one in 10 minutes. Little Forrest was just patient as could be, and just watched, and she threw some of the letters across the room. And Forrest just patiently went over and he put Q, R, T, Z, all in, and knew the letters, what they were. Nobody taught him. He just had a mind that was perceptive. And we were all shocked. We had no idea because nobody taught him. He wasn't allowed to watch TV, so he didn't get any of it from there. So his mother said, okay, sing the alphabet. Just exploring, see what he did. Without a beat, He sang the whole alphabet song. He may have heard it maybe at preschool sometime. But he was only 18, 20 months old at this point. So where did he hear it? Maybe from other kids, older kids, or something like that. Heard it maybe at a grocery store. Who knows where he heard it? But he had it, every note down and every letter. So I was joking. I said, "Okay, Forrest, sing it backwards." Without missing a beat, he sang the whole thing backwards. Without missing a tune or a note. And we all looked at each other and we said, "We'll see what this diet does." Because, the parents, the mother came from a blue-collar thing. The whole family was into drywall and construction. So I wanted her not to breastfeed the baby, because that's a lot of toxicity that she would transfer to the baby. So, and the father was just an average guy who was, a martial artist, and that's what he taught. He's mainly physical, but because he was into physicality, and he was taught by his master that his diet was important, he got into it and got further into it, and he got into this diet. Changed his whole life as a master. Now he's a real good master. He doesn't drink water, stays on the diet. He's a phenomenal martial artist. So this little boy came from those non-genius that we'd expect. Oh, if he came from a genius, we'd say, oh, it has nothing to do with the diet, it's the genes. It had nothing to do with the diet. It could only be attributed to his diet. So that's my theory. So, and I have plenty of other children that are that way. Let me give you another example. Had a 14-and-a-half-year-old girl brought to me by her mother, forced to come. Mother and father were getting a divorce. She was very unhappy about it. She had to live with the mother. She preferred the father. The mother went through such turmoil because they were married to a brain surgeon who had found a younger woman and went off and took the money and everything with her. So she had enough to raise the family and keep the house, but under heavy anxiety because of all this. So she went on to the diet to help her through this and forced her daughter to go on the diet. The daughter was average intelligence. She was probably, I think she was a B- student. That's pretty good. It's average, or slightly above average. And she wanted to be a ballet dancer professionally. What 14-and-a-half-year-old girl doesn't want to be that? So, in her ballet class, she was probably on the low end of adept in agility. So, no way was she ever going to become a ballerina professionally. So, her mother forced her on the diet, and every time her mother looked away at the console with me, she'd give me daggers. And her mother would look, and she'd just look away from me. Every time, my mother looked away. It was like that, daggers. So I gave her a diet that she could follow, and it was 90% raw, primal diet. Let her have some, pasta and stuff like that once in a while, and I always told her to use the raw sauces with it, and lots of raw butter. So she did it. And guess who came back on her own the next year? The girl. Without her mother's pushing her. Why? She went from a B- student to an A+, the top 5% of the school, and she went from very low in the class to the best ballerina in 1 year, and she got a scholarship at Juilliard. In 1 year on the diet. So, think about that. Let me give you another example of an older person changing. That another martial artist came to me at 56 years old. He would do 3 days a week, he would do a phenomenal amount of jump ropes as part of his training. And those 3 days, his major workout was jump rope. And he would force himself to do, on like a Monday, 2,700 jumps in less than an hour. In on a Wednesday, he would do 7,200, 7,600 jump ropes in less than an hour. On a Saturday, he would do 12,000 jump ropes in an hour. Can you imagine how fast that is? 12,000 in an hour? And for the year before he went on the diet, he kept a record of it. And I think they published on WeWantToLive.com. And you see the graph where, his heart rate when he would finish that workout was right around 180, 186, something like that. And when he started on the diet every month, it dropped until he was down to 110, 3 minutes after he stopped exercising. His body calmed down. It was just like that instantly. He went from 35th to 50th place in his category all the way to 5th place in 1 year. He's a world competitor in martial arts as well as teaching it. So that's what the diet can do for you, even if you're old. Okay, so back to the human body, the glandular system, thyroid. People say, oh, it regulates hair growth. Your hair is going to fall out if your thyroid goes bad. I know trillions of people, jokingly, who lose their hair who don't have a bad thyroid and have plenty of thyroxine. Who came up with this garbage? How many women and men who are going bald or losing their hair, if they're told that it's their thyroid, and if they eat thyroxine as a supplement, their hair will stop falling out? How many are going to do it, whether it's true or not? Vanity is tremendous. And the pharmaceutical industry knows that. So how many people have they suckered into taking thyroxine? Hundreds and hundreds of them. Not millions all over the world. Millions all over the world who are taking thyroxine because they're afraid their hair is going to fall out. And they say it also regulates energy. It co-regulates the adrenal glands. So if you're tired and listless, it's the fault of the thyroid. You need more thyroxine. So take 3, take 4, T3, T4, T7, T10, T6. And they come up with all these new numbers. It just used to be T1 and T2, 80 years ago. Now they've got 7 Ts. And if you got to take one, you should take the other. And there's no multi-T, no multi-thyroxine. So you have to take them individually. So you realize what a scam all of this is. Anyway, the thyroid, why would you have 2 glands, 4 parathyroids to back up one gland that's backing up the other? Why would you have 6 glands that are so important? Why would you have that mass? What is the most important functions of the body? Breathing and the heart. What happens if you fall out of a tree? You knock the wind out of yourself and your heart stops beating. The thyroid and parathyroids are going to kick in and get that heart and those lungs going, and you're going to be breathing in 2 minutes, 4 minutes at maximum before there's brain damage. If you rip out these and you have an injury like that, the only way you're going to come back to life is by electric shock and respiration. Forced breathing. The only way you're going to come back. And a lot of people will not come back when they have a heart attack or something like that because the thyroid is already ruptured and damaged. It's taking a lot of the brunt of the chemicals that used to go into the tonsils, because it used to be just a small amount throughout history. It's a small amount of toxicity that the tonsils had to clear. That's why they were so small. Now with this inundation, the thyroid is getting damaged. Now we have to use electrical shock to pull people back together, and we have to do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation or, oxygen, artificial oxygen resuscitation, and to keep people breathing and functioning. The thyroid's not working. But the thyroid is so massive there to keep the lungs and the heart going. If it's an emergency. Then we go down and we find the pancreas is considered both an endocrine gland and an organ because of the insulin that goes right into the blood. Remember, an endocrine gland is a functional body part that produces hormones and puts them directly into the blood. Now, the pancreas usually sends it into the digestive tract and its connection there, but with the insulin, it dumps it right into the blood. So the pancreas is on the fence. It's both, not one or the other. So we go down to the adrenal glands, which sit on top of the kidneys. Now, what do the adrenal glands do? Secrete adrenaline. Not only adrenaline, but a lot of other things, just like the pancreas. However, when is adrenaline important? Is that a normal hormone in the body? No, it's for fight and flight, fight or flight. It's always for emergency purposes. Every endocrine gland in the body, including the pituitary, is for emergency purposes only. So, why does everybody have hormones now? Why is there so much testosterone from the gonads? Why is there so much estrogen? Why is there adrenaline? Why is all the thyroxines in the body? Why are all these hormones high in the blood? Because we're always in an emergency state. We're always putting toxins into our body. With the bad foods, we're always inhaling toxicity from pollution. We have radio waves. We have radiation fields bombarding us all the time. Our glands are producing hormones to deal with toxicity and low energy levels because our blood's doing jobs it shouldn't be doing and not producing the energy that the body should create. So think about that. We're always in emergency situations. But the pharmaceuticals industry says your norm is high in endocrine level hormones. So if you don't have this hormone, take this supplement. Whether you're healthy or not, they don't care. They have this level that they say you have to fit in between. And if you have a child that fits in that category or way outside that category, and you say, no, the kid's fine, the doctor can go to a court and say, we need to force this parent to take this drug. Because this kid falls under this level, and this is the level that we say it has to be, no matter what the health of the child is. And the court will rule in favor of the child being forced to take medication. Think about what kind of society we're in. Run and controlled by the pharmaceutical companies, the medical industry. So, the endocrine glands are mainly for emergency purposes. Now, why would the body be taking those that, yes, they give energy, and how do they give energy? How does the thyroid give the body energy? Well, fats are the predominant fuel for the system. You get 2.5 times more energy from fat than you do from carbohydrates or protein. 2.5 times more energy for the same grams of food. So the hormones are made up of what? 60 to 80% fat. 15% protein, 15 to 20% protein, and very little carbohydrate. Think about that. Here, those fats can be used to utilize this burning fuel, or not burning because it's not really a burning thing, that's a misnomer, as converting to an energy form. Or it can be used to attach to poisons and harness them, because fats will cover, chelate, consume toxins and neutralize them so they don't harm our live cells. They can harm if the fat cell in the body is a white blood cell, which is 60 to 80% fat, and they're phagocytes. They eat the toxin. It can kill a white blood cell. all of the pus that you have coming out during an infection. That's a cleaning process where the white blood cells are going in there, arresting the toxin to remove it from the body. So you have pus come out. Doctors say, oh, that's a bad sign. No, it's a very good sign. It's too bad you're losing all those white blood cells because it takes a lot for them to regenerate. It's just like losing a lot of red blood cells. You will become weak and anemic if you lose white blood cells as well as red blood cells. So you have that problem. So you just stop taking in all the poisons so you don't have those type of infections where you lose a lot of white blood cells. I'm at the point now when I have a detox like that, I lose very little of the white blood cells. I can let a pustulation come to the surface, and I'll watch the white blood cells dump their toxins into a form of almost like impetigo, either a amber or a yellow crystalline substance, and then the white blood cells just go right back to work in the body. It's taken me since 1972 to get to that stage. I got to that stage about 4 years ago. So the human body is incredible, and those white blood cells, the stronger that they get, easier they can handle toxicity, and the stronger they are, so they can go back and stay in the body and go back to work instead of dying because they've consumed this chemical and they're too weak to surmount the caustic effect of that chemical or mineral or whatever it is that does the damage. So, the body is just a genius, and if you trust it, not panic, and don't run off to doctors, and you do, things I suggest in the book, or give me a call if you're running into a panic, or send me an email with emergency on it. I'll help you through it. Okay? You don't have to run off in a panic to somebody who's going to slaughter you. Doctors do nothing but harm. Not one thing that they do does not cause harm. Everything they do causes harm. Everything they do causes harm.
What about severe trauma? Bad car accident?
Well, I've been in accidents. I was in a motorcycle accident 2 years ago, and I split this tibia all the way down to the ankle from the knee, where the femur sits on top of the tibia. It broke off the top of the tibia, so it splintered into the femur joint, and the tendon here ripped down here, this one ripped up here, and they balled up here, and the whole leg and knee were a mess. And I was on a big Harley, and some people walked right out in front of me in the street. They drive the opposite direction in Thailand, and these people were not from Thailand, and they were looking the opposite direction, so without thinking, and they were chatting and having fun and not paying attention. So it was either me kill one or two of them. I was only going 18 miles an hour, but I got a 350-pound bike. So it was either bury it on my leg or try to get out from under it before my leg got position, but they were 20 feet from me when they stepped out. So I wasn't used to, I hadn't ridden a bike this big in 40 years, and I wasn't thinking right, didn't know how to do it. And I laid it on my leg, and it just shattered, made a mess of it. So I just had a pickup truck with taxis with awnings on them. There are taxis. So I had a taxi take me back to the hospital, take me to the hotel, and I was there for an hour and a half, and the pain didn't stop. And I thought it was dislocated because it was so knotted oddly because of the tendons had been ripped. So I thought it was just out of place. No chiropractor was open at 10:30 at night. So I went to the hospital, and the intern took a look at it and said, I'm not touching that. He said, without x-rays. I'm not even going to touch it with x-rays. We have to get an osteosurgeon in here. So I said, well, nobody's going to take any x-rays of it. I just need you to put it back in place. Just feel your way and put it back in place. It's easy. It doesn't take brains. You get frustrated with their intelligence or lack of it. So he said, I'm not going to do it. So he called surgeon in. It took an hour and 15 minutes for the surgeon to get there. And he looked at it, and he touched it a little bit, and he said, it looks like such a mess that I'm not going to touch it, I'm not going to do anything without x-rays. I'm frustrated at this point. I just want the thing in place because the pain is excruciating. I said, okay, you get 2 x-rays. And I'm going to watch the dial. It's going to be the lowest level of radiation that you can produce, and it's going to be the slightest millisecond of. So I said you have to x-ray from here to here, straight down, and here to here, on the side. So you get 2 x-rays. And the x-rays came back and showed the split tibia. The tibia was opened in the back like this, about the 16th of an inch, and all the broken in the joint. It was pretty bad. And the tendons ripped here and there and everything. He said, you'll never walk again if you don't have surgery. He said those splinters in your knee joint, they're going to stab you and you'll have excruciating pain for all of your life. And he said, you're going to have surgery. I said, well, I'm on a good diet. He literally almost went into a spasm when he heard that. And I said, well, whatever I do is my choice. But give me your card. If I can't walk in 6 weeks, I'll be back for your help. So he gladly gave me his card, knew I would be back in 6 weeks. I went back to the hotel. They actually took me back in a van. They brought me in a emergency vehicle. They call them not a life squad or an ambulance. They have a name for them now. It's different. Anyway, one of those trucks, square trucks, a gurney. They came up in these, this is in Thailand. They had the modern wooden wheelchair that goes down into a gurney. So they had me on that, pushed me into the vehicle, took me to the hospital. 4 attendants, 1 driver. Cost me $18.20. Here would have cost $5,000 to go 10 miles to the hospital. It was. So they took me back in a van to the hotel. So I just packed it with, hot water bottles and put meat on it and coconut cream. Of course, I lost skin all the way from here. All the skin was gone completely. Filed down this bone till it was flat. Filed half of this bone down. All the skin was completely gone here. To muscle. This was down past bone. Lost a lot of the skin off of here too. All the way down the side. I was in shorts and a t-shirt. So all the skin gone. Half of this ankle was sanded off, and the whole side of the foot because I was in sandals. So I took, coconut cream and lime juice first. Put that on it. Screamed and bit on a towel, and got through that because lime is an antibacterial. It will isolate any compound so that your body doesn't have to use white blood cells and massive amounts of white blood cells to harness them. Lemon does not do that, only lime juice. Lemon promotes fermentation and bacterial activity. So lemon does the opposite. So lemon is the food to marinate with if you want to pre-digest, not lime juice. So I put that on, then put coconut cream on after that, and then put honey on after that, and then put slices of meat. In 12 days, it was completely sealed, except for this spot here. Completely sealed. The meat acts as a skin, so you can grow the skin underneath. Completely protects. Now, most people say, oh my God, you're going to infect the body. You're putting meat, raw meat. It's the most dangerous thing you can do. If you listen to doctors, like I say, you do the opposite of what they say, and you're going to get well. Now, this leg, it was slow and it was painful, and I was going from the bed to a wheelchair, and I had my Thai girlfriend came to help because she did the diet somewhat, knew all the foods that I need, got me everything I needed, and there was a nurse that happened to be at the accident, so she came with me, so I paid both of them to stay with me well, the one for 2 weeks, and then my girlfriend stayed for 6 weeks. And I didn't do anything but use, those items and use the hot water bottle and stayed in bed most of the time. And then after about 10 days, I talked the woman who owned the hotel into turning off the chlorine for about 6 days. So it got very green. She said, I can't do it anymore. I've got to turn it on. Nobody's going to go into this pool. But what I got to do was for that 6 days, I got to go in the pool morning and night, and you know how you're buoyant. I would stay always, the water was this level. And I could walk on this without any pressure. So getting the movement of it. And then when I couldn't do it anymore, the beach was just right across the street, about 100 yards. So my crutches and I went across down to the beach, and I, get out into the ocean, go out in the ocean with my crutches, throw the crutches back, and then get to where I could just swim out there to a deeper end. And I walked a mile up and a mile back, and then, or a half a mile down, half a mile back. In the evening, I did the same thing, so I did that twice a day to get this leg moving. In 6 weeks, I was walking without crutches. And in 2 months, I was running. I was on Antigua Beach just after giving a workshop, and I ran a sprint at a quarter of a mile. Sprinted a quarter of a mile just 4 months after that.
Did you go back to the doctor?
Pardon?
Did you go back to the doctor?
I was going to, and I just never went back to that town again. So, what the body can do. So trauma, you have to go to a doctor. If my arm had been ripped off, I would go to them and ask them to put it back on. Definitely would do that.
Just how does cholesterol play it and all this?
Okay, we can't talk. We can't do questions and answers. I did that once in New York. We finished at 1:30 in the morning.
Right.
I'm going to cover it.
Okay.
Every bit of it.
You were talking about fats and digestion.
Well, we're not into food yet, and I'll get into cholesterol and get into
I
food.
can tell you that. I know somebody who does the tests, how they were trained.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
so even trauma, don't worry about that. Okay, so you have the gonads as part of the system, and the gonads will do what? They create sperm or ovum. That's what they do. That's basically what they do. Of course, it helps process how cells are utilized in the body, whether they're soft tissue or harder tissue. The more testosterone you have, the more so-called male type tissue is formed, the higher the estrogen level, the softer the skin, and the softer the hair usually, unless you're Italian. And that's the way the gonads work. But again, it is for procreation. It's not like an emergency situation, but it's for isolated incidents of procreation. Is basically what the gonads are for. So let's go for the organs now. Let's say the lungs are for taking in oxygen that the red blood cells carry, and the lungs also expel carbon dioxide that the white cells deliver back to the lungs. So we know what the lungs are for, to keep the body active. The heart pumps the blood through. The heart also has a factor in pumping other fluids through the body indirectly. Almost every vein and every artery is right alongside nerve and lymphatic flows. And they look like branches and roots, just like the neurological system and lymphatic system look the same as the blood, except that the lymphatic system has nodes and glands in those networks. Like some plants, have little nodules, which they call are roots. What was it? The Jerusalem artichoke has that kind of a disbursement. And these nodes and glands help neutralize toxicity and make it into a fluid that gets dumped under the skin to be perspired out of the body. 90% of all the toxins are supposed to leave through your skin. And they're supposed to be handled by the lymphatic system and dumped under the skin for perspiration. Very simple. So the heart helps the blood flow through, and then as a ripple effect, it's like me massaging your arm. The blood moves other fluid systems in the same direction. So the heart's not only pumping blood, it's pumping lymphatic, of course, very slowly, but it's moving. Now, what can jam it? Food. I'm going to get into that later. So we go from the lungs and the heart. We go down with the brain. We talked about that. That's an organ. It's not a gland, except for the pituitary and pineal that are in it. We have the thymus, which sits right over the sternum area. And what is that for? It's all white and fatty. It's thin. And where do we find the hormones that it... Nobody ever talks about the thymus. Rarely ever mentions the thymus. Why? Because it has to do with digestion. They don't even want you conscious about digestion. So the thymus does not get articulated in anything. The thymus is a backup for the pancreas, the intestines, and the liver. So it keeps them going if something should happen. Let's say you got in a sword fight and, the sword went right through your liver. The thymus would be a part of making sure that that liver was functioning well and healed quickly. Then we have the liver. Now, what does the liver do? The liver is not considered a gland because it doesn't dump into the blood. It dumps its bile into the gallbladder. And the gallbladder dumps the bile into the intestinal tract, into the stomach and intestinal tract. Now, why is there the gallbladder doesn't manufacture anything, it just holds bile. It's a storage place for bile. Now, why do we need a storage place for bile? Bile digests fats. We eat fats. The liver produces it. The liver can just dump it right into the stomach, right in the intestines. No, it's not channeled that way. It can if you have your gallbladder removed, but normally it dumps into the gallbladder. Why do we have enough extra bile to digest 50 pounds of fat?
In case the liver gets damaged.
No. Well, that may be one of the reasons.
While the liver is healing.
But what happens if, in the primitive days, when you killed something and the first thing you ate was fat, and you ate 10 pounds of fat in 24 hours? Well, what happens to those people who don't have a gallbladder and the liver aren't working well and they eat lots of fat? They eat ice cream. Diarrhea. They don't digest the fat. It just pushes everything out, and they just have the runs. And it's all the ice cream, undigested. That's what would happen if you didn't have a gallbladder and you ate 10 pounds of fat in 24 hours. You just poop it out. Wouldn't digest. So, and that's the way meat was eaten. Fat was eaten first, and then the rest of it. Sometimes the liver would be eaten first for a warrior, to give them more energy. And if you've ever had a liver shake, you know how much energy you can get. Let me give you an example. I had done a workshop on a Saturday and had seen 2 days of patients, 2.5 days of patients. And when I do 10 a day, so it's 8 in the morning till sometimes 11 o'clock at night. So, and I'll do that, up to, like, if I go to Chicago, it's 5-6 days in a row doing that. And this day I finished the third day, I only had a half a day of patients, and I had to go pick my girlfriend up at Reno. This was in Nevada City where this happened. I had to go pick her up in Reno because she was flying. She visited her parents and was going to meet me in Reno. So I had to drive from Nevada City to Reno. So I was going to take a nap and go pick her up. So the guy who owned the house there, some deer came into the yard, and I said, "Boy, don't those look delicious?" So he went right upstairs off of his balcony and took one off. None of them had ever butchered anything in their lives. So here I'm supposed to take a nap and go pick up my girlfriend, and I was going to rest, relax, do some emails, and then take an hour nap and go. And I had 3 hours. So I ended up spending the 3 hours skinning this thing, butchering it. Every piece went into a package or a jar, and the whole 90-pound deer. So I said, I've got to drive 2 hours, almost 2 hours, through the mountains, and then get to the main highway and that's also mountainous, going down into Reno, Nevada, and then I had to go north of Reno to get to the airport, 20 minutes. So I knew I was looking 2.5 hours. I thought, I'm going to be tired. She's going to have to wait at the airport. And she was not of a disposition that week to wait for anybody. So I said, okay, I've got to make a gland shake here. So I took the brain and I took the glands, put them all together in a Cuisinart, chopped them up first, put them all there. So I had this huge amount of glands, brain, adrenal gland, even the ovaries. The ovaries I used, and some lung, the thymus, the thyroid, everything. I had every gland in there, with the little of the lung, which is important. And I even cut some of the pancreas into it. And I blended a half milk. I made many different batches. Half milk, half the glands, a tiny bit of honey. So I had about 3/4 of a quart, 3 cups of it, while I was finishing cutting up the deer and doing all that. I got in the car. I wasn't tired. Picked up my girlfriend on time. We went to a hotel. We had sex till 5 in the morning. That's what those glands can do for you. Phenomenal what they can do. So we have the liver, and the liver produces the bile. The gallbladder holds extra bile. Then we have the pancreas. Now, the medical profession wants us to believe that all the pancreas does is make insulin. That's the only thing the pancreas rarely ever did in the history of mankind before we started eating grain-based foods, high carbohydrate foods. In fact, our pancreases are 2.5 times larger than Lucy's. Lucy's 3.8 million years old. She's a Homo sapien, bones that were found, and her pancreas is 2.5 times smaller than ours, proportionate to the body. 2.5 times smaller. So our pancreases have gotten larger and larger and larger the more we've been into agriculture and eating carbs. So what does the pancreas normally do? In a pig, which is most like us, it regulates what goes in, the food goes into the body, and then it's like the architect. It says, okay, this food is this composition. In order to make it into this body, for what this body needs to do, it needs to convert this way. So the pancreas produces all kinds of different fluids that address different relationships of different cell building, digestion, which is degeneration or disassemblement of food, and reassemblement of our food. So the pancreas is involved in a gross amount of things. But because we mainly cook foods, what happens? It has to do that and create hormones that are like thugs, like the mafia, that goes around to every cell in the body and say, Give me some of your proteins, give me some of your carbs, give me some of your fats, give me some of all your vitamins, your enzymes, all your good stuff, because the jerk that's eating here, that's running this company, is eating cooked foods, and we have none of that to digest the foods properly. So basically, you come in with a good bank account. Of course, the longer you're in a degenerative society like we are, each generation gets worse and worse and worse, unhealthier. So your bank account isn't as good as, let's say, 500-600 years ago. Or the Maasai and the Samburu, everything is excellent for their offspring. So you're robbing your bank account every time you eat a cooked food. Pancreas is responsible for making sure all that works and happens. Then we have the spleen. Now what do we observe the spleen doing? It holds majorly red blood cells. In the case of somebody who has a very poor bone marrow system or a very toxic one, the body will, the spleen will hold immature red and white blood cells in a space in it to allow maturation of red and white blood cells. And that's why you have expanding spleens. And the doctors will tell you, oh, we got to remove the spleen. You remove the spleen and your red and white blood cell maturation storage area away from toxicity is removed. And what do you have? A weaker body that's going to be surely terribly diseased. And you watch that. Anybody who has a spleen removed, they drop pretty fast as far as, climbing upstairs, exercise, anything like that. Terribly reduced. Some people who have lots of adrenaline and testosterone aren't as affected as the people who don't. So, the spleen is a holding place, but the spleen also has some choices to make. When you get cold, the spleen dumps a lot of its reserve of blood into the bloodstream, thickens the bloodstream, your whole system warms. The body gets too hot. The spleen can draw out, attract, and call out the red blood cells to thin the blood so you can cool the body. Let's say you climbed a tree. No, let's use something modern. Let's say you've gone out there and you're using a chainsaw to trim something, and you slice yourself and you bleed and lose 2 cups of blood. The spleen has that blood in reserve to dump right back in your bloodstream after the clot happens and you stop bleeding, so you're not anemic. And think if you were a cave person and fell out of a tree, cut your jugular and you bled 3 cups of blood, you'd be dinner that night because you'd have no energy to run or climb or anything. So, once the bleeding stops, the spleen would throw the 3 cups of blood back into your blood, and you would be climbing trees and running faster than the lion or tiger or whatever it was. So the spleen has choices, and it's helpful in many ways. Then we have the kidneys. And what do the kidneys do? The kidneys filter what? They filter red and white blood cells out of the serum so that we can lose water. Now, why do we need to lose water? Because if you're cold, you better thin the blood. The spleen can't do it just on its own if it gets down to very cold temperatures. So the kidney will discharge all of that H2O, but it is only responsible for making ammonia that helps separate the red and white blood cells. And it doesn't regulate and isolate the white blood cells as much as it does the red. Very few red blood cells will be found in the urine. Massive amount of white blood cells, fatty cells, white blood fatty cells will be found in the urine. So its main purpose is to stop the loss of red blood cells. However, it does reserve half to 70% of the white blood cells in doing so. So all the nutrients that are in your blood are lost in your urine. All the vitamins, all the proteins, everything that is feeding your body, because the lymph system isn't feeding your body anymore, the bloodstream. So every time you urinate, you lose massive amounts of good nutrients. And of course you've got ammonia in there, which makes the blood sterile. And there are people like in India, where there are a lot of vegetarians. They may eat dairy, but they don't eat meat, so they still lack a lot of what they need to function as an animal. So what they do is drink their urine and recycle those proteins and a lot of the nutrients. They just came out with a new beverage to counteract the soda industry in India, and it's made from cow's urine. No, I don't think anybody would buy it. I wouldn't buy it because it's still processed. So the kidneys have a function. Then the bladder, what's the urinary bladder? What's that for? That's so you don't urinate all yourself all day long, as it's filtering out the fluids from your blood. So you've got this compartment there to hold water until it gets so much that you have to urinate. Then we have the muscles. Everybody knows what muscles for. I don't have to explain that. We have the connective tissue. That's to keep everything, together in a fluid-connected living form. So we can be a machine, a biological machine. And the connective tissue is very important for that. And that is mainly a lot of collagen. So collagen is important, and if you don't replace it, you lose skin texture. Elderly people, they get very wrinkled and sagging because they lose collagen. Because when you cook food, it damages the collagen. You really don't replace the collagen. Impossible to replace collagen from cooked food. So remember that again. If you're vain, don't eat cooked food. And the bones, that of course they give us the stability to be able to be acrobats and do things without sliming around and stuff, So we have to have fluids to slime around on things. We can grasp and climb and flip and do all kinds of things with a solid structure. And then of course the skin is to keep all of the biological stuff inside contained. And the skin has different qualities throughout the body. The hairs protect, and the hairs also absorb light. So everything has a function in the body, and it's very simple. You eat raw foods, your lymph system is going to feed every cell. The blood will be vibrant and giving you plenty of energy. And, I'm getting so good now. Last night I slept 2.5 hours. Last week I was sleeping 3.5 hours. One day I slept 5 hours, which is very unusual. One day I only had an hour sleep, and that's all I needed. So, and when I was sick, I was sleeping, 10 to 22 hours a day. So, when the body is well and good and working properly, you can live. You have to sleep it away. You don't have to worry about having no energy. And I'm clear of mind. And sometimes if I lose a train of thought, I'll just suck an egg. Just like that. It worked. Now, for some reason, usually I'll go about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I'll lose a thought. And I have to think, what was that word? And I only came close to that one time today. I haven't had to suck an egg, so I'm getting even better. So I usually go through 5 eggs, sucking them at a workshop. But I haven't even had one except at break. So we've gone over all of the body. Now we're going to go into foods. How they work within our systems, or how our body uses them and works with them within our systems. So we're going to take a 10-minute break for anybody who has to relieve that bladder or anything else, maybe snack. I'm going to suck an egg. Only because I'm hungry, not because I'm losing my mind. Yes. Oh, does everybody know how to eat an egg out of the shell?
No,
Okay. Any products we have to consider fats and proteins as our source of nutrients. Now, fats, as I talked about earlier, bind with toxins and prevent our cells from being damaged. So fat is ultra important in a toxic world like we have. And you don't want it going into the fat in the bone marrow and the brain. You want it to store an excess fat in the body, so you have to have excess fat in the body. Let me give you an example. 2 examples. I have had people who are ultra thin, people called stork legs and bird legs and things like that, who had just had skin on bones. Now, as they got into their mid and late 20s, they got very sick. I dated Twiggy one time, and she was already sick, and very young still. And when you're that thin, you have no fat to protect you. It's going, all the toxins you get are going into your live cells, the cells that are supposed to be helping you produce a vibrant, active life. And if they're toxic, they can't do it. They will debilitate, they will get diseases. A cell gets disease. Many types of disease, just as many as we have. They have organelles, they have digestive tracts, just a different shape than ours. But basically the same stuff. So we need fat to contain these things. Also, as I said earlier, we have 2.5 times more energy from fat than we do from protein and carbohydrates. 2.5 times more. If you take a look at some very fat people, the other example I was going to use, the 2 individuals I was going to refer to were 2 women who were ultra thin all of their lives since they were born. And they got very, very sick. And even when on the diet, they were very sick because they had contained all of these poisons in the cells rather than in fat that could be just discarded once they went on a good diet. So there was an active part of their cells. So both of them vomited for years repeatedly. When they got fat, they got huge. And I mean, with water fluid, fat fluid, everything. They got gargantuous. They went from these little skinny things to all of a sudden these bloated, huge creatures. Not happy about it, of course they weren't, because they thought they were beautiful because of the whole concept of the Twiggy era. You know, before that, Marilyn went from Marilyn Monroe to Twiggy. How can you make a leap like that without it being? It had to have been brainwashed into us, and it was. We started holding Twiggy and Goldie Hawn up from Laugh-In as the prime examples of beauty. And they threw Marilyn Monroe out the door. And before, voluptuous was healthy, voluptuous was gorgeous. Back, 120 years ago, if you weren't an overweight woman, you wouldn't be chosen as a mother. You were not fit to be a mother. You needed the extra to handle birth, to cold, the heat. You needed to get through a winter with childbirth and then nursing. So women were expected to be overweight, and they were prized for being that. And you look at all the old pictures of women. When do you ever see a skinny woman? Unheard of. You just don't see a skinny one unless she's part of a harem and she's just a servant girl who has no husband, who will never have a child. So fat is so important in the body. I'll give you the opposite example, on leading to the same conclusion. Had a man come to me who was in his mid-50s, early mid-50s, and his skin was thick and lumpy and heavily damaged, his nose and everything was thick tissue. So I could see that he abused alcohol and drugs for at least 20, 25 years. He was only about maybe 15, 20 pounds overweight. But he looked like he came right out of a motorcycle gang with that skin. Skin all over his body was like that. So I photographed his eyes. He came for an appointment. I photographed his eyes and looked, and his insides were like that of probably somebody in their early 30s, early to mid-30s, fairly healthy. And I said, "Are you from this planet?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, this makes sense to me. You're only a few pounds overweight, and I can see that you've abused drugs, cocaine, and all those from the welts on your face that only cocaine makes, and other such drugs, but they're a little different. And your alcohol, I can see that from all the tissue around your eyes and nose." He said, "I was an alcoholic and a drug user for about 30 years. And I said, "Yet your insides are pretty clean. You have to have a lot of fat to do that." He said, "Before I went into diet 3 months ago, I was 300 pounds. See, so even bad fats will protect you. So if you've been fat all of your life, you were fat and happy, you were protected. You can have a lot of fat on you and not look it. Now I'm 16% body fat. I've been up to 30% body fat when I was very sick, and I maintained it. This is the least I've been since 1978, 1977. This is the trimmest I've been as far as fat level. But do I look like I'm 16, 17% body fat? Most athletes like this are 7, 8% body fat. Why am I so thin and slender and have all that fat? Because when a fat molecule is raw, it's small. When you cook it in various ways, they swell to different sizes. And you were talking about the cholesterol, the big fat fuzzy ones, those come from cooked food. Of course, they want you to have those fat cells. Now they'll come out after they say that, well, you get these good fat cells, these big furry ones, these fluffy ones, you get those from eating French fries and stuff like that. So then they convince you to eat French fries, just like the way they get you to drink alcohol. Oh, alcohol is good for the heart. Sure, alcohol breaks down cholesterols that build up on the heart, but what does the alcohol also do? It destroys liver and brain cells. Always. But they keep you sick. Now you're going to drink alcohol, so you're going to have nerve problems and brain problems. And of course, you're always going to end up going to a doctor for your ailments. Because now, anytime you have a symptom, they tell you to run to a doctor. 100 years ago, get through it. Stand it out. Walk it off. That's always the way it was. Now it's run to the doctor. Run to the doctor. So they make a fortune and you just get sick by listening to them. So the fat molecules in raw foods are very, very tiny. Take for example pork rind. Nice and thin slice of pork fat, and then you put it in the fryer and it swells up and bubbles up about this big. So it's 50 times its normal size. Think about that. 50 times its normal size. So when you cook something, depending on how you cook it, you swell it minimum of 5 times to 50 times the normal size of fat cell. How well do you think you utilize it? How well do you fractionate it in the intestinal tract, and then the bacteria eat it? What do you think happens to the bacteria? What do you think happens when everything is swollen like that and denatured? it's going to create disease of some kind. So, if you want to be trim and still fat, you eat the primal diet. It doesn't happen overnight because you've been built up on those swollen fats all of your life. So it takes time. Me, this is since 1972 eating raw. So I've got all fat in my body is all the good fat. However, I did not eat raw meat all that time, nor did I eat as much raw meat as I needed to until December of '82. So that's when I count my progress in whole direct perfect diet mode until December of '82. So I have to go 40 years from December of '82 to get perfectly healthy, to remove all the compounds and waste from the body. Where did I get the 40-year figure? When Howell and Pottinger did their work with animals that were sick and diseased, they found it took them, the animals, 5 generations on a perfect diet, the diet was perfect for that animal, to become optimally healthy. If we look at the cycle of cells, each generation takes 7.5 years, 7 to 7.5 years to replace every cell in our body one time. Most of that is bone, cartilage, and other harder tissue like teeth and gums and some very tough tissue in the body. Will take 5 to 7.5 years to replace. Organs and glands are going to do it much quicker, of course. The blood does it in 60 to 90 days, changes over. But as long as all of those other systems are subjected to the toxicity of the harder cells in your body, it's going to take a full 40 years to complete to be perfect, so-called perfect. So I started in '82, so I have 12 years to go after my birthday, or December will be my biological dietary birthday. So 12 years to go. I'm already satisfied with where I am. Can you imagine what it's going to be like in 12 years? So what they found was that, so let's say 5 times the 7.5 years, we're looking at 40 years for us to replace every cell 5 times to where we don't contain the toxins that existed that cause disease. Okay, so back to the food, the fat. Now there are different kinds of fat. Now when I've experimented with pressed oils, I find that they do not nutrify the body. That if you only eat pressed oils, guess what happens? Your whole body starts drying out inside and out. Wait a minute, these are oils. Why are people drying out? Why do they get dry skin? Why do they develop eczema, psoriasis, and all that stuff, even if they're cold-pressed oils? Because we do not digest vegetable oils. We do not digest those oils properly. We are meant to digest animal fats. So when I use butter and cream, not a problem. Unless somebody is highly toxic, their insides will never be dry, but their skin can still be dry depending upon the toxicity, especially people who have had a lifetime of being thin. They have so many toxins that come through the skin. Remember, 90% of the toxins are supposed to leave through the skin. So if you have all those toxins seeping out through the skin, and you don't have enough nutrients to keep that skin lubricated because your insides are taking all the fat, because you've starved all of your life and you're so toxic, that skin is going to be damaged for many, many, many years. That's why I developed the moisturizing lubrication formula. It rushes, it digests faster, and it gets into the system so all the organs and glands can't utilize it all, and some gets to the bone and skin and connective tissue. But if you really want to protect your skin, then I suggest that you make the Primal Facial Body Care Cream, which is in this book on page 145, and you put that on your skin. Every day? If you take a bath every day. I take a bath once every 5 to 7 days. And guess what? I don't stink. Except in the armpits a little bit, and I'll put some lemon under there to cut the odor. And that's it. But I used to reek. My feet, if I took my shoes off, you could smell them 2 rooms away when I was so sickly. I stunk. I had to take a bath sometimes 2 times a day. My brothers all take baths or showers 2 times a day because of their odor. I'll be around them for 7 days and never take a bath. And the only one who detects it is my mother. With her nose, she says, you need some lemon under your arms. She doesn't smell feet or crotch or anything like that, which is normal for people. You know, I don't have those odors in me. And the only soap I use is coconut cream, which is not really a soap, but is the true soap. In Asia, when people, the older people, even from 30 years up, that's what my mother used to give us for soap, coconut cream. We used to use it as shampoo and all of our bodies. That's what we use for soap, coconut cream.
And that's on the juicers when they get those carrot juice stains and things. When you run the coconut through, it
cleans it out. That's right.
Yeah, back to white.
Back to white. So it's incredible. Plus, there's enough oil. There's only 7 to 8% oil in the coconut, so that leaves just a fine film. Now, I haven't showered or bathed in 2 days. Oh, look at that. There's this from coconut. So that's the only thing I use is soap. And I'll even use it on dishes. It's a little oily film, but I use warm water to get it off. But if I use a sea sponge, the oil won't stay from the coconut. It won't stay on the dishes for some reason. Something about a sponge that absorbs the fat, and it's like the sponge is somewhat still alive and digests it because it doesn't transfer to anything else that I'm cleaning. It's an amazing. Nature is amazing. If we just leave nature alone and utilize it in its raw state. So fats. Now the pressed oils, I find that 80 to 90% of pressed oils, more like 90%, are used to cleanse the body. They make good soaps like Virus, break things down, dissolve things. They won't stabilize, they won't lubricate you unless you're Italian or Greek and used to eating that concentrated for a very long time. But it also is a highly acidic oil and not an acidic compound that we can transform like we can transform the acidic nature of animal tissue. The acidic nature of oils is very different, and it can make people very irritable. And the Italians can make people disappear like magicians. And it's true. There was one scientist that looked into the people who ate like a half a cup of olive oil a day, and there are some Greeks and Italians who do that. Those were the people who were most irritable and had less intelligence, because that oil would go and replace the brain.
My family would eat so much olive oil growing up. That's when the coffee, fights would start. After they would have their olive oil or on their food or by the tablespoon. Oh, there you go. Maybe it's the olive oil that's that was the whole thing around our house growing up. About the olive oil, being an Italian family.
Yeah. So they have all this. And of course, Italy was full, and Greece was full of these olive trees. So the politicians of the time were getting kickbacks from the olive groves, to make it an issue. So they were talking about olive oil has a high labial point. You can cook with olive oil, and it'll be healthier than cooking with butter, anything like that. It was all hogwash. It was a lie. But there was money there. money for the special few that were in power and authority to start myths and garbage. Just like margarine's good, butter's bad, that whole era of hogwash, Take a look at margarine. You hydrogenate vegetable oils, and what do you have? Plastic. Same molecular structure of plastic. And here they're telling us that margarine's good and butter's bad. That butter makes heart disease, and margarine relieves it. And it's just the opposite. We can't digest vegetable oils, especially hydrogenated, because the hydrogenation of an oil turns it into a molecular structure of plastic. In fact, that's how you make plastic. You just hydrogenate it longer and higher heat. So what happens in the human body, because we don't have a high body temperature like an herbivore that eats vegetable oils and digests it properly, they have 101 to 105 degrees. I was 98.6 and lower, except in a fever. And a fever is never long enough to get those oils to liquefy. So in the human body, taking margarine or any vegetable oil will crystallize and harden in the body, causing plaque on the arteries, causing heart disease. If that were true, that the butter caused heart disease, why is it that now most people eat margarine and vegetable oils do we have such a high rate of heart disease when 100 years ago we had none? We had very little heart disease. So again, it's a lie. Outright lie. Deceptive, evil, harmful lie for money. And some people believe for genocide. There's people who believe that the population needs to be lowered. And there's a lot of evidence in that if you read I think it's 201 report that was written in the 70s by Kissinger. Talks about how to reduce the population with vaccines, injected medication, your water system, poisoning the water system with fluoride and chlorine. So Hitler used fluoride to make the prisoners docile. Found that in animal experiments, you could take animals that would viciously kill each other in a contained environment, and if irritated and annoyed, they would kill each other. If you gave them fluoride, just a 3% solution, within 2 months, they would never attack each other. They wouldn't do it, wouldn't attack. So then they started using it with all of the prisoners, so the prisoners would just accept anything that happened to them. And who do you think's behind everybody getting fluoride in all the cities? The military. NSA is behind it. Your national security. You want to make sure all the people are docile, because they know the politicians are just ripping us off. And if we had any intelligence and had the natural health and vitality that humans should have, we'd be just like our forefathers. We'd be getting rid of that government institution quickly, violently, if we had to. They don't want that. So that's why the government has been pushing, the health departments have been pushing fluoride in every water system. I watched them fight it in San Diego for 25 years. And finally, they changed over all of the board of supervisors in that county. And against all the people's wishes, we're talking about an 80% turnout against fluoride in their water. And the board of supervisors said, you're going to get fluoride in the water.
Most of the things that clear the fluoride out, too.
Pardon?
They probably own the contraptions that get the fluoride out of the water, too.
Well, there's a lot of lies about that. They say that the fluoride it'll remove the fluoride, but when I've had the test done, the fluoride's still there, just reduced. And there's still a high, component of fluoride still in that water. So I don't believe any of it. The only way you can get a good, clear system to handle the toxicity on our municipal waters is to have a 4 to 5 tier system. First one should be a HEPA filter, like paper, to filter out any of the oil solubles that will attach to the paper. Then the next should be a charcoal, like coconut, charcoal from a coconut, so you don't have all the mercury and thallium in it. It's in other kinds of charcoal. Then 2 sand filters, and they should be last. 2 sand filters. And sand is an incredible cleanser. I've got a hot tub that's 500 gallons, fits 14 people. It's like an old Greek round hot tub. Of course, I don't fill it. I just keep it full down to there, so I get down in the bottom of it. It's very expensive to heat. So. But I have a 300-pound sand filter. It's for a swimming pool. And I haven't changed the sand in 10 years now. And the water is crystal clear. And I've got well water. Crystal clear, heavy water. I mean, the pipes in my house, because I have no filter onto the house, just my hot tub. I mean, it cakes on the shower and the faucets. Huge crystals that form. I have to break them off and use non-alum baking soda and vinegar to dissolve it. So this sand will clean. It won't stop algae from growing on the hot tub, though. So I let the algae grow because the algae feeds on metals and rock. That's what algae eats. Just like all vegetation, it eats rock. So I let the algae grow, and it's so soft. Anywhere I go, and when it gets too thick, when it's got a rug like this, I'll scrape it out and then put it in my compost. And my plants absolutely adore it and love it. So.
Diatomaceous earth rather than something?
No, diatomaceous earth is a singular cell shell organism from the sea, and they kiln dry it so it's glass, very high temperature. And that's how they get it. It is a very fine powder because it was a single cell shellfish organism, single cell shell organism, and if when it's dried and heat dried at high temperatures, like clay, it'll turn into a glass, very cauterized substance. And if insects breathe it, it will slice their insides apart. Or if they eat it with their food, it'll slice their intestines to pieces and they die. If it is not kiln dried, it doesn't do it. They'll digest it and use it as calcium, as a mineral supplement. So for diatomaceous earth to be that kind of a filter, it has to be cauterized. So it's not a good substance. But they have people eating that stuff. They have people believing that if they eat it, it'll help filter their systems. They're drinking microscopic glass that will rip their bacteria in their intestines to pieces.
The sand filter you're talking about is basically the same swimming.
Well, masonry sand is better because swimming pool sand is usually treated. But I just go get it from the beach. Well, the one time that I do it, I got a big 300-pound one because I knew there would be probably 20, 30 years before I'd have to change the sand. Because it's made for a big swimming pool. And my hot tub's only 500 gallons, so I could probably go 30 years without ever having to change the sand, maybe 50.
Because you're not running anything through the sand like a swimming pool. I know a swimming pool might
the chemicals.
Well, if you're running a lot of chlorine through, you got to change the sand every 3 to 5 years.
Probably, yeah. Because sand will break down from
now
the
you
chlorine.
Now you can't buy a swimming pool pump with sand in it. They're all filters. They don't sell. You can't have for a swimming pool. They all have those filters cannot.
No,
really
you can still buy it. I looked at it on the internet
Oh,
a few
yeah.
days ago.
They're just hard.
Hayward sand filters.
Oh,
Wow.
Get the 100, the 200, the 200, and the 300 pound size.
They mostly say for small ponds now.
Yeah.
They don't say for swimming pools. They want you to use
Oh, I
the
see.
filter.
Let's use the chemicals.
They want you to use the filter ones that you put in for your swimming pool. Now the old technology for the sand, or they want you to use them for your small ponds. So that's what they want.
Because they say sand's dirty, so they
Yeah,
want you to use
exactly.
the dirty stuff with the dirty one.
And it can't be patented.
Insane. So anyway, fat. Let's get back to fat. Now, avocados is a fruit fat. However, I've not found it to help skin. It will also cause a dryness, not as bad as the pressed oil will, but it will cause dryness. And if you take avocado and you rub it on your skin, you see it dry and it flakes. And the moisturization doesn't last as long. Now, coconut is an unusual fruit. It will lubricate the body, as you see here, and it will keep it nice and supple. Of course, I've got fat on the inside working too that gets my skin better, but the coconut is an unusual fruit that isn't an animal fat. That is very good for the human body. I didn't necessarily believe that completely until last year. I visited a tribe, a very remote tribe in the Philippines, and took one day to drive to the end of one island, a boat ride of a day, in a canoe, because you're not allowed to use a motor. Some islands are protected. The natives are protected. So a native took me to there because I tried to get permission from the government to visit tribes in Philippines, and the government refused me. And I said, listen, I'm a scientist. I'm a nutritional scientist. I'm not going to do anything. I'll live, on the sand, and sleep on the ground, and I'll be very primitive. I won't take any, instruments with me, no cameras or anything. I just want to study how they live and how they eat. And you can't do it. So I got very frustrated. I tried for 3 weeks, and they denied me. So I went to get a massage at a spa, and this type of spa is a known spa around. It's a chain. And I went in there to get a massage, and the receptionist was a dark Filipino girl, not black, but very dark. And she had a baby behind her, it was about 5 months old, white as a ghost, white as your shirt, and like eggshell. And the baby hardly moved and hardly breathed. And I said, is that your baby? She said, yes. And I said, how old is it? She said, 5 months, and it looked like probably 3 months old. And I said, what are you feeding it? She said, I could see she wasn't breastfeeding. She says, oh, the doctors told us this special powdered milk. Pottinger's work showed that the worst diseases came from powdered milk. The most chronic, the most severe, the worst diseases came from powdered milk. So I explained that to her. And I had made a connection on a nearby island. There was a dairy there, and I got my raw milk from it. So I went and got her 6 liters of the milk. I bought her a refrigerator, no refrigerator, so that she could, maintain it. In 3 days, the baby's color came in. 3 days, the baby's color came in, and the baby started moving. So the grandfather, who was 53 years old, was ecstatic and so thankful. He came from a tribe, and I told him about what I wanted to do, and he said, I'm from a remote tribe. I will get you permission. I also work for the government. He couldn't even get it. He came back, kept waiting to hear from him day after day, and 7 days went by. So he said, I'm so embarrassed they wouldn't give me, a permit. to let you go. And he said, but I'm going to take you anyway. So we rented a 4-wheel drive, and we spent a whole day driving to the end in a boat, canoe, whole day's boat canoe. Then we had to swim 6 hours.
What?
Swim 6 hours. Swim 6 hours. So we float to rest, swim, float to rest, swim. So we're probably about 3 miles swimming. And we got there, we all just slept on the beach, the sand. And we got there, pretty late. It was probably, we started off about 2 hours after sunrise, and we got there 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and that's late. Because by the time we awakened, it was going to be dark. So we hiked into the island, and they wouldn't let me commingle with the tribe. They had tribal members come out and talk with me and agree with me through three translators. You go from English to Tagalog to the native language. So the man who was taking us, the grandfather of that young boy that had the leukemia, he was leukemic, from that powdered milk. We had picked up his cousin who had left the tribe only 7 years ago. This man is 53, had left the tribe when he was 23 years old. So 30. When he was 23, so he's 53, that's 30 years ago. So we picked up a relative of his cousin who had left him only 7 years ago, still spoke the language well, and knew the people. So I got to spend quite a few hours with 5 of them. The man was about 82 years old and looked like he was in his late 30s. Perfect teeth, not a flaws to his teeth at 82 years old. Body was in perfect shape. All of the women were in their 40s and 50s, and they looked like they were in their late 20s. Incredibly healthy. They lived to an age of between 38 and 138 and 150 years old. And guess what they eat? 3 foods. Raw fish, coconut meat, and a fruit. Either mango or banana unripe. And they don't eat much fruit, maybe 2 times, 3 times a week only. So maybe, 1 mango, 2 mangoes a week, and a banana. Or 2 bananas and 1 mango a week. Or 3 bananas and no mango. And the women would eat a coconut that was this big, half of the meat. The men would eat all of the coconut. And they weren't skinny, they were all thick and full. And I had in my mind all these years that if you eat fish, you're going to be skinny. You won't develop a lot of muscle tissue. They didn't eat but pork once in a while. They'd kill a wild pork in the jungle and eat it. Maybe that was 1 a month. And they were ultra stiff. And then I looked back and I said, look at the Maasai tribe. They only eat red meat. They're all skinny. The Samburu are skinny. The Fulani are all stocky, but that's 90% of their diet is dairy. So I had it all twisted around because my body is different. When I eat red meat, I put on bulk. When I eat fish, I trim down. But that's my system, probably because of the severance of the hydrochloric acid. So I can't qualify myself to be the example for other people. So I realized that. But here you got 3 foods, and these people are perfectly healthy, have no disease to death. And they don't die of any disease. Only 1 woman was missing a tooth, and it was right where she had a cut on her lips. It was an accident. Amazing.
Why the government didn't want you to go in.
That's why the government didn't want me to go in. Exactly. They told me they were cannibals and I'd be eaten and dead. They had all kinds of stories for me. So the fats of the avocado are not, are not in combination with not congruous with the human body as coconut and then the animal fats. Now the animal fats also have their various different effects on the body, as all dairy does. And dairy in any form has a different therapeutic value if you're ill or if you're not optimally healthy. So butter, I find, is the easiest digestible. Your body can use it for every part of the body except for certain parts of the neurological system and brain. That takes raw cream, and only raw cream can provide those particular nutrients. There are some of those nutrients in eggs, but not in the concentration as cream. However, dairy cream is very difficult to digest. It takes 60 varieties of bile instead of 30 to 40 to digest butter. So the liver has to work very hard, and we're not so healthy. Our livers aren't so healthy. If we were healthy, it wouldn't make a difference, probably. But because we're not so healthy, our livers aren't as healthy as they should be, it's very difficult to digest raw cream. And it'll sit there. You can eat a pound of butter, and you'll feel light and good and go, and everything will be good. You drink a pound of cream, and, it's like, oh my God, when is this going to digest? Everything stops, everything slows. So you have to understand that, yes, we need some cream every day, but predominantly butter. Let's take a look at the other fats. We have the fats in cheese. Now, cheese mainly is indigestible. Any dried food is indigestible. The body has to correct it. The pancreas has to work very hard. The body has to leach nutrients from the system to digest any dried food you eat. Doesn't matter what kind of dried food it is. That food your body has to leach nutrients from itself to be able to digest any dried food. However, with the cheese, the raw unsalted cheese, the body doesn't worry about digesting it for some reason. Other dried foods it does, but the dried cheese, no. So what happens with the dried cheese is that it acts as a ionic, attraction of magnetic pull to the toxins that are in the neurological fluid, the blood, and the lymphatic as they leave their way through the mouth, through the digestive tract, all the way out the rectum. So the cheese will pull these poisons out of the body, hold on to them, and pass out into the feces undigested. If you eat salted cheese, it absorbs those poisons, they will redigest. Because salt fractionates things, and I'll go into salt heavily later. But salt causes things to fragment and digest and be absorbed. If it's pasteurized cheese, it will also be digested because it's already broken down. From cooking, it will be absorbed with all those toxins that it's grabbed up. So you just recycle your poison. If it's raw cheese, it will just be eliminated. Yes?
Right, and you're saying only the hard cheeses, but not...
No, even cottage cheese.
Okay.
Even cottage cheese will not be digested unless you put salt with it or honey. So, and honey is mainly a digestive enzyme supplement. So the cheese will go through, gather everything, and pass out. So it's a great detoxifier. If you have toxins throughout your intestines, throughout your body, eat some every 30 minutes to an hour, even if it's just a little sugar cube-sized amount, half a teaspoon. It'll go through and just keep absorbing if you just eat it frequently. Just be in there like a vacuum, continually removing toxins, and it will
it will speed up your detoxification process by almost 5 times.
And you said in the book you always put butter with the cheese.
That's if you have a tendency toward constipation. Now, if you put honey with the cheese, you will digest it, and you'll digest all the minerals. So it's a great mineral supplement. A perfect supplement because it is milk minerals. And those are the best, easiest to digest. That's why babies drink milk. You can grow fast with those minerals and the protein in it. It still takes 6 to 10 hours to digest milk, but it doesn't matter. Your body will digest it. So you eat honey with the cheese. Now the honey has to be in with the cheese. Let's say you have a milkshake, and the honey's in the milkshake, and you're eating the cheese and drinking the milkshake. The honey's already absorbed into the fat that's in the milkshake. It won't act as an enzymatic activity for the cheese unless you put a tremendous amount of honey in that. So much honey you probably couldn't even drink it unless you were a sugaraholic. Some people are. So cheese is very beneficial in that way, even if it's cottage cheese, even if it's brie. Doesn't matter. If it is pre-digested with the bacteria first, it will digest. So, if you have a cheese made from yogurt or kefir, any kind of a cultured product, even if it's dried, you will digest it.
That blue cheese. Is something that has the dark particles in it?
Well, that's a fungus. That's a mold.
That's different.
Yeah, a little different, but you still will digest most of it. Yeah, you still will digest most of it.
She likes that.
I love blue cheese. But what I do is I have my blue cheese not as a cheese, but in my butter. I will make circles around my butter, cut half of it out of the glass container, and let it sit in the refrigerator till the blue cheese mold starts forming. And then I make my blue cheese sauce with that, so it isn't with the cheese that will be absorbed. If I'm using the cheese to detoxify. If I'm using the cheese to nutrify my body, then that's when I use cheeses that digest, like with my meat. I'll use cheeses that will digest. And I love my blue cheese. The Roquefort dressing that I make with that butter. In fact, I've come to the point where I just like the blue cheese butter. The yogurt and kefir, I've talked about them. They're pre-digested. It doesn't necessarily all digest properly, though, because the bacteria that is in a cow that pre-digests the milk, like from the rennet, is different from our bacteria, and the molecules are separated and digested differently. So we still have to go through quite a digestive process, but it still cuts the digestive process in half. However, those bacteria compete with your own digestive bacteria, literally compete. So it reduces your own digestive bacteria. So although you're getting a food substance that you will be able to utilize more of, it breaks down your digestive abilities so you don't increase in your own ability to digest. Very different bacteria than we have. Pardon?
What food source does?
Yogurts and kefirs that aren't made the way I suggest in the book. I suggest you use your own bacteria. Use your own saliva. Like I say, spit in your milk. Basically, expectorate in your milk. And that bacteria will form it. What I do is I take about per quart, like a half gallon, I'll take a heaping tablespoon of honey in my mouth, get it full of saliva, and then I'll expectorate into it. And if I put it in a warm place, I'll have kefir in 24 hours or less. It's done quickly. So, and you can take milk up to 105 degrees.
You know, a lot of people say, oh, you have to take it up to 112 to get your yogurt. No, you don't. You know. So just put it, and especially this milk has never been refrigerated. Amos milked it for me this morning and brought it to me unrefrigerated. So this one will go fast if I expectorate into it.
Don't expect to into it. You won't be cheaper, where you said, but just put it in nature. Is that
It'll take a while. It'll take 3 days, 2-3 days, depending upon the room temperature.
but that's still just as good, or it's better to expect.
Oh, it's better to expectorate because it's your bacteria multiplying. It's indigenous to your system.
What's the maximum temperature you should heat milk to?
105. Actually, 104. Okay, so even if it's, go back to the oils a little bit, I don't care if it's flax oil, olive oil, even coconut oil when it's separated from the cream has a different effect. Mainly 90% detoxifying. No matter what the pressed oil is, peanut oil, it all reacts that way.
About hemp.
Hemp oil, even worse. Hemp oil is a poison. It's very almost similar to castor oil. So.
You're saying coconut oil is good. Virgin pressed oil, coconut oil is good for the body, or
It's okay in small amounts, like a tablespoon a day maximum. Let's say if you're making a sauce with olive oil and you've got 4 tablespoons in it, don't eat any more pressed oils for 4 days. It's going to take you 4 days to get that out of the system, to utilize it, to make it into solvents, to clean the body, and to process it. The body can only handle a tablespoon a day of those pressed oils. Those are concentrated oils. And you figure in nature, in the coconut, there's 7 to 8%. In a leaf, they're about the same, 6 to 8%. Is all the oil concentration is. So when you press an oil and you're getting an oil concentration, it's way out of balance with nature.
Did you say there was a company in the Philippines that was making fermented coconut oil?
They don't anymore. There's one in Thailand only, the only one that's left. Very expensive, but I still get it from them. Now, let's move on to proteins. Now, proteins for the human body, as I said earlier, I was eating 7 pounds of nuts a day. The soft nuts, pecans and walnuts, that are the most digestible. Not almonds that are very hard to digest, or any of those. The soft ones that are easier to digest. I eat 7 pounds a day and awaken an ounce later the next day. We don't digest that nuts. It takes a squirrel or a bird, to digest those. They have the systems for that. Or a moth, a worm, a mothworm. They feed on those things. Eat the worms. If you want to gain protein from nuts, you eat the worms. And you'll be fighting with the birds for those worms. Those little moth worms. So that, getting protein from any other source other than animal products for the human body is an absurd factor wrong. If you're going to digest those things, you have to cook them, and then you have 32 varieties of toxins that are known. There's a myriad of other sub-toxins that are formed from those main toxins, and I put them in the recipe book, that are formed from cooked foods. And some people say to me, well, it can't be that bad, I'm not dead. And I say, wait a minute, you're living to 67 years old and you should be living to 150? It's killing you for half of your life. It's destroying half of your life. Think about that. Half of your life. You killed half of your life. So how can you tell me it's not killing? Oh, well, if you look at it that way. So it's a whole mindset where you have to think about the whole long-term result, not just the short-term. Sure, I'm not doing so bad right now. I was around so many macho dickheads, when I was growing up, in this machismo environment of Cincinnati, Ohio. Everybody, walk it off, you're a baby, you got to take it, stuff like this. I was just a sick kid, and I was just ridiculed all the time. And I watched these guys, these tough guys. I remember this one guy used to carpool with my father. He wore a cowboy hat, and he was from Texas. He worked for General Electric, and they carpooled. And my father missed the bus because my mother was in the hospital and had a heart attack. And so my father didn't get us out the door on time. We missed the bus. So they had to take me to school on the way. So this macho cowboy guy, I'm sniveling in my handkerchief, and he's ribbing me for being a puny little, guy, even though I don't understand language. I know what the hell he's ridiculing me about. Like, my health is my problem, and I'm just whimpering because I want to get out of school, was basically what he was saying. And of course I wasn't getting out of school. I wanted to get out of school, but... And this guy, what was it, 2 years later, he's 42 years old, he drops dead from a heart attack. Here's this big, athletic guy, all the health in the world, bragging and, bragging about himself and ridiculing other people, and his whole system breaks down because the heart goes bad. And what made his heart bad? He got a flu shot. Killed. Went right to his heart, gave him a heart attack, and that was it. So here's this macho shithead that died just like that at 42 years old. Think about that. I don't care how healthy you are. One thing breaks down in your body that is critical to your life, you're dead. So, proteins. Only way I've been able to find that people increase their cellular production beyond norm is with raw meats. Raw nuts, germinated grains, all the hoopla that the vegetarians come out with. Oh, you've got these growth hormones. Now they've got this maddening, it just drives me out of my mind, bioidentical hormones. I said, bioidentical to what? Bioidentical to your body. I said, you mean you're extracting that stuff from a pig or a human? Because if it's bioidentical, it has to be a human. So you're taking that from dead carcasses or fetuses? Oh no, it's from grasses. Wait a minute, you're saying this is bioidentical? And you're misleading people into thinking it's bioidentical for their bodies when it's bioidentical to grass? Well, yeah. People are so gullible. They've learned that kind of abstraction of terms, that sophistry from the military. Military minds do that. They'll give a name like, Project Rescue. And they're really going in there to slaughter a bunch of people. They're rescuing democracy. So, and that's, what the pharmaceutical industry does, and the politicians, and the teachers, and everybody. So that's the way it is. So, the protein that you get from animal matter will increase cellular reproduction so you can heal fast. Now, milk that is refrigerated, this isn't refrigerated, loses that extra boost for healing and for regenerating cells, reproducing cells. You have to leave it out, the bacteria form again in it, let it be at least room temperature for 6 to 8 hours before it will start getting those properties again. It's never been refrigerated and never goes under 76 degrees is full of those properties.
of course, if you suck it right out of the teeth, I've got this one family who's been eating their expectorated, developed milk for 7 years, and this woman went from death to health. She bought a farm a few months ago, and now is drinking the milk, and as soon as she milks it, she's drinking it still warm. And I said, well, just get under there and suck the teeth. It might be even better. And she says that the effects are twice as good from the raw milk when it is fresh out of that teeth. I know that too. When I've been very tired and got off the plane, in Minneapolis, and then driven to Lake City, where my girlfriend's family lives, my ex-girlfriend's family lives, and she has a lot of her cousins are farmers and have dairy cows. So I go there and get their milk right, warm right out. I'll drink a gallon, and I can't do that with milk that's been chilled. I can drink a gallon in an hour, not get bloated, completely digested, and not sleep for 2 days. I have all this energy and don't have to sleep for 2 days. We may not need a lot of sleep unless we're sick, because 90% of healing happens in the sleep state. A girlfriend of a long time ago was married to one of the Piper aircraft family sons, and she divorced him, or he divorced her. They divorced each other, and then years later she and I got together. But the Piper family was close friends, so I got to know the Piper family. And before Chris Kraft came and took it over, it was a hostile takeover. And the engineer that was the main engineer for design of Piper aircraft walked under a prop one day, and somebody got in there and turned it on. I think it was a child got in and turned it on. So the prop cut his head off, the top of his head off. Cut the sleep center out. Up until he died a year ago, he hadn't slept in 53 years. So he just lie down, get in the alpha state, let his body relax and regenerate itself. So it isn't necessarily that you need sleep, but if he were on this diet, full, he would have had too much energy, and the only way you can get a body to sleep is to get too tired and conk it out. So I think that's a mechanism that we have to force us to sleep, to relax and let the body recalibrate and do all of that stuff. But maybe we really don't need to sleep unless we are sick and ill and need to heal. So I go on how I feel, how my body responds. I mean, some days I'll go, like I'll be doing a consult, and I'll be wide awake, and all of a sudden in an instant, I'll just doze. And I hear what's going on, I'm still talking, and then I'll just slow down and stop, and then a minute later I pop up and the person's going, my client is looking like, and then I'll go right back for another 45 minutes to an hour, And sometimes I'll just nap that way. One time I was suing the city of Los Angeles police department, and I was the attorney, and I was in federal court. So I had piles of briefs that I'd written and everything from the 5-year contest, and we were finally in federal court. And I'm the only person who's ever gotten the city of Los Angeles and the police department into federal court not being an attorney. So I had to prepare. So I was only allowed to sleep an hour and a half a day, and I did it in 10-minute increments. And I was completely aware and there the whole time. I just slept 10 minutes at a time, an hour and a half a day. The body can do amazing things, but I didn't eat big meals. I didn't eat more than a half a cup at a time every 45 minutes to an hour. Enough to give me the nutrients without getting hungry, and without getting satiated to where my body spent all of its energy on digestion. worked wonderfully. So I just told the judge that I had been diagnosed with diabetes. It was years ago, and I was over it. But I didn't tell him the whole story, which is what they do. So I just learned from them. I'd been diagnosed with diabetes. I have to eat every 30 minutes to an hour. So I had my food right there on the table, drinking my milk, sucking my eggs, right there in front of everybody. With the body, you just know how to work with the body. Let's say you've got to get through a day. You don't want to eat a lot at a time. You eat small amounts, just enough to give yourself the nutrients without spending the whole rest of the day digesting. And just do that every hour and a half maybe. And you'll stay alert and clear, especially if you're sucking eggs. Eggs digest in 27 minutes in a healthy body. Can you imagine? Milk is also liquid, takes 6 to 10 hours to digest. But an egg will digest in 27 minutes. We don't require hydrochloric acid or any other digestive enzyme to fractionate the egg like we do milk. Milk molecules are larger, and we need to break them down. The egg molecules are very small, so all we need is the bacteria. So I swish it around my mouth before I swallow. I just don't suck the egg down. Get that bacteria in there. So it digests very rapidly. And like I said, if I start losing a train of thought, that means my brain fuel is low. The pyruvate, glucose, glycogen is low. So I suck an egg, and within seconds, my brain is already fed. That's how quickly it can be digested and absorbed if you mix the bacteria in the mouth with it. Other people who don't mix it in with the bacteria may have to wait 10 minutes or 5 minutes to get the same reaction that I get in seconds from the egg, but they still get it quickly. Milk will take 10, 20, 30 minutes to do the same thing. And still not do what the egg does for the brain, the clarity, the focus. So eggs are your best food if you're really sick. And for those who've read this book, I talk about the woman who had emphysema. She was on her deathbed and was supposed to die that weekend. Her MD called me on a Thursday night very late, like 9:30 my time, so it had been 1:30 in the morning, Massachusetts or Maine, somewhere like that. And she said, I've got an emphysemic, she's an MD, so I've got an emphysemic patient who was diagnosed 7 years ago. In the last 2 years, she's mainly been in the bed on machines. She's going to die this weekend, I'm sure. What can I do? I said, well, you're calling me a little late, aren't you? And she said, well, I'm an MD, and it's the law that we cannot recommend any alternative unless the medical models have failed for 10 years. That's the first time I learned that time. You mean that you cannot even suggest that they go to an alternative therapist unless the person dies or is on their deathbed or has gone through 10 years without recovery? And she said, that's the law. That is the law. You are condemned. When you go to a doctor, you are condemned to use only medical pharmaceutical treatment for 10 years before they can, unless you're on your deathbed.
What state is that?
Maine or Massachusetts. No, that's all over the United States. That wasn't just Maine and Massachusetts. I investigated it, and sure enough, it was true all over the United States and Canada. So, I said, okay, the person's on her deathbed, you're coming to me now. It's your conscience. She said, well, I have the welfare of my family. And I said, okay, it's still your conscience. But the only thing I can recommend is you get 10 to 15 dozen eggs, you put them on a bed table, and tell her to eat as many as she can. As many as she can. No limit. So, I got a call on Monday morning. That was a Thursday night, middle of the morning for her. Middle of the night. So, she couldn't have gotten the eggs until maybe Friday night to her, 24 hours later. So I got a call on Monday morning from a raspy voice woman that said, "It worked. What else do I do? Who is this? What are you talking about?" And she said, "Well, my doctor called you and you said that I should eat as many eggs as I can. And I ate 66, 33 on Saturday, 33 on Sunday. I'm off the machines, I'm out of bed. What else do I do?" I said, "Eat raw eggs. Just keep eating raw eggs. 2, 5 years, I don't care. And add raw meat to it and some raw milk if you can get it. But if you're that bad to have emphysema, in that bad a state, you need the easiest thing in the world so you're not spending a lot of your body's energy on digestion. You need to eat eggs predominantly and just add a little milk and meats to your diet for other more stable protein." So you got a call from her about every 6 months, and she's still fine. And this was 10 years ago. This is a woman who was supposed to be dead in 2 days. And the eggs pulled her out of it. Eggs will pull you out of almost anything. If you have a question, even if it's about this subject, I'd rather you write it down because we're getting too late again. And every time I stop to answer, it takes more time. So usually I'll cover everything by the end. You write it down, and if there's a question, we'll have a Q&A period in 30 minutes. Okay? So, eggs are so important if you're very sick. That's why if you have a cold or a flu, I'm throwing the eggs in there. Reducing meat, kinds of meat, so that things are more digestible. The body doesn't spend so much time on digestion. It spends the time on dumping the toxins that have been detoxed and then detoxified and then healing the body instead of all the complex digestion, energy and nutrients spent digesting. Now there's a difference between the red meat and the white meats. Now white, I shouldn't have called it that in the book, but that's what I called it because of the crap that I heard out and that got brainwashed into my head. You got red and white meat. Those are class, not a color. I should have called them something else. It's red instead of red than white and white. The class of white is not a color, but it includes any animal that has 2 legs or less, or no legs. And it can be any color. It can be ostrich, and ostrich meat is as dark as liver, red and as dark as liver. Seal, red and as black, and blacker than liver. And that's still considered white meat. All fish, all poultry, clams, oysters, that's all the white meat category, no matter what the color. Tuna, red, pink tuna, still white category. Okay? Red meat are 4-legged animals, no matter what size. Now the difference between them is that the 4-legged animals are more acidic than the white category animals. And acids have a higher acidity, has more affinity toward the muscles and the adrenal glands for some reason. Now that may not be in that tribe that I visited in the Philippines. They may have a whole different system than we Caucasians and all the people. Even if you're a black or a Hispanic or Asian in this country, we've been polluted to a point where we behave almost the same, almost identically. So if you have a tendency toward hyperactivity, irritability, and you want to limit the amount of red meat that you eat. And if you have that kind of a disposition, it's best to eat fish.
Sure, you need the fowl, the poultry, but fish helps relax the body quicker. So, you can regulate how you will digest, how much nutrients your body will get. I hope you've learned that by now. And regulate how you behave, how you function by eating certain ways. Now, when I get into the schedule of timing and what to eat when, that's to keep you alert and productive throughout the day. But first, I'm going to delve into salt and water. Now, salt, sodium isolated, is an explosive. It's more explosive than nitroglycerin. GE and several other companies for 60 years tried to harness sodium, but they found that it was so volatile that you could have a 2-degree temperature change that would cause an explosion. 5 to 6 times more volatile than nitroglycerin. A cake of pure sodium this big is worth an atomic bomb. So it would be a great way of a weapon. And of course, GE's heavy into creating weapons. So it was untenable. They could not do it. And why do you think salt was used by the King and Queen of England after animal tests with salt? The animals would get a little brain numb. They would get confused. The more salt they had, the more confused they would get. The thirstier they would get, the more water they would drink, the less nutrients, and it would break the system down. So, what better way to control the people by addicting them to salt and then putting other things with it? Let's say, rather than a whole array of ions, like in sea salt, that was first used, then they decided they would extract those and add potassium or iodide. So here, what is iodide? What is iodide? It is an antibacterial. It is a poison. That's why they use iodine as an antiseptic. So here they go, a poison with an explosive. What does potassium do? Potassium fractionates bonds. Sodium does it too in a much larger fashion. But potassium separates bonds, and that's why the body uses potassium as a soap. It helps break things down into smaller molecules. So, sure, it will make you think you're digesting better, but to what end? Your body will separate the potassium and the iodide from the sodium. So what do you think is going to happen in the blood? In the digestive tract? You're going to have minute explosions that are tremendous for the body. So you're destroying all of these nutrients and your digestive tract. That sodium iodide was started how many years ago? When did they start doing that? Oh no, earlier than that. It was back in the 20s they started doing that. And it was that body that was working to develop Hitler, the Bush family. They were into experimenting. The Bush family helped finance and create Hitler to have a one-world government. So old, what was his name? Starts with a P. Pardon? No, something like Purcell. Anyway, he ran a bank that was financing Hitler. And our Attorney General here discovered it and shut his bank down. And, he was tied to Bush family is tied to the Rockefellers and Rothschilds and a lot of very wealthy people, that run the world, besides the King and Queen of England. 13 families now. Used to be 12. And they were going to create this one world government, and they were experimenting with all kinds of things. So they were the impetus behind it. And anyway, that particular Bush said, all of you guys in government, you will regret this. So what happened? He put his son, George W. Bush, as head of security, the CIA. Can't get more power than that. Secretive budgets, secretive pools that were billions of dollars strong, able to do anything. It was into the cocaine trade, to make more money and create whole networks all over the world of money obtaining for the CIA. And what happened to Kennedy? Kennedy realized this, and he was of the elite, wealthy. They knew the games. So Kennedy said, okay, we're going to cut the bankers out. We're going to print our own money. We're not going to do this. Print the money. The banks pay the printing costs, and then loan the money back to us to run our government at high interest. That's how the government is still run. All of these banks are lending you money, and they have no assets, really, except for what they take from you. So it's just paper money. So Kennedy said, okay, I'm cutting out the banks. We're going to start to print the government's going to start to print our own money. We have our gold in Fort Knox. We have other assets, and that's going to back our dollar. He also cut the CIA budget in half and cut the military down by a fifth or third, something like that. He was dead 3 months after he signed those 3 bills, and there was only one printed. The first bill that Lyndon Johnson signed on the plane, the bankers got the money back. We stopped printing. It's the first bill that was signed by Lyndon Johnson. So they're not going to let, the powers to be are not going to let us have what is good for us. They're going to have what they want. And that's just their greed. They're in a little monopoly game. So you have to understand that the only way you're going to survive in this world is if you can take care of yourself, and that means growing your own food and producing your own energy so you don't have to worry about other people doing it. So if you can, get your own power supply and get off the grid and stuff like that, you'll be independent of what they govern. And you'll be able to survive healthfully. So then we have another category. Well, I was going to go back into food because I didn't talk about starches, but I need to finish the sodium and water thing. So I've pretty much covered what sodium does is when it's separated like that, it bonds together in big crystals. Even though sodium molecule is the smallest of all 107 elements, it still bonds together and makes big crystals. So when a cell goes to eat, it has 1 or 2 ions inside in its guts around its so-called glands and glanelles, they're called, inside. And when it decides to eat, it will open, and normally a smorgasbord of nutrients are available for the blood cells. The body will have 93 to 117 elements in one smorgasbord. And that smorgasbord is an infinitesimal amount. It's like if we were to, have one meal, a smorgasbord of a meal for my size of body, this would be the size for a cell. That's how much it would eat at one time. There's all of the nutrients available in those smorgasbords to do everything that a cell needs to do. And some extra if it's up to 117. When you put salt in the body, it causes explosions and fractionates that. So a cell, when it eats, its smorgasbord is reduced to 23 nutrients, 50 nutrients.
It never has a complete diet again. Every cell becomes weaker and weaker every time you use salt. And it also clumps and creates a massive crystal that if the cell opens when one of those passes, the magnetism is so great on the outside that it pulls the ions out of the cell's gut. The cell can never attract any nutrients again. It will starve to death. It will shrivel like a grape to a raisin. 2 little bitty grains of salt with a mini concentration of molecules of sodium is about 2 trillion. 2 trillion of those sodium molecules floating around your blood, exploding things to pieces, exploding blood cells, whether it's red or white, food particles, the smorgasbord of nutrients. It'll just blow them to pieces. And then if they collect, it rips the guts out of the cells. So it kills and goes that way too. So think about what these things do. You have to, even though you don't see it, and you say, "Oh, that salt gives me energy." Sure, it's a panic for the body. The body secretes all kinds of insulin and adrenal hormones with the fat to bind with this toxicity. White blood cells leave the blood and invade the intestinal tract to deal with it. Sure, you're high. That doesn't mean it's healthy. When's your crash? How hard is your crash? And is your crash getting worse every day to where you're going to be one of those people who takes 10 minutes to get across the street because maybe you have 22% of your cells alive maintaining the whole body? And that's what it is when you see those poor people trying to walk around. You say, it's like expecting, a drunk to be sober. They can't go any faster. They don't have the cells to have to generate the energy to do it. And people will just deteriorate. The number of cells that are alive in their body just keeps decreasing. In those tribes that live 150 years old, those people are out riding horses and climbing trees, climbing palms. I saw one 120 years old, and I was only maybe, 100 meters away, and the guy said, "Well, this guy's about 118." He went up that palm to get coconuts faster than I could even think about getting up there. Imagine getting up there. The body will stay alive if you take care of it properly. Your whole life, no matter what age you reach. And then there's just a thing that says, okay, it's like dead battery will last so long and then it's gone. But our batteries nowadays will lose their energy near the end, but these natives didn't lose their energy in the Maasai and Samburu. Some of them slightly lose their energy in the last year, 2 years of life, but that's just a fraction. That's not even 2% of their life. That's pretty amazing. So stay away from salt. Now, water is a solvent. Talked about earlier. I mentioned earlier, when it rains, dissolves rock. If you look at an archaeological book, the first element or the first thing under solvent is water. Water dissolves. Water dissolves. So why do you want to put water in your system? Because the doctors say to drink 8 glasses a day. And when did they start saying that? In 1961. Before that, nobody thought about drinking. You'd go to, be at school, go to the fountain. Because I wasn't an athlete, I was always sick. I'd have 1 sip a day. Athletes may have half a cup a day. You drank milk. You drank orange juice. Then soda pop came in and all of that. And then they started, it was Coca-Cola and Nestle Company got into the water business. Said, well, how can we sell water? Couldn't get anybody to buy water. Nobody buys water. You just turn on the tap. Who the hell's going to pay for water?
So you pollute the water, you get people to buy, so fluoride started coming in and all of the treatments, chlorine and all of that. Nobody sort of wanted to drink chlorine. You smell it, I don't think I want to drink that. Those people who didn't have their sense of smells destroyed by the chlorine could still smell and didn't want to. So they had doctors say that everybody needs 8 glasses of water a day. And that's when it started, 1961. Water dilutes your digestive enzymes. It destroys and kills bacteria that are going to digest your food, and their byproducts are your nutrients. Water is not a good thing. You do need some solvent activity in your body in concentration. So let's say half cup a day. If you're an athlete, maybe a cup and a half a day. But it's better to get your nutrients, your water, from foods. When you cook a food, you evaporate the water from it. Meats are 55% water. Listen to that. Meats are 55% water. 55% of your bodies are water. And if you don't cook it, that water remains in the meat, and those ions that are carrying that H2O are complete bonds. And they will carry the H2O to your cell. You cook it, the water separates, is gone. The body will throw it into the kidneys and get rid of it. Milk, 86% water. Fruits, 90 to 92% water. Hell, there's water in everything if you're eating raw. And it's bound in the proper ions to be able to utilize, to have the cells absorb that H2O and utilize it properly without causing dryness. I rarely drink water. And I notice that when I drink water, if I don't have more than 2 sips at a time, my mouth gets dry. And all of a sudden I crave more fluids when I drink water. When I don't, let's say I'm very thirsty and I don't have any milk, like this happened last week. I had no milk. So I took good water from my well, and after, that was in my hot tub, so it had bacteria in it. So I took that water, and from the rains had come, lots of bacteria in rain. So I took about a cup and a half of that water. I put coconut cream in it. I put dairy cream in it. I put honey. I put a little lemon juice in it. And cucumber, peeled the cucumber, and blended that all together. And I was able to drink that over a 24-hour period and not get thirsty. The one time that I drank about 3/4 of a cup of water, my mouth went completely dry and peeling terribly. Water dehydrates the system. It does not hydrate it. Water does not contain the ions, the molecules, the bonds to carry the H2O into the cell so it can be utilized properly without drying the system. I've got a hydration formula in the book. I created another one because that one's sometimes too acidic. So here's the new one, and I call it the Sport formula. It's 3/4 to 1 cup of tomato puree, 3/4 to 1 cup of peeled cucumber puree, 1 to 1/4 cup or 1/2 cup of whey or watermelon. And the watermelon, of course, would be pureed. 1 tablespoon of vinegar, 2 tablespoons of coconut cream, 2 to 4, if you're an athlete, more. 2 to 4 tablespoons of dairy cream, tablespoon of lemon juice, 1 teaspoon to 1 tablespoon of lime juice, 2 to 4 tablespoons of honey, and about a 1/2 cup of water, usually sparkling water. Blend all that together, and you sip on that. Take a mouthful at a time. Swish it around your mouth and swallow it. That 1 quart will last you all day, and it will hydrate you and you won't get thirsty. I have tennis champions who only have a quart of that. You see their heart is going to quarts of water in a 5-hour period if they're in competition. Can you imagine going through 3 or 4 quarts? That's a gallon in 5 hours, a gallon of water. My athletes will go through a quart of that in 5 hours. Oh, and 2 eggs. 1 to 2 eggs in it. Sorry, I forgot about the eggs. Pretty incredible. You can absorb the water that way, not in just water form. Okay. All right, back to the other element which the USDA say is part of the pyramid, starches, grain food, beans, all garbage, not for the human. Can't get in, I talked about the bile effect in the Asian people. And let me tell you, the Asian people, they mainly live on 80% old style, dictated by mainly, the lack of meats and the poverty, all created by the Chinese dynasties. They had their manipulation of the people too. The people were told that 80% of their diet should be grain, like rice, and rice was the main thing. Rice did maintain a better health than any other grain. Wheat, you had allergies to it and all kinds of other problems, so rice was the best grain that could be had that didn't hurt, that hurt the body the least. And then only 5% of the body, only 5% of the diet was meat, and 10 to 15% was vegetation, cooked vegetables. So everything was cooked. Absolutely everything. Japan is the only one who worked all against China's domain of that diet. In Japan, they could have won. Such a tiny group of islands to have so many geniuses in it. And that's because they ate so much raw fish. And they ate lots of raw foods. Lots of raw food. And if we hadn't had the atomic bomb, Japan would probably be running the world, not just economically as they're doing in a lot of areas with their, auto industry, and their, computer technology and stuff like that. They would be running the world politically if we hadn't had the atomic bomb. And probably wouldn't be so bad because Japan seems to care more than any other country. They used to have, when I was a child, you could take a roll of film and go right onto Tokyo Harbor and dip it in the water right there, and it would come out half developed. That's how polluted it was. Now it is crystal clean water. You can eat the fish right out of the bays. So they've really done a big change, and they put their technology in caring about people and nature. Here in this country, we have homicidal idiots running the world, running this country. So when they don't take care of us, they only hurt us. Anything that's good, they want to shove it down the sewer, down the drain, down the gutter. Well, there's profit in it, but they don't want it. They don't want it that way. They want to control us. They have the thinking that all people are stupid and they're the brightest ones, the only smart ones on the planet, and everything's going to fall apart. And their big, domains and what do you call them? Their empires will all fall if the people are smart. Basically, that's the way they think. This grain food is not digestible. It also feeds on molds that are not particular to the human body, like penicillin. Penicillin is a fungus that is found in birds that eat grains. So every time we eat a grain-based food, breads, cakes,
whatever it is, we are feeding the penicillin that was injected into us. Because they sterilize the penicillin before it's injected, they've destroyed the RNA that tells the fungus, or the natural relationship of the penicillin fungus, to go dormant for a while, to let the system clean, to do its thing, then it'll come out of hibernation again. And penicillin normally has 18 months on and 6 months off trigger. The penicillin that's injected in us has no off switch. Every day, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, for your entire life. It will work in your system, eating cells that have been built on grain foods. So you've got a lifetime, you've got 40 years to clean that out of your body. Continue to eat grains, you're just feeding it. The only predominant things in my iris that show up are huge penicillin spots in my brain. And then one heavy mercury and rusting iron and iodine in my prostate. Those are the only immediate toxins that are visible. Of course, I've got scar tissue all along my back from all the radiation that's still not clean, and toxins are inside that scar tissue, but it's not visible. And I don't know exactly what could be in there. I won't know until I detoxify it. I have 12 years to go, maybe a little longer, depending on what was injected into me last year. So grains are not a good thing to eat. When the first writing of We Want to Live, it was a predominant part of the diet for a period of time and for certain situations, because it does help absorb excess hormones in the body, can calm the body down, and help act as a sponge. But I found that if we use the nut formula, because in nuts, the only thing that the humans digest that I found in checking feces of the nut eaters is that we digest the starch in it. We don't digest much protein nor much fat from nuts, even if they're germinated. However, I found that if you have a mixture of egg or some kind of fat with your nuts, not germinated throws it off into many more enzymes that are like phytic acid, that prevent the utilization of certain minerals, that prevent the utilization of certain proteins, that prevents certain utilizations of fat. So there's a whole chain reaction. If you take the dried nut and you grind it into a powder and then add a fat and honey, it neutralizes the phytic acid, so at least you can digest the starch in it. And the starch will bind with certain kinds of pollution in the bloodstream, only the bloodstream, not the intestines or anywhere else. So if you have a lot of hyperactive chemicals driving the body, even if they're your own poor toxic adrenaline that was produced, the starch from the grains would do it. The cooked starch from the grains, I said, eat lots of raw butter with it. Now I say, use the nut formula in cheese. Not same time, you can, but not necessary. Eat the nut formula in cheese, and those will absorb those toxins. If those don't work after a 10-day period, then introduce a tiny amount of cooked starch with lots of butter or some other fat along with it, so that it will handle those toxins. But you only use it medicinally when you have to, not just because you like it. Because then you're just making the body toxic if you do. And a lot of people say to me, well, let's say 7 days a week, through most of the day, I eat all raw foods, and then for dinner I eat cooked foods. I said, if you only ate one raw food in your life, you'd be adding enzymes and good nutrition to it. So that means every time you eat a raw food, you're helping your body. But then you also consider that every time you're eating something cooked, you're giving it at least 32 toxic substances and forcing the body to work tremendously hard on digesting and taking your energy and life away from doing productive and happy things. So if you look at it that way, you make your own balance. You live your life to your satisfaction. I've had people come to me, before the books were written, and I go through, I would charge them $1,000, $1,500 for a consult, because I had to take them through this whole workshop in a consult. So it would be an 8 to 10 hour consult with 1 or 2 or 5 people, because I sometimes group them. And I've had people with deadly cancer, emphysema, and stuff like that say, well, I'd rather die of this disease than give up my food. And I would say, hey, I have no judgment against that. You live the life the way you want. I'm not going to make you live it the way I want. If you want that food and die a miserable death, that is a choice, and I've got nothing to say about it. It's up to you. So I say the same to you. Live the life the way you want. Be satisfied with your cooked foods and your raw foods, and you're going to have, of course, if you're eating the cooked food, you're going to have to deal with some debilitation, some discomfort, detoxifications that won't stop. Because the more you do that, the more toxins are going to come. So it isn't going to be like, okay, after so many years, I'm going to get better and better. I'm going to get less colds. And flus are going to last shorter times. I used to keep them 3 to 5 months. Now I'm lucky if I can keep it 24 hours. Usually they last 10 minutes to 30 minutes. And they're gone. So in 12 more years, I will not have to have a cold or a flu or a detox anymore. Unless I'm assaulted again and polluted with chemicals. Take a look at that. So you choose. Well, I'm going to have toothaches. I'm going to have gum pus. I'm going to have achy knees. I'm going to be lethargic. I'm going to want to have sex one time and I won't be able to because I won't have control of it. And you're going to have all of these trade-offs. And sometimes the palate wins out. I want that food. No matter what it does to me. I'll suffer later. Basically, that's what your subconscious is saying to yourself when you go with those cravings. So think about it. Just make very clear that you're in control, consciously, and not just unconsciously. And then you'll be in control of your life. I'll tell you, I get cravings. I smell cooked, burned meat. And I say, oh, God, it's salivating. I'd love to have that. But there's no way I'm going to go there. I will have to sleep 8 hours for 3 days. I'll have half the energy. I will get nauseous if I eat the cooked meats. Especially the way I used to like them crisp. So I'm not going to go there, even though I have the craving for it. A lot of the other foods now, if I smell them, repulse me. If I smell a cooked vegetable, I just want to vomit just from the smell of it now. Even some pastries, I was a heavy pastry eater. Donuts, pastries, I just love them. Chocolate-covered cherries, I would go through a box in 45 minutes. 50 chocolate-covered cherries in 45 minutes, 40 minutes. I was diabetic then too. But now I smell that stuff, and even that chocolate doesn't smell good to me. But you can get raw chocolate, cacao beans they call them, and make your own chocolate. The old way with honey, you just take the nut, and I peel them so they're actually raw. And let me tell you, it's hell to peel those fresh green ones. But you get it into a powder, blend it into a powder, you put your butter and, and honey in there, and you've got bitter chocolate, just the way it used to come when I was a kid. Come in bricks of chocolate, and then you put all the sugar in it to make it sweeter. Well, we just put a little bit of cream and more honey in it when you may want to make it into something. So there you can have raw chocolate. You can have almost raw anything except breads and cakes. That's the only thing you really can't have on this diet, flavor-wise. My recipe book covers every flavor you can have. There are 82 sauces that can be made in 3 to 5 different ways each. It's like if you have 400 sauces. Do you think you can get bored with 400 sauces? I don't think so. Just find the ones you like. You're not going to like all of them because some of them are for the weirdest palates that I've ever seen. In Afghanistan, they've got palate. Africa, different parts of Africa. So I've included all of those in there. And let me tell you, they won't appeal to me. They don't appeal to me either, but they appeal to those people who have that kind of a palate, develop that. So they're all in there. Everybody can at least find 100 of them that they would like out of the 400 that they like on a consistent basis. That means what? 3 sauces repeated a year. 3 days of the same sauce. Oh, how devastating. Okay, so choice, big issue. Okay, now we're going to get into timing of the diet, what to eat when. Now, you have to consider what the body does. Let me suck an egg first, folks. Not that I'm losing my mind, but I'm getting very hungry. As bacterially filled.
Just how long can you leave eggs out for room temperature? Definitely,
You can eat them rotten, just like high meat. You'll start giggling and laughing and having fun with life.
Just bury them under the dirt.
If you had food extracted from your mid-intestines, it would smell rotten and nasty. That's the process. When you vomit, does that smell good? It's already partially digested, and that's just the beginning of digestion. And when you poop, how does that smell? Take a look at that. That is, so eating rotten eggs is fine. Eating rotten meat is fine.
Are those fertile eggs, is the difference between fertile and non-fertile make a big difference to you?
Not really. The reason in the book I said fertile eggs because at the time there was no such thing as free range. There was the only way you knew that a chicken was in a small little box was if it said fertile, because if it was fertile, it had to be running around fraternizing with a rooster.
In Brazil, in the grocery stores, they don't put eggs in the refrigerator.
Mm-hmm.
They're right out in the middle of the aisle. And there's no expiration date on them.
In Asia, you can buy eggs that are rotten to the core. You can buy eggs that have half chicks inside. That's great because we can't digest bones very well, but these soft bones and the young chicks, you eat those and you digest them. Actually digest them completely. Check the feces of my feces from eating them and some other people on the raw diet eating those. Not one bone came out. Not one bone.
Do you eat feathers too?
Pardon?
Do they have feathers?
Very small ones, but you can digest those. Some of the feathers came out, but a very small amount.
I remember one of your lectures talking about eating too many eggs. Wanted to make sure you drink milk like 10 minutes afterwards.
Or you eat enough of them. I can eat 30 eggs a day and I won't lose weight. But I have to eat that many if I'm only eating eggs. But if you're eating less than you can maintain your weight, then you need to sip some milk, have some honey and butter, do something else.
to help you maintain weight. Okay, so we wake in the morning, and during the nighttime, as soon as the sun goes down, the nervous system begins detoxification. And because we're so toxic, the nervous system goes into massive detoxification, brain and nervous system. So by midnight, it's in full swing. It peaks from midnight to 2 o'clock. A lot of times when you're going through a neurological or brain detoxification, you'll automatically wake between midnight and 2 o'clock in the morning and not be able to sleep until 5 o'clock. Do not force yourself to go back to sleep. You won't be able to do it, and you're just going to get frustrated and full of anxiety. You get up and do something productive. If that cycle lasts for weeks, what you do is you alter your lifestyle. You start sleeping from 8 o'clock till when you waken, and then you go to sleep at 5 o'clock in the morning, take a nap, an hour nap. Might even take a half an hour nap in the afternoon, and it'll work fine. But when you awaken after your body's detoxifying, and the nervous system is the highest acidity that can be found in the body, in the blood, and the blood you need to bring down just a little bit in acidity, because it can get up to 4.9, 4.8. It should be around 5.5. Alternative therapists tell you, oh, we should be at about a 6.0, 6.1. Neutral alkalinity is 7. Okay, but my experience has been 5.5 for any carnivore. Any carnivore, human, dog, cat, any of them. 5.5. And that's what mine is. My urine, my blood, my saliva are 5.5, and they've been that way for 20 years. So, and if I get overly alkaline, the foods that cause the over-alkalinity drain me of energy. I don't have as much energy. It causes sugar reactions, all kinds of things. Even if I do it with, let's say, vegetable juices, like celery is, celery does not have enough carbohydrate in it to digest celery. So it's a negative. So you could have, let's say, 30% celery and 30% carrot and then 30% cucumber, and it will actually become minuses to the carrot juice for carbohydrate. So all the carbohydrate that the carrot juice will give you will just help you digest that juice better and other foods. If you have carrot juice alone, you're going to spike the sugar level phenomenally. If you have cold milk, the sugar is going to rush in your system and you're going to have high carbohydrate in your blood. So, wake in the morning, you're highly acidic, you need to neutralize some of that acidity. And you do that with alkalinizing minerals. We're also deficient in vitamins, enzymes, everything. And the way we can get that is by having vegetable juice in the morning. And vegetable juice that I recommend now, and in the book, I didn't use purees. I'm using purees now because the skin requires collagen. And we don't eat enough fruit on this diet to replace the collagen. So some people were developing MS and lupus symptoms. We've got so many toxins leaving through the skin and being settled in the connective tissue, dumped there from the lymphatic system. We need more collagen than, let's say, the Eskimos or the Maasai or the Samburu. We need it, they don't. They're not toxic, we are. Or they weren't toxic before, now they're toxic. So the cucumber pulp will replace the collagen. It's full of collagen. So I recommend having, let's say, a third cucumber puree, peeled cucumber, a third carrot juice, and a third celery, and 10% parsley. Now, that's a good basic. Now, if you get into the book, I talk about cilantro can help you remove heavy metals from the body. Other vegetables just do other things. So you can take from that what you want to make your own, but keep the proportion of negative carbohydrate a strong point. The reason for that is that the brain and nervous system make glycogen. Glycogen runs the brain and the nervous system. Now, it usually does it from carbohydrate very quickly and easily. However, it will be sticky. The byproducts, the advanced glycation end products, will be sticky, and it causes the blood to be sticky, the lymphatic system, and the neurological fluids to be sticky and thick. If the body makes the glycogen from pyruvate, which is a protein sugar, there is relatively no advanced glycation end products. Now, Columbia University found that the human body stores advanced glycation end products at a rate of 70 to 90%. If you're incredibly healthy, even an athlete, you will store 70% of them. That's your waste product from using glycogen in your body for a lifetime. That's going to break your system down. Any toxin that stays in the body, natural or organic or not, is going to interfere with the functionality and the health of the body. So if you have the protein sugar, pyruvate, utilized and to make the glycogen, no advanced glycation end products to store in the body. And the acronym for that is AGE, age. And they do age you. They cause dryness of skin and everything, because those advanced glycation end products loves to store in connective tissue and skin and organs and glands, not necessarily in the bones or the muscles or the connective tissue or tendons or anything like that. But they cause dehydration and drying and other problems. It can even cause osteoporosis, degeneration of the bones. So, for the first 6 hours of the body of your waking day, for 6 hours, your body will make the glycogen to be utilized by the nervous system and brain for the whole day. Unless you eat a massive amount of carbs later in the day, the body will just store that and just start making huge amounts of glycogen to be stored in the body like a diabetic does that can't utilize it. And that's pretty toxic. Then you have a problem with old toxic acidic sugars in the body that can start dissolving cells and cause problems. So you refrain from eating high carbohydrate foods. If you're going to eat a high carbohydrate food, you need to balance it with a negative. Something that lacks carbohydrate so much that it is a negative, like celery and cucumber. So, if you have a third of each, in your vegetable juice, along with your carrot juice, that's not going to cause your body to make glycogen with a high carbohydrate. Then, so you have, let's say everybody's toxic is, let's have some cheese first to absorb all the pollution that's settled in the stomach and the rest of the intestine. Because the body dumps most of its poisons that doesn't get to the connective tissue and perspire out the skin into the stomach lining, and the stomach lining dumps it into your food. So if you start the day off with a chunk of cheese, it will absorb that. You wait 10 minutes before you have anything. If you're normally low in energy and not too alert in the morning, suck an egg 10 minutes after your cheese. If you're a big person and going to be very active, suck another egg 5 to 10 minutes later. Then wait 10 minutes, have a sugar cube-sized amount of cheese or a teaspoon amount, and then 10 minutes after that,
have your vegetable juice with an egg whipped in it. If you're really hyperactive and you've got too much energy, you put a teaspoon of cream in with it. So you've got an egg and the cream in with your vegetable juice. 8 to 12 ounces. If you're an athlete, 16, 24 ounces at a time with several eggs whipped in it. And you just sip on that for 15, 20 minutes. Now most people will go for coffee to get them going, or tea, or soda, or cigarettes to get them pumped up and going in the morning because they have no energy. Vegetable juice will do that without causing toxicity. If you have a tendency toward heart palpitations after the first juice, make sure you have an egg in it. Hyperactive person, make sure you have an egg in it. Just a normal individual with low activity levels and low energy, you don't have to have an egg in it. You have to have cream in it. Just sip it. And then about 20 minutes after that, have another section of cheese. And then 10 minutes after that, have your first meat meal. Now this is a substance that the body is going to make into your glycogen. It's going to take the meat, convert a certain amount into pyruvate, and the body's going to make glycogen from the pyruvate. No stickiness involved. Be a good, clean, utilizing fuel, energy source substance for the brain and nervous system. With your meat meal or right after, I suggest that you always eat butter. Butter will keep your body from making all of that meat into a pyruvate. Body often, if it's fat deficient, will convert carbohydrates or proteins into acetones. Those are fats because you're deficient in fats. But those are never clear, utilizing energy sources. So not a good supplement for fats. So eat fat right after your meat meal, or a little bit during your meat meal, and then most of it after. Your body will digest the meats. Butter comes in with or after. The body's happy. Oh, I've got plenty of fat here. I don't need to convert this. And that conversion process is a big taxation on the body. Plus, it's a nutrient depleter. So you eat butter with it. Now, there are other fats that you can eat. You can eat oils. But remember, I told you oils are mainly for cleansing. They won't help stabilize the system. They'll only help you cleanse the system. Avocados mainly get turn the meat into fuel for burning, for energy. Why waste expensive meat when you have the fats to eat? So you can do that with avocado once in a while. You can use it as a quick early morning energy booster, but not frequently. It just is not as healthy. It won't make you toxic, but it just won't give you the possible energy and homeostasis. Homeostasis means complete equilibrium and balance in the perfect state of health. So it won't give you that, but it still won't harm you. Make you regress into disease. It won't do that. And then about 35 minutes after you finish the meat meal, you need a mineral supplement. Help relax the body to do what you need to do with all types of minerals. And remember, we are so toxic that we have an abundance from cooking of acidic compounds in the body. Remember that the calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, and potassium, which are highly alkalinizing, once they're cauterized at heat, reduces their potency to alkalinize an acidic substance by 5 times. It means you need 5 times more calcium, 5 times more magnesium, potassium, and phosphorus
to do the same job that raw foods could do. So, where are you going to get all that calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium? Vegetable juices. So you wake in the morning, you have that vegetable juice that alkalinizes it. And we get beyond the, because we're going to still use a lot of that to neutralize toxicity. How are we going to replace the concentration of minerals that we've used from our food to help us utilize the nutrients properly to build a stronger body? So the best food source is cheese with honey. So have cheese, and it's like 1/6 honey to the cheese. So if you have 1 tablespoon of cheese, you have 1/4 of a teaspoon of honey, or 1/2 a teaspoon of honey. Tablespoon to a teaspoon. Remember, there are 3 teaspoons to a tablespoon. So if you're having a tablespoon of cheese, you take it in, you take that teaspoon in half, and it's 1/2 a teaspoon of honey. And that's the ratio. But the honey and cheese have to be together. Mix in your mouth or mash it on a plate and eat it that way. That is a concentrated mineral supplement. So is the dairy, the vegetable juice, but it will be used to bind with the poisons. This cheese mineral source is to help you build and strengthen your body. So then we're still only like 3 hours into the day. Then you let 2 to 3 hours pass. I'm going to have to drink some milk. I'm getting a little hungry. This is probably the lightest anybody has seen me in 15 years. Now see, all that drinking, I only drank 1/2 a cup. Why? Because I suck. And why do I suck? I suck everything. Because you get the bacteria in there, just the way a baby does when they're sucking the nipple. I'd suck a nipple, but they're all rubber, the ones that I can sip up. I tried it. Those rubber nipples are nasty tasting, really nasty tasting. I've soaked them in lemon juice, baked them in the sun. They still taste terrible. Our poor babies. But still they're getting the nutrients, and they're just coming out of the womb. So they probably really don't have much awareness of it. So, anyway, I suck to get the bacteria into the food, into the milk. So, I suggest that if you're underweight or average weight and only maybe 10 pounds overweight, you have a milkshake next. And there are milkshake recipes in the books. Have cheese 10 minutes before everything to absorb the poisons that normally dump into the food from the stomach lining. And if you eat cheese and don't eat for 10 minutes after, the body stops dumping its poisons from the stomach lining into the food. So you have 25 minutes before the body will start dumping poisons drip by drip into your food. So you have 25 minutes to eat before we'll do that again. It usually doesn't take 25 minutes to eat anything. If you're overeating over it, you get sidetracked and you haven't finished your meal, you eat cheese and wait 10 minutes again. And then you have 25 minutes again from there to finish your meal, whatever it is. Then the milkshake will calm the body, all the cream and the egg fats and the milk and the honey will just relax and calm the body so that you can stay more balanced. Then you eat, but if you're overweight and you're already lethargic and relaxed, skip the milkshake. Suck on eggs by themselves, helps with some weight loss. Maybe have a little cream, like a 1/4 teaspoon of cream right after an egg, or a 1/2 to a whole teaspoon of honey butter mixture after the egg. And then 2 to 3 hours after the milkshake, or many hours of having eggs and a little bit of fat afterwards, then have another vegetable juice or not. If you're not going to have vegetable juice, then have your fruit meal. You're already 6 hours, over 6 hours into your day, 7 to 8 hours at this point. So you can eat your fruit. You can choose to eat a low carbohydrate food or a high one just with a lot of fat. And also even a low carbohydrate one with fat, because mostly that fruit is going to be made into a solvent to dissolve and detoxify. A little amount of that sugar will be used as a citric acid cycle, either as vitamin C as sugar, to utilize fat as fuel. Only 5% of the diet is necessary. For us, those of us who are highly toxic and need to detoxify more, then the fruit can go up to 10%, but you always have to have fat with it. And there are many fruits for different conditions. Find yours or those that you've been through, and those are the fruits that you choose to have with fats. Now the best fats to have with fruit, coconut cream and dairy cream, a little butter. You don't have to have butter as much, but you always want to protect the brain and nervous system from any detoxification with some cream. Coconut cream is the best detoxifier. So you have your fruit with, let's say, 2 to 4 to 5 tablespoons of coconut cream, depending upon your body size and weight, and then 1 to 3 tablespoons of dairy cream. For the average individual, I would say 2 to 2.5 tablespoons of coconut cream, 3/4 to a whole tablespoon of dairy cream. That's about the good ratio. And if you're having pineapple or something highly acidic, then it would be good to put maybe 1/4 teaspoon to 1/2 teaspoon of butter in with that. Just protect the muscles, so you don't go into a Charlie horse or anything like that. Even if it's a subtle one, you don't even notice. A twitch is a Charlie's horse, a spasm in a very small network of muscles. Even if you've got an eye twitch in the eye, it is a Charlie horse, a spasm in the muscles created by a lactic acid buildup or too much sugar, too much carbohydrate in the tissue. So pick your fruit, have your coconut cream, your dairy cream, butter, optional depending upon the fruit, and then go to 2 to 3 hours. And this would be a good time to have a second or third vegetable juice. If you're only having 2 a day, you have one in the morning and one about this time, 5, 6 o'clock. Cheese prior to it, of course, cheese prior to the fruit meal too. Also, and then 10 minutes after that, have the cheese, and then 10 minutes after that, have the vegetable juice with an egg in it. If you need an egg in it, don't use dairy cream at this point. If you've had a milkshake, if you haven't had a milkshake, definitely put a teaspoon of cream in that vegetable juice to slow it down, and then the digestion of it, the utilization of it, because it will rush into the blood. Then let 20-30 minutes pass, eat some cheese again, and then your second and last meat meal. And then in the evening you can suck eggs or sip on milk or whatever. And before you go to sleep, always want to eat something that has protein in it. A milkshake is good, like a 1/2 cup of milkshake, a 1/2 cup of milk. And then in the middle of the night, the same thing. Do not go 5 hours without eating. The protein level drops in the blood. The body will start becoming cannibalistic. The red cells will start eating red cells. And what happens if you go 5 hours without eating protein? Red cells start eating other cells. And an hour later, you've lost anywhere from a teaspoon and a half to a tablespoon of red blood cells. Next hour, the same amount. Next hour, 8 hours, you consume 2, 3, 4 tablespoons of red blood cells. You are now anemic. Then you wonder why people sleep 8-10 hours a day, and they wake up tired and have to have some kind of drug to get them going for the day. You don't handle anemia with a drug. You feed the body to handle anemia. So you eat sometime during the night. You won't have that problem. Sure, there's some people who can sleep that 8 hours and have eaten their red blood cells, but they're pumped with hormones, adrenaline and testosterone, and other hormones that make them active. So they will still lose in health, but they just won't be aware of it. Be aware of it. If you're a hyperactive person and you wake after 5 hours and eat and you can't go back to sleep because you have too much energy, set your alarm for 3 hours. Is anybody here can you sleep 3 hours and be happy? 1, 2.
I do the 3 hours. I don't even set the alarm.
Yeah, so you wake up and eat. But that's your body's timer.
3 hours.
Okay? But most people who are not very well, who have been on the diet and have a lot, will wake after 3 hours, drink some milkshake or milk, and go right back to sleep. Easily. Because they haven't had enough sleep. Then you can sleep the 5 hours. So you go 3 and 5, and then you'll be happy. And then you'll wake energized and feeling better. Then when the vegetable juice comes in there, it all goes toward alkalinizing the blood and raising your nutrient level for digestion. You'll be ready for the day, ready to eat, ready to go. So, eat during the night. Oh, do not go without eating during the night. One night of not eating will cost you 24 hours, 36 hours of red blood cells reproduction.
Are you familiar with dry fasting?
Dry fasting?
Yeah, not eating or drinking for periods of time. I've done that for like 17 hours, and I've done that quite a bit.
I've done it for 3 days.
Yeah, that's about the limit.
I've fasted without anything but water for 37 days. I fasted on urine for 42 days. And every one of them took me 2 years to recuperate. I was so weak. I mean, I would get out of the chair. If I got out of the chair, I had to move like this. Because I get blood sugar. If I went like this, get up like this, for months afterwards, I'd black out.
Yeah,
I just completely black out and fall to the floor. So immediately when it happened, I would sit down and get down on the knee and actually completely fall down. And I would go dizzy, black out, and I'd wake up later. So that's what fasting.
I felt that after doing that for 17 hours.
Fasting is dangerous. It's a dangerous thing. If you want to fast, you fast 5 hours. Have an egg, 5 hours later, have another egg. That's the type of fasting if you're going to do a fasting. But that's not really a fast, that's an egg feast. So and people say, oh, I did a juice feast. No, a fast. No, you did a juice feast. Of course, there's no protein in it, so your body's going to be eating its red blood cells. It's going to start eating its own liver. It's the way it goes when you fast. Fasting is a terrible idea. Take it from experience. Okay, so there we go. I think I've covered about everything. Bacteria, parasite, fungus, and virus. Okay, let's talk about it. We know that bacteria is a good thing. I've talked about it enough. There is no bad bacteria unless it's man-made. It's a biological weapon. So no bacteria. I have experimented with eating the rottenest, nastiest, anything that they told me was disease, fecal matter of all kinds, except for human, and always from an animal that was raw. And I never had a problem. I only had more energy and felt better, although I didn't like the taste and I didn't like the odor. wasn't pleasant, but never did it harm me, ever. Remember, I have vagotomy, so no hydrochloric acid. And the medical profession always claims, oh, you didn't get sick because you had enough hydrochloric acid. Hey, I don't have any. Every time a doctor tells me that, they get so embarrassed because they put their foot in their mouth. Oh, you didn't get it because of your hydrochloric acid. You must have a lot of hydrochloric acid. Then I say, well, I've had vagotomy. What does that do to your theory? You know, and then they just go, really, no, just like that. And so don't worry about bacteria. Just need bacteria on everything. In fact, I've gotten into the habit now of soil bacteria. The only true good soil bacteria supplement is clay already soaked in germinating, literally germinating, for 4 to 5 days. Terramin clay is the only clay I know that doesn't have any molten metals in it. It's from an old hot aqua bed instead of a volcano. Almost all of your clays, and I think that, you know, the government and the pharmaceutical industry had a hand in this, told every, you know, because clay has been known to be a good thing all throughout time. When it started coming out as a cosmetic and as a supplement, what clay were they utilizing? Always volcanic ash. How hot does a volcano get? 1,200 to 2,200 degrees. At what temperature does alkalinizing minerals evaporate? Phosphorus, 98 degrees. Phosphorus, 98 degrees, it becomes altered. By 118, 122 degrees, phosphorus has disappeared into a gas. Calcium is cauterized and half of it unutilizable, or it's reduced in its alkalinizing effect at 141 degrees by 50%. It evaporates at what temperature? 260, depending upon the source of the calcium, all the way up to 300 degrees. Disappears, gone. Potassium, magnesium, all burned up and gone by 400 degrees. What's the temperature of volcanic ash? Volcano. 1,200, 1,500 to 22, 3,300 degrees. You've got nothing but molten, acidic minerals in that clay. Of course, it's always been at a bed, you know, of sea, so you'll have, you know, some organisms, you know, the algae that will be breaking down and help reconstitute into a little bit of alkalinity, but you're still going to have a concentration of molten metals in that clay. So Terramin clay is mined from the Mojave Desert, and the hot spring that it is mined from died 100,000 years ago or something like that, stopped. And they mine it to where it's never gone over 98 degrees. It's never touched over 9. So all the phosphorus is alive and present. Not alive. Minerals aren't alive, but it's not in a cauterized form. It's in a very good alkalinizing form. So, Terramin clay, you take it, you put it in water. Let's say you take 3/4 of a cup and put it in 1 1/4 cup of water. You stir it. If it's too thin, you add a little bit more clay, and you mix it until it is the consistency of freshly made plaster of Paris. And then you put it in a dark cupboard with a lid on it, you know, and do it in glass jar, and let it sit for 4 or 5 days. Then start taking a tablespoon or a teaspoon at a time, or a day. I have people increasing their digestive abilities, also reducing toxicity, if they put the clay in some milk. And for some reason, the Terramin clay makes it taste a little like chocolate milk. Weirdest thing, you know? Pretty darn close. So you put the tablespoon of clay into 4 ounces of milk. And it's easy to take. It makes it nice and thick without like in water, you're always fighting the clay hitting the bottom and you're not mixing it properly. Well, very little hits the bottom, so you don't have to do a lot of mixing, and you can drink it pretty easily and pretty well. So that is a great substitute and a boost for soil bacteria. You know, all animals eat a ton of dirt with their food. All of them. Only humans don't. So that is a great part of, keeping the body in balance with the rest of nature. Okay, questions and answers.
Does that clay bind?
You're too far back in the room, so I'm not going to answer your question.
I got a lot of questions. I'm going to write a lot down. Just real quick on the Termin clay, does it bind with heavy metals like mercury and maybe arsenic?
It certainly does.
Okay.
And it's high in aluminum, natural aluminum. And probably the most poisoning we've had is from aluminum. Aluminum cans, aluminum pots and pans, aluminum sprays, aluminum, deodorants, aluminum oxidized in screens, inhaling it every time we go in and out of a screen. In vaccines, liquid aluminum. And aluminum destroys the zeta potential. Zeta potential is the ability for nutrients to remain suspended in fluid. You put liquid aluminum in an aquarium, what happens? Fish hit the bottom, no longer can swim. In the brain, what happens? Alzheimer's. The synapses go to fire. The charges don't make it. They just skid along the axon or ganglion pipes, tubes, and that's it. So aluminum is a very toxic substance. Yet the Termin clay is high in the natural aluminum that will bind with the toxic aluminum and help carry it out of the body. When it's wet and soaked with bacteria.
That little silicone in the clay also?
In all clay.
It does bind with them.
But if you have it in the other volcanic, it's cauterized, it's glass. Like, it's a hardened sand. But in Termin form, it's a natural thing.
The company that sells Termin clay sells it in pill form.
Don't have it in pill form, powder only.
Yeah.
Once you bind anything into a pill, you can count on it only being digested by 10%. Any binder will destroy the digestibility.
Instead of a fruit meal, what would be the best thing to have if you didn't want fruit at that time?
Depends on what you're going to do.
Okay.
What do you do in the day?
I teach.
Teach?
Physical education.
Then I would just suck on eggs and have the sport drink. You sip that all day long, sip on milk all day long. You don't need a fruit.
Is a milkshake a good substitute instead of fruit meal?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, milkshake is good. Especially if you have to have the energy. Do you teach phys ed?
Yeah.
There you go. Milkshake is a better. And the sport drink would be very important for rehydrating.
Okay.
If you're physically active. This gentleman came to me, how long ago? 6 years? 2006? Yeah, it wasn't that long ago now. 4 years. And he had a speech problem. He had other, problems almost with certain types of paralysis of his tongue and swallowing. What else?
I had 5 surgeries on my nose, and I
Yeah.
had a bone taken from the back part, inserted here, still having some issues.
And in the last 4 years, I get to see him every year, and the change is astounding. He doesn't look like he's had a speech problem at all. And I mean, he had a very bad speech problem. Not a bad one, but a very intrusive speech problem. I couldn't even hear it this time. Last time it was there, I could barely tell it. And his skin, it doesn't even look like he had nose surgery. Eyes are very clear. His skin is red and rich. His lips color is good. He's doing great. Yes.
Talk about that guy who was a vegetarian and got into the closet. Had his whole group shift.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good.
We're talking about Wolf, David Wolf.
Oh.
The raw guru.
He
Yeah.
shifted?
He should.
Oh,
When?
wow. We didn't know.
I told him 8 years ago, or 8.5 now, I said, David, you're gung-ho and all this. You're one of those guys that has all that hormone and stuff. You don't need the other stuff like other people do. Watch what you're doing. And you might hit the wall in 7 years, and I'll bet you do. So he hit the wall. So I got a call from people who worked for him and said he's eating the raw dairy now.
When was that?
Wow.
That was just a year and a half.
Yeah. Oh, I was
Year and a
wondering
half
if
ago.
he followed, you know?
Yeah. So all of a sudden, last year when I saw him a year ago, last November when we had the, was it January? When was it? We had the Raw Olympics in Hawaii. And he was there. You can't get puffed up
Yeah.
and full like he was without dairy. Can't do it. And he doesn't admit it at all.
Wow.
And then there was another guy who was a natural hygienist. He was one of the 8 that I've known who could be a vegetarian and make it work for him in his whole life until he reached 74 years old. And he used to stand up when I was talking and he'd say, I don't eat any meat, I don't eat any dairy, I'm 72 years old. I mean, he started heckling me when he was
In Hawaii? Is his name
mid-60s.
Tom?
No,
Jack Lane says that too. He doesn't eat meat.
but he does.
Yeah,
He's
he
raw
does.
meat.
does he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
he's
says he
raw
hasn't
meat.
eaten
He's
meat
a liar.
for 30 years.
Yeah.
I don't believe
So, this guy, he said, I don't have to do all that. And then at 74, his spine started all of a sudden deteriorating. And I find that with almost all vegetarians who are long-term vegetarians. Their bones start disappearing, their teeth go bad, everything. So, he did his fasting every time. He was a die-hard faster. All your hygienists are. Where he was having to go with a walker, a wheelchair. People had to help him places. And then he got onto the raw meat. It was better in a year. And he went back to telling, he never told anybody he was eating his raw meat and dairy. Just did it and told everybody they shouldn't eat it.
Great.
David Wolf and this guy, they're all the same. And I've caught Norman Cousins eating some hamburger. Of course, if you're skinny as he does, you're going to be hiding out, eating cheese and all kinds of stuff. I've been there. 6.5-year vegetarian, fruitarian. Man, I'd look at that raw cheese and I'd say, screw this. I'm eating cheese. I consume that whole thing in, 30 minutes and feel so much better. These guys are not doing it. I've watched them. I've observed them.
I just wanted sort of a follower or learn from Wolf, Daniel Vitalis, and he goes with the meats and everything else. But he's also talking about the doing a native food thing. That everything is hybrids of the original stuff, and you should eat just stuff that's local.
That's why.
Hybrid and all that. Yeah. So that kind of eliminates a lot of things like tomatoes, and a lot of the lettuces and other things.
I think that's the ideal, but it's not going to kill you.
No, but
It
it's not feasible.
Yeah,
for a lot
it's
of
just not
people.
feasible. Absolutely
He
not
goes out and
feasible.
hunts his little mushrooms and does all that.
Yeah, if you've got a life to live that way. When I have my farm now, I've got 2 farms in the forests. I can live that way, But here I can't live that way. When I go to Cincinnati, Ohio, I didn't have any sources there. Now I've got tons of sources, but I used to go into, a market there like Ralph's, and I'd have to eat their all-natural beef. How all-natural is, we know what all-natural, that means absolutely means nothing, except that they've been given donuts, which are still grains. They're not eating a lot of other products like...
Naturally born cow.
Yeah, right. No, a lot of what they do is like, Twinkies are not made of any food. There's not a food source in Twinkies. It's mind rock. Different constitutions that have different flavors. Twinkies are entirely mind substance, put together with incredible chemicals. and none of it is food. And they do that, that's the way they make a lot of the food now for animals. So, and at least even if they're getting donuts, at least it's relatively, came from grains. So, but now almost all those places have Laura's beef and some organic beef, and they even have some organic produce in there. I can tell when they're lying because I've been worked in the fields and with pesticides and stuff like that, seeing what the skin looks like, how it powders on it, and everything, and the smell of it. So, and those are better than even Whole Foods was. Whole Foods lies about 90% of the organic foods, and only 2% of their foods are organic. And they've been advertising forever since they started, go, go, go organic. Who owns Whole Foods? If you follow the trust, the Bush and the Bass family from Texas.
Really?
And their home office is in Texas. It's about genocide. And who did they appoint to run the store, the whole chain store? 2 vegetarians.
They switched over just recently.
Yeah, 2 vegetarians. And what's the first thing to go? Raw milk. Right out the door. Because I don't know a vegetarian that isn't hard-pressed, evangelistic against dairy products. Hard against dairy products.
And they bought up the wild harvest.
They bought up Mrs. Gooch's. They bought up almost all of them. They are almost a monopoly. Now they lie to people. They say, we got organic, we got good healthy food. 2% of the food in there is worth anything. That's it.
Would you comment on hemp and hemp seeds, the toxicity?
Very toxic. Hemp seeds, the seeds are very, very sharp and hard. When they're broken, they will lacerate your intestinal tract. Pardon?
I was just eating the seeds whole,
Yeah.
and I felt it.
Yeah. It's going to slice you to pieces.
No more.
Yeah. Bran of any kind will do that.
Psyllium?
Psyllium seeds are rounded and they don't break. They stay. So, I'm sorry. Psyllium too, yes. The chia seeds are the only ones that won't break and cut you to pieces. Psyllium seeds are the the chia seeds are the only ones. Yes.
Frozen versus fresh
Okay, good. Glad you brought that up because I forgot that. Okay, I wanted to know there was a difference. I read one source that said that frozen cream did not work, and I forgot his name. I wrote it in my report. Crew said that when he utilized frozen cream in place of fresh cream, the healing effects, the beneficial effects were tremendously reduced. He didn't give a percentage or an average. Sally Fallon says just the opposite, hogwash. You can freeze anything and it's fine. I said, Sally, if I freeze you, how are you going to do? If I burn you, how are you going to do? So she doesn't have a response for that. She just never answers. So I decided to do an experiment of my own. I took the same meat from the same animal, and I froze half of it and kept the other half refrigerated at a high temperature, like 55 degrees. Refrigerated to 55 degrees. And I fed that put the animals in 2 groups. Fed one of them the raw and one of them the frozen. And the ones that ate the frozen, the dogs and cats that ate the frozen, all got a skin disorder within 6 weeks. One had mange so bad it was bleeding and peeling, and real huge sores like psoriasis. But it was mange because it was his whole body. So I thought, and then the ones, and they were cranky and irritable and always scratching and bleeding, and they couldn't be still day and night. They were dealing with this itching, terrible skin. So the other group, they got no water. The only thing they got was the meat. I was disqualified everything.
disqualify any other substance as being a negative on the test. Say, oh, well, it was the water. So, and the water affected that group differently than this group, and any argument they have. So I just kept it to the meat. Meat's 55% water. Dogs will go months without drinking water, and cats will too if they're eating raw food. So the other group was calm and relaxed, slept well, cuddled with each other, didn't disturb each other, were very happy, and no skin disease or coats. Everything was wonderful. This is the same meat between frozen and non-frozen. That simple. So I thought, okay, now I'm going to get Sally Fallon good with this one. I fed the animals who had the disease, the skin disorders, frozen and non-frozen butter. So the group these were all skin disordered animals, frighteningly so, some of them. And I put one of the frighteningly so over here and one of the frighteningly so over here, and I gave them frozen butter and non-frozen butter, just refrigerated, 55 degrees, 56. Then the group that had the raw butter, unfrozen, healed 5 times faster than the other group. So don't tell me that freezing doesn't alter the nutrients and reduce value.
Somebody told me recently that all of the meat that you would get in the supermarket has been frozen. It's not true.
No. Well, I can look at it. I can see the texture of meat. And it looks shiny. It's not stable. Yeah, it's floppy. Yeah.
U.S. Wellness Meats will send their meat just
unfrozen now.
Yeah.
They will.
Yeah.
So
They started a year ago.
North Star Bison does as well. North Star Bison will also send you fresh.
Oh, absolutely.
The new DVD is that sport drink?
Is the what?
Formula of the new sport drink?
No.
We missed a couple of ingredients.
You have the tomato, the cucumber, and the whey or watermelon. Okay. Whey and watermelon. Then you have the... Pardon? Oh, well, you've got 1 tablespoon of lemon, 1 teaspoon to 1 tablespoon of lime.
Vinegar?
Honey.
Did you have vinegar? You had vinegar.
2 to 4 tablespoons also of... no, you only have 1 tablespoon of vinegar. Watermelon or whey. Same amount, either 1 to 1.5 cups.
You changed this from one you had before.
Yeah. I'm improving all the time because I find what works better. There's nothing that causes perspiration better and quicker than watermelon. That's why I like the watermelon. But you can't get it in season, you use whey.
Being interchangeable whey or watermelon, how is that? Whey does the same?
Well, whey breaks down lactic acids and helps perspiration. It helps rehydrate the body.
Not okay to drink by itself, though? Occasionally, maybe?
Yeah, if you're just sipping on it a little here, a little there.
It ferments a little too.
Well, it depends if you let it, get to vinegar.
Right.
Don't want to let it get
It's actually kind of sweet.
Pardon?
It's actually sweet.
Unless you let it out of the refrigerator and ferment until it becomes vinegar.
Right.
I started using that as my morning drink sometimes instead of vegetables.
Yeah, you should put something with it if you're going to use it, in place of your vegetable juice.
I'm taking this hydration.
Oh, the hydration drink. Yeah, it can replace a vegetable juice. After a while, I'd say the first 2 years it's better to have a vegetable juice. Yes.
Did you say anything about viruses? Because I like your take on viruses.
Oh, no, I got to finish. So bacteria you don't have to be afraid of. Parasites, and bacteria eat when there are the janitorial bacteria. Remember, bacteria are involved in digestion, construction of cells, destruction of cells as janitors. So the janitors, the bacteria can eat 50 times their weight in 24 hours, and the waste product is 1 to 5%. So wouldn't you like a janitor that reduces the waste a little bit? That's all you have to deal with? Great. Parasite will eat 100 times its weight in 24 hours and have the same ratio of waste. Even better, give me parasite. Okay? Then we have fungus. Fungus is slower. It reduces the toxicity to a lesser amount, but maybe by 50%. The waste products causes a lot of dryness and itching when those byproducts come out of the skin. That's why when you have a fungus, you have a lot of itchiness, whether it's in the crotch, yeast infection in a vagina, all that itching, or in the rectum. A lot of itching involved that because there is more byproduct with the fungus when a fungus is doing that. However, fungus are appropriate in many conditions, like in a vagina where it's very moist and sometimes is very cool rather than warm. A rectum can get the same way, very cool. The body will cool the area and let the fungus, the yeast, do its job there. In the bones, in the bone marrow, fungus is very prevalent. That's why the penicillin has a tendency to go there. The brain is cooler too. Fungus has a tendency to grow there. So under the nails, that is a tendency. And in the joints, also a tendency for fungus to be cleansers there rather than bacteria and parasites. So those three are our main janitors. Now when the tissue is so toxic that it is poisonous to the fungus, the bacteria, and the parasites, then the body has to make soaps. Solvents not alive. Virus are not alive. 30 years ago, every doctor knew virus are not alive. You don't prescribe antibiotics for virus. But then the pharmaceutical industry said, hey, let's say it's alive, and we'll sell antibiotics for it. And overnight, a flip came. Of course, a lot of the doctors said, wait a minute, that's bullshit. There's a life and, a virus. And, of course, they didn't. But nowadays, all the new doctors who are coming out believe the virus are alive. They have no real empirical chemistry that means anything. They don't really look at a virus. They don't study what it is unless they are biochemists. But your doctors are just brainwashed and pushed through fast. So they don't really know what anything looks like. When I was on the doctor show, this idiot is saying, I've watched the bacteria. They cut out my next respondent and said, and you identified them in a microscope. No. Well then, how do you know that they were doing that damage? How do you know that some chemical wasn't in there doing the damage, and the resultant bacteria was the breakdown of the tissue?
But they cut it out.
Yep, I saw that.
But they left a lot of good stuff. See, what I did was, they flew me in from Washington, D.C., because I was supposed to meet with Ralph Nader, who stood us up. And anyway, they flew me in for the show, and they kept handing me the contract. And the contract, when you go on those shows, is they can do anything. They can make you look like an idiot and all of that. They have the say of how the film is cut. So I know those contracts, and I've signed them before. So this time, I took the contract when I went to, they put me in the audience, and I started reading it before that, and I went through and made my marks, all the way through cutting, wiping out things, crossing through things. And I didn't finish until 5 minutes before I was taped. And I handed it to them. They had no choice then. Not use me at all or go with what I put in the contract. So they left a lot of stuff that they would not have left if I hadn't signed that contract that way.
after you get right back.
Exactly. So, and then they had to pay for my flight back to Washington, D.C., and then to Israel. So, Tel Aviv. So, the virus are not alive. What they are is the cells making a solvent to dissolve this toxic organic tissue that would poison the microbes that are normally janitor. So when you look at, you'll look at in the advertisements, in magazines and on TV, they'll show you a live microbe. And that isn't a virus at all. That is a microbe. That's a microorganism. And they make you think. It's sophistry. It's complete sophistry. And when you look under a microscope, you see fragmented tissue. You have RNA and DNA tissue of animal tissue, or vegetable tissue, whatever it is, and you have fractionated particles all around it. You have enzymes that have broken it apart, and that's the virus, the soap. So what you have, what they identify as viruses, they'll look at the different tissue, look at the different particles, and say this is one kind of virus. Nothing alive about it. It's a waste product. It's the end product of dissolving organic tissue. Nothing alive about it. So never be afraid of anything that happens in the body unless you've had an injection. Then you better suck cheese down and clay down galore. Anybody know that guy, I forgot his name, who drank a half a cup of arsenic publicly and survived in the late 1800s? Big show. You got all the media all over the world. People, he was going to do it at a certain time, which was 3 months or 6 months down the line, and news reporters flew in or boated in from London and Paris, and they all formed around. He had a mass media group. He was going to drink a half a cup of arsenic. So all the media's around. They brought the arsenic around from he didn't provide it. It was provided by an actual laboratory who brought the arsenic in. He drank the arsenic. Nothing happened. Sat around. They watched him for a week. Nothing happened. 10 days. Nothing happened. So everybody went back, and just a few people stuck around for a few more weeks, waiting for him to die. Nothing happened. And it wasn't on his deathbed until the 60s where he told what he had done. He drank a half a cup of clay before he drank it. So the clay absorbed every bit of that arsenic. So clay is your key when you're, and cheese and clay are your keys when you've been poisoned.
This sounds like that kind of recipe. He was an advisor to some Russian czar, and they tried to poison him 3 or 4 times.
But he ate clay every day.
He wouldn't die.
But he ate clay every day. That was a regular part of his... Yes?
What about Dr. Mercola? He seems to be really alternative, but he seems to still be in the bacteria.
He is.
Yeah.
Mercola, when he first started getting into nutrition, he used to call me every day. Every day. Oh, how does this work? How does that work? And basically, for free, he wanted all this advice. And then I was, I do my traveling and stuff like that, and I didn't call him that one day. It was about eggs, raw or otherwise, about the biotin and the evident combination. And because I didn't get back to him and he wanted to get his newsletter out, he was really upset with me. I said, Joe, let me tell you something. People ask me about you, and all I can say is, you're new to this. You don't know your butt from a hole in the ground. You're a theorist. I dealt with this in laboratories. I dealt with people every day. You don't even see people. You've got other people in your office doing it. You're a theorist. I'm not going to, flip-flops on this and that. Whoever makes the best argument is the side he'll go on. And I said, listen, Joe. I said, I eat up to 50 eggs a day. Do I look like I have a biotin problem?
Well, he actually has said something about you in his book, though.
Yeah.
Says you're the best.
But he's not. he's now just a nutritional prostitute. He makes $32 million. Well, last year he made $32 million on products, on just products.
Yeah, my husband says.
No, he's a very smart businessman.
Yes, he is. Absolutely.
What do you think about fish oil? I mean, with mercury contamination being so high in a lot of different fishes, how do you feel about fish oil? You didn't cover fish oil.
Well, fish oil is, they usually process it with the kerosene derivative. So if you would soak your fish in kerosene for 30 minutes and then rinse it off and eat it, would you do that? Or do you think the kerosene is going to penetrate deep into that tissue? Well, that's mainly what you do. All supplements are treated with a kerosene derivative. All of them. Or some of them are treated with all the ones that they say are raw. All the others are treated with heat and alcohol and kerosene. So, none of those supplements are truly raw and none are non-toxic. They're all toxic. Now, there's one cod liver oil that I worked with Green Pastures to formulate over a 2-year period. Every time they came back, what if we do this? I would say, you can't do that because this will happen and it's now toxic and it doesn't work. So I said, all you have to do is go back to the old way. Have stinky, bad-tasting fish oil. You just ferment it and you separate it and don't do anything else with it.
Is that what Amos said?
Yeah. There's flavored ones. They come out with flavored ones because a lot of people won't eat that bitter, nasty tasting cod liver oil. However, in my experiments with the people who do this diet 100% and anywhere from 90 to 100%, having a cod liver oil didn't make a bit of change. Didn't make a bit of change. It does help people who eat cooked garbage food because at least it is at least a raw oil and will help a raw fat, not raw oil, but a raw fat. Why they call it cod liver oil is so it has a better sound. It should be called cod liver fat because it is not an oil. It is not an oil. It does not have the molecular structure of oil, even though it has that consistency of an oil. It is a fat, liquid fat. Yes.
You were talking about cleaning dishes before.
Uh-huh.
I didn't quite understand what formula you use and how you do that process.
Okay. Well, normally I will only use warm water in a sponge, sea sponge. That's all it takes to clean anything. Sometimes I'll have, fish that is very adhesive, that just sticks on and is slippery and just can't get it off. I'll use a little coconut cream. I keep a fermented jar in the bathroom and in the kitchen, and I'll just take a little bit of that, rub it around, and then the warm water with a sea sponge. It's gone. Or I'll take, if I've used lemon with my fish, I'll just take the lemon and I'll rub it around on the plate and rinse it. The lemon cuts the fat so it doesn't stay on the plate. Very easy.
Coconut cream will ferment just from leaving it out on the floor.
If it's a cold house, it won't.
Oh, where do you get coconut cream?
You make it.
Oh.
It tells you how to make it in both books.
Quite a process.
It is quite a process. It is. What I did when I imported 3 sets of machines to make it. One set's in Los Angeles, one's in Phoenix, and one's in Chicago. And before that, I'd still get backaches from that radiation and cauterized, just right here in this part of my back. So if I did a lot of coconuts, like 10, 15 coconuts, for 5 to 6 weeks of supply, my back would start aching. So I put up a 3x5 card at a high school gymnasium and said, I need somebody who likes to break things, $8 an hour. And I got 50 calls. What athlete doesn't want to get paid for breaking something, That's why they go in the military to blow up shit.
So I hired a African American skinny end, hyperactive, so he could do all that, do 10, 15 coconuts, 12 to 15 coconuts at a time. So I'd have a 5-6 week supply. And, $8 an hour, it took him 6-7 hours to do it. $60. Take care of all that hard work, definitely worth it to me. Of course, they sell them, for, what a jar was, a pint jar for $12, $12.50,
At least.
$17.50 now. So, yeah. But it takes 2 coconuts to get one of those pints if you know how to make the coconut properly. You have to heat and that's not in the book for some reason, got left out. It says get the room to 80 degrees, but what I do is take the grated coconut and put it in a sink of hot water and let, in a gallon jar, have that grated coconut and let it sit in the hot. So it is warm before it even goes into the machine. And you'll get, 10 ounces out of one coconut. If your room is, let's say, 75 degrees and the coconut is chilled, you're going to get 2 or 3 ounces, 4 ounces maximum.
Jams up the machine.
Yeah. I know. The machine stuff
Very
that
slow.
I'm doing.
So it's got to be warm. It's got to be like the tropics in your house for that day of juicing. But you can make a lot for a long time. You just have to take one day out of every 5-6 weeks to do a lot of coconut.
That's really good.
Thank you.
Quick question. How about almond
I don't know if you're
oil?
going to get a quick answer.
No, that's all right. Almond oil for skin.
Almond oil is an oil. It will dry out the skin. The skin cells are not meant to eat oil, even nut oil. Use butter. Butter is the best thing. The next best thing, or the best thing, is a combination. My Primal Facial Body Care Cream, only instead of you've got 3 parts, one with butter, one with coconut cream, and one with dairy cream. If you make it 4 parts, you use 1 of bone marrow. And if you do that, so you reduce the others proportionally, so you have 4ths instead of 3rds. And of course, you put the little tiny bit of honey and the royal jelly in it. That is a phenomenal moisturizer for the skin.
When that stuff starts to ferment, it starts to smell.
Yeah.
And of course, you don't have any trouble with anybody around you on the beach. But my wife and kids, they won't stay away from it.
But if you're outside, it only lasts an hour and a half, and then the odor dissipates.
But it does work.
Yeah, it's incredibly
Bees
well.
really make
What?
Contact the bees.
Oh, bees? Well, they don't sting you.
Yeah, they just hang around.
Yeah. Keep the wing back.
What about a kid's acne?
Huh?
Acne, kids' acne.
90% of toxins leak through the skin. You're going to have acne. You're going to have rashes. You're going to have all kinds of skin problems over the years.
Really bad nose.
Well, when you're a teenager, you've got to do a heavy detox from the glands because you're altering hormonal production. And that's the big change. Of course, their glands are throwing off all those toxins. You're going to the skin. And the brain does its realignment too. Huge realignment. The pituitary becomes a little bit more active because of the toxicity. The bone marrow is not producing all of the growth hormones that it normally produces. So the brain kicks in. So that detoxifies out the face. That's what most of the acne is. And they eat soda pop from cans and stuff like that. It becomes worse.
Yeah, you won't drink that stuff.
Good.
Have you ever done anything with hernia?
With what?
Hernia?
Hernia?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have
You mean
ever-
the